Well, Barcelona, Spain is the setting for the first Fancode European Cricket Series of 2021, and what a tournament we've had so far, although rain did intervene on the first day, interrupting the Group A action. The Group A teams are back on today, the third day, Wednesday, in Barcelona, and the conditions, well, we're expecting a top of 14 degrees, a little bit chilly, but the main thing is the rain is going to stay away. Now, this pitch, we've seen it playing a few tricks on the batsman, scores a bit lower than we're used to here in Spain. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series, and you're watching European Cricket Network. It starts right now. Well, good morning and welcome back to Barcelona, Spain. It's day 3 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we are here with the two captains of the match referee for match 11. It's the 11 Stars playing their first game in the European Cricket Series, and they're taking on the men in blue. So our match referee, Navjot Anand, is with the two captains.
Head is the call. Tail is it. All 11 on the toss. What would you like to do? Flexible ball first. All 11 on the toss and elected to ball first. Congratulations to the victory.
Okay, so you see there, the captain of the 11 Stars, Asif Mahmood, he's won the toss and elected to field. And he did say that he wasn't quite sure about the pitch because it is their first game and they just wanted to know what it might do. So they're relying on their opening bowler, Umar Riaz. He has a bit of pace about him and they hope that he can get a few early wickets to keep the score under control for the men in blue. They're also relying on their opening batsman, Tanveer Shah, to be able to chase down whatever the men in blue set. Well, speaking of the men in blue, I think they would have batted anyway because they have large amount of confidence in their top 4, led of course by Shankar Kalagatla, who scored 51 off 35 balls in their first game. Well, it's going to be a cracking game of cricket. We had a bit of rain intervening on the first day of action, but it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in these Group A matches today. It's over to you in the box, Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Hi. Kinna sona lagda apna munda je. Thank you, Vinny. You're looking very smart, I have to say. He's going to make his way back up here to the commentary station in a moment. So there you have it. Welcome. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. Buenos dias to the Fancode European Cricket Series here in Barcelona. You can just see the view over the ground there. It's absolutely fantastic. And we've promised some sunshine today as well. So it's going to be a glorious day full of 5 more matches of T10. Group A again today, so we welcome back the men in blue. You just see the fantasy dashboard there coming up on your screen, and also 11 Stars, they will be making their debut. Their first game was washed out, so they do have a point on that table sitting pretty at the top at the moment. The Bengali Cricket Club, they played 2 and 1-2, and they will be back later on today. And, well, Fateh in second place. They haven't played a game, but have registered more points in a series than they normally would do after 2 games. So they're well happy, and all the other teams are there on 1 point. So everything to play for in this group. So men in blue, they chased last time, and you heard Vinny mention Shankar Kalagatla. He had a good knock, 51 off 35 balls, trying to chase down a low-scoring target against Bengali, and well, he will feel, and so will his team, that they should have got there. They didn't. So, well, batting first, maybe it's going to be a different story from we shall see. And look who's walking through the door. Vinny, how are you feeling today, mate?
Yes, thanks, Rico. Very excited for another day of T10 action here. 5 matches, and we've seen some great matches already. And Group A in particular, we only got 2 matches in on Monday, but they were fantastic contests. And I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what this throws up, particularly getting our first look at the 11 Stars. As you mentioned, they were meant to play in the final match on Monday, but it was washed out. So looks like we're almost ready for the first ball here, and it's Zubair Ahmed to open the bowling, and he's going to bowl the first ball for the 11 Stars in ECS cricket. Great to be with you here on the European Cricket Network. Let's get ready for the first ball of day 3 in Barcelona.
So here we go. Well, it's not a good start. It's too wide, and be given a no ball because it's actually hitting the edge of the track. Well, I've never seen this in Spain. Zubair is bowling when he's got one of your caps on his head. He's obviously feeling the chill this morning. Well, that's a first for me.
Free hit then, and isn't able to take advantage. So getting off the hook a bit there, Zubair early. It is winter still here in Barcelona. It's currently about 11 degrees Celsius, so a little bit chilly.
Yeah, Shubdeb finally getting bat onto ball, getting off the mark.
Yes, and these two for men in blue, they'll be looking to get off to a positive start. They did want to bat first and hopefully going to set a target of 100 plus here. We've seen it was a bit lower than usual.
So man on strike now is the man who scored the first 50 in this Vancouver European Cricket Series.
Yeah, Shankar Kalagatla, and wasn't he in good form on Monday? I'll be hoping to carry that through. Men in blue, be very keen to start with a win this morning.
Well, it's a nice shot and it's gone all the way. And that's what we're talking about. Well, if it is a little bit chilly this morning, shots like that are going to warm you up. That's the Maximo.
And he wasn't afraid to go after it, was he? Just a little bit of length to work with from Zubair. And he set the front foot straight down the pitch, whacking into the European Cricket Series flag there, just over the boundary. So a nice positive start.
And that's a delightful shot as well. Is it got the legs? Is it going to make to the boundary? It certainly is. Well, back-to-back boundaries. Good start here. Some nice shots being played by Shubdeb.
Yes, and we haven't seen the best of Shubdeb so far in this tournament, but he is a very capable opening batsman, and this is the way to do it, isn't it? We talked about Rico yesterday. We saw some really big power play scores, and the first 3 overs with only 2 outfielders gives you a chance to set the tone for your whole innings, and in this case, the whole match.
So Ahmed needs a response. It's a better ball, not giving him so much width. And Deb just managed to get a little bit of a inside edge on that. Take the single, good calling from his partner down the other end.
Yeah, we saw some running between the wickets that wasn't the best yesterday, and that was good communication there. Any ball that goes behind the batsman, the striking batsman, the other batsman, the non-striker, should be calling them through if they think there's a run there. And not just in the Vancouver European Cricket Series, but all around the world. We've seen a few mix-ups in the Big Bash lately as well, and it's one area of the game which is important to work on, one of the fundamentals, running between the wickets.
Yeah, so good start. 14 of the first. Now men in blue will want to continue on this spell. These two, very key, the partnership they put together, Vinny.
Well, the partnership is over. Rico's called it how important it would be, and Deb, after a very positive start, he's drilled that one, and an excellent catch taken by Amir Sohail there at extra cover. And you see this one, he went after it, and he had a bit of power, but didn't quite have the elevation to get over the mid-off. And Rico, you said how important the partnership was, but what a start for the 11 stars to break it so early in the match.
Yeah, I mean, the way they started, they're looking positive. I'm thinking, okay, men in blue, I mean, it's not their strength, is it, the batting? They're great in the field, I think. They put a lot of pressure on you when you're batting, but they got to score the runs themselves. You can't be relying on one man all the time. But good positive start. They looked the part, these two. Even Deb playing some nice shots. Was he going to spot Kalagati? Well, no. I just said the partnership was important, and then he puts it down the throat of the man there. The shot was there for the taking, just didn't get enough lift on it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it looks like the captain here, Sanjeev Tiwari, who's coming out to bat at number 3, and he's a real leader of this team. They look to him to set the standard, and Tiwari, he'd be very keen to get amongst the runs here early on day 3.
Well, what a start for Umar Reyes, who comes in again. His very first ball in the European Cricket Series, and he's taken a wicket.
And his second one off the surface. Not the widest pitch ever here, but no ball. This will become a free hit now. And again, we talked about this yesterday, but the batsman be able to come out and have a free hit straight away. It's a great chance to get your iron, and there's no consequences here.
It's gone very high up in the air. Of course, it is a free hit, so the batsman should be thinking about just running.
Yeah, and that was actually smart play, I think, from the fielder, because there's only bad things are going to happen there if he tries to catch this ball, because it's very cold here at the moment. He's gone, you know what? I'm happy to take it on the bounce and let the ground take the impact. I've seen that a couple of times, actually, but because that was a free hit, even if he caught the ball, the batsman would have been dismissed. So Sanjeev Tiwari, the captain, is off the mark in quite unusual circumstances.
Yes, indeed. The umpire's just resetting the stops there. So Shahidul Ahmed there doing the job. Tanveer Iqbal. 100%. Played. Fielder has to chase, and that's Sohail again.
A nice shot off the back foot there, well timed. He hit the crack of the bat there, and still pretty much under control here for the 11 Stars. That wicket has altered the momentum somewhat. Deeb, the danger man, already back in the pavilion, but we know how dangerous Kalagatla can be.
Well bowled.
Keeping a little bit low, Rico, and we saw this yesterday with this pitch, especially early in the day. A few balls keeping a bit lower than you'd expect, and there's a slight kind of film of moisture on it at this point of the day. A little bit of dew, and you find the ball skidding on, that one not quite getting above stump height.
Comes to Moraes again. Trying to bang that one in a little bit shorter.
Again, good running from these two, and power play all important. That wicket really halting proceedings as Men Blue had a solid first over. It's just getting pulled back in the second.
Ooh, a little bit of hesitation in the running. Ooh, I think a direct hit would have made that very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think he would have been gone, Rico, here. A little bit of hesitation between the batsmen, but it's a nice pick up on an awkward bounce. Had a go, didn't he, there, as if Mahmood, the captain. And I think he would have been, yeah, probably about a yard short. Almost overthrow, some good backing up as well. So we've seen some good fielding already.
Yeah, he
so
would
far
have been
this
a
morning.
goner there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the keeper there, Amir Hamza, just saying, perhaps throw it to me. But I think he had to probably go for the direct hit on that occasion. If he'd gone to the keeper, I think he probably would have been in his ground. So, end of the second over. And the score 20 for 1.
For 1, yeah. It's not too bad. They're on the 10. 14 of the first. Just the 6 runs of that one. One more in the power play.
Yeah, I think 100 will be very competitive here. We've seen scores around 80 to 90, the norm so far. No batsman, with perhaps the exception of Pakak, have really gotten going so far in this tournament.
Comes Ali Ahmed. Nice high action. His approach. Hanging it in wide from the crease into the batsman.
Yeah, and we've seen this tactic again and again, haven't we? Bowlers just trying to cramp the batsman for room, setting the field accordingly. So, Ali Ahmed trying to take an early wicket in the third over.
Well, that one certainly did a bit once it pitched. I don't know what that is. Almost like it hit something, and well, the deviation there was immense.
It was just the natural angle across the right hander when hanging around the wicket. Have a look at some of the replay. Just perhaps a bit of a way movement there, and nicely bowled.
Around the wicket here, close to the umpire, banging it in. Yeah, certainly getting it once it's pitching, a little bit of late movement there.
And I like this bowling outside off stump and beating the batsman.
This is good from the Stars as well, because what they're doing is they're getting the overs in really quickly. They're keeping the pressure on. Full of ball, and that's gone straight to his hands. What a good catch. Well, a fine bit of bowling that really. He's bowled 2 beauties that have beaten the batsman.
And Umar Riaz, the man that got the wicket in the second over, he does the job at short third man, and it was a thick edge, it flew away. See, he threw everything at it, didn't he? And that just had enough wood on it to go to third man. Aren't they happy about it? What a start for the Stars. It's a superstar start from the 11 men out there in the field, taking their chances. And already Men in Blue are 2 down with the score at 21.
Yeah, and they've got the key man out. That was a prize wicket. So now we're going to have to see how, well, what they've got in the tank, the men in blue. Have they got somebody else that can go in there and score some runs?
Yeah, it's going to be a test of their batting depth. Yeah, it's going to be a test of their batting depth, Rico, and we know it hasn't always been particularly strong for the men in blue. They're relying on their top batsmen to get the runs. Another ball outside off stump beating the bat, so this is a very good over from the youngster. The 11 Stars, they've come to play, and they looked up and about in the warm-up, Rico.
Yeah.
They're itching to get out there in front of a global TV audience here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
So Ram Kranthi is the new batsman. He's got some work to do. Oh, that's an absolute peach. And well, the batsman watching this will know, I mean, probably, I would guess that Sanjeev Tiwari will go up to Ram and say, listen, you've got to get forward. You've got to get that front foot to the pitch of the ball. He's moving it away. That's very clever bowling. He's bowled probably 4 balls like that, and the one that got the wicket was much fuller. Enticed the batsman, Kaligatla, to play the shot, and he did play it well. Once again, we saw a good firm shot played, but resulting in a wicket.
And Rico only one off the over, so the score after 3 overs is 21 for 2. And after the first over went for 14, there were only 7 runs combined off the second and third overs. So another momentum swing in this game as we see Hamza Khan coming into the attack.
Ooh, well, he nearly done himself an injury there. And this is what we talked about this yesterday, weren't we, Vinny? That a new team, these teams that are making a debut and playing for the first time in the European Cricket Series and on this pitch, you've got to get used to it, especially the bowlers. And there's a little bit of height difference between the edge of the pitch and the grass, so you've just got to be careful where you land your feet and follow through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hit hard down the ground, straight to the fielder. Oh, and well, I thought for a minute he was going to sneak through him.
Well, Tanveer Shah there, he feels like he's won the lottery there because he had absolutely no idea where that had gone. It went through his legs there, but luckily this outfield is a bit spongy and a bit slow, and you see this gets through him, but he just takes enough off it to stop it rolling into the fence. But I can tell you what, his heart was in his mouth there for a second or two.
What do you think of this this system here? I mean, we've got, this is the 4th over, 4 different bowlers, and that's hit well, and it's, well, this was an opportunity.
Yeah, Zubair Ahmed out there, and he bowled the first of those 4 overs he talked about, and they'll be disappointed there because their fielding has been solid so far, taking their catches, taking their chances. But you see this one, yeah, should have been caught, but he had the beanie on. I think he needed the ski gloves as well. It's very cold out there. February in Barcelona, currently about 11 degrees, and unfortunately that one goes down.
Unfortunate there. Tiwari hitting it straight back onto the stumps.
Yeah, you mentioned the 4 overs, 4 different bowlers. I actually like that as a tactic. It'll be interesting. I think we might see perhaps these guys coming back in the middle overs, not waiting to the end, because they have bowled very well and they'd like to keep the pressure on. But it just keeps the batsman guessing, gives them a different look, doesn't let them settle against a bowler. So I don't mind that as a tactic early in a T10.
Bowling here, they certainly look a good outfit in the field, don't they? The Stars. Just looking around at the field set, I mean, we are out of the power play. It's got the long on is back. You've got a guy deep mid wicket. 2 men back on the leg side, 1 playing the sweep. Oh, he's got him. That stayed very low, and you've got to feel a little bit disappointed and sorry for the batsman there. I'm not sure it was the right shot to be playing, to be fair, but the ball staying low, gets under his bat, onto the stumps, another one down.
Yeah, so drop catch not costing too much because they get a wicket straight away in the over. That one did keep low, and you see that's the difference on this pitch. Backing away, didn't give himself enough of a chance to react to that lack of bounce. So fantastic wicket. And another one goes down for the men in blue. They could be in some serious trouble here in the first match of Wednesday in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, but one thing that does show, and any youngsters watching, This is one thing that we always say. We talked a bit about this yesterday. When you are bowling, bowl wicket to wicket. Bowl at those stumps. You're going to get a bit of tap sometimes, but if you keep with it and stick with it, bowl a good line, there's every chance that you're going to get a wicket. And there's evidence of that. Ball just staying a little bit lower. Batsman Tiwari going for the big one. The captain missing out, and he's on his way back. In comes Khan. Fuller ball. Ball dug out, straight to the fielder.
There's no doubt about that one, was there? The stump's getting knocked over.
Harpreet Singh. Can he get his team to a respectable score here? I mean, they're struggling at the moment. Halfway stage approaching.
So it will be Ali Ahmed to continue, and it doesn't surprise me at all. He bowled very well in the third over, and really love another wicket here and really cripple this innings from the men in blue.
Yeah, 23 for 3, 4 gone. Should be a wide ball. Just trying to get it full and Yorker length, and if you put that in the right position, Vinny, I tell you what, once again he got a good bit of in swing, but of course coming round the wicket, didn't have his line right. So you see here, look at the movement though. Certainly did swing away massively. Put that on the right spot. And who knows? Let's see what he does here. It's better.
A very good start after the 14. Shabib Deb, of course, getting a couple away in the first over, but since then, only overs of 6, 1 and 2. So looks more like a phone number than a power play to me after that first over, Rico.
Yeah, one thing the bowler's got to be careful of here is his follow through. Just watch where he ends up. That's better there. I just thought the last delivery, he ended up running very dangerously close to that protected strip right in front of the umpire. And that's going to happen because what he's trying to do, because his natural angle when he's coming in, he's trying to fire that ball sort of outside the off so it swings in, and that's taking his body into that area. He's got to be careful. That's where he's aiming to get it, and oh, and the second attempt is being taken once more by Sohail, and that's well bowled. He knew what he was trying to do there, the bowler. He gets his wicket.
Well, another, and Tanvir, who's fielding pretty close to him, says, I know exactly how you feel, Amir, because this one pops out, and he had a terrible feeling for a second, but it just came off his forearm, bounced up again in the air, and Amir Sohail takes the catch. So another one goes down. Men in blue fall to 24 for 4. And I tell you what, they need some serious recovery tactics here if they're going to post a competitive score. But what I would say, Rico, is 11 stars. We haven't seen them with bat yet, so whatever they can post, it could be competitive. But 11 stars, they've elected to field, and they've certainly executed their skills well early in this match.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Vinny. I think they made good use of these conditions. It is slightly overcast. I think also it's a wise move if you haven't played in the series before, and maybe a lot of these players haven't played on this surface before. It's good to have a bowl first on the field, but I think in these conditions, that's one thing I would be doing. I don't think there was any surprise there.
Yeah, and it'll be said already that a bit of dew on the pitch. You see a few balls shooting through, so nice start.
Well hit, firmly struck, fielder gets down.
Well fielded there by Tanvir Shah this time. You'll probably see him open the batting for the 11 stars later in the day. Considered, I think, to be their best stroke maker with the bat, so it'd be good to see him in action and see if he can chase down this target from Men in Blue, which at the moment looks to be a modest one. But we'll see what happens. Anything can happen here in the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Sundar Pandya, batsman. Played that very well through the gap, and I think these two have to try and put a little bit. They ain't got too much time, but try and get some partnership together as we reach the halfway stage. 26, 4 wickets down.
2 wickets going down in that over for only 3 runs. So again, after that first over of 14, we've seen overs of 6, 1, 2 and 3. So they're improving 1, 2, 3, but by the slimmest of margins. And it's going to be Hamza Khan again to bowl his second and final over. He was very impressive in his first.
Nicely played.
I did say in my introduction today that the rain was going to stay away, but it's a very light smattering of rain. I didn't have a very good day with my predictions yesterday, did I, in the commentary box? Seems like nothing I said came right. And to say, everyone's told me the rain's going to stay away, and 6 or 7 meteorologists I called all concurred, and already got a light sprinkling here early on Wednesday morning.
Tiki-taka at the moment.
You're between a rock and a hard place, aren't you, with the bat at the moment? And look, Sandra Pandian as well. He can hold a bat. We've seen him batting in the top 3 before. He dropped down the order slightly today, but he is capable. He's out there with Harpreet Singh, and these two have the job to do. Wouldn't want to lose another wicket at this stage either, but still you have to score already into the second half of the innings.
Yeah, vital. This is a vital stage for the men in blue. These two have to. One of these has to go and go big, get some runs behind him. It's a nice looking shot, trying to split the fielders there. And once more, it's only a single.
I think it might have been a no ball called by the umpire. I think it was a front foot no ball, so just letting men in blue off the hook there. The 11 stars. Hamza Khan has bowled admirably, but this is a free hit. This is just the sort of thing that could go for 6 and spark something for the men in blue, and they definitely need it, don't they? Because they're behind the rate required to compose the kind of score which is going to put them in a good position in this match.
So, Harpreet Singh, free hit to play. And he misses out once again, just not getting the foot in the right place, having a hoik.
Yeah, and look, that's 2 free hits we've seen, and they've been missed. And look, I completely get that you're trying to hit as hard as you can, but I still think off a free hit, play a good cricket stroke. You don't have to worry about too much about keeping it on the ground, of course, because you can't be caught out. But it's just a wild swing, and unfortunate for the men in blue, they weren't able to capitalise.
He's giving this class, just gone straight up in the air. It's going to be caught again, is it? Yes, it is. And who else but Sohail takes the catch. Another wicket goes, and well, this is disaster now. Harpreet Singh trying the big one. He's on his way back.
Yes, well, Amir Sohail, he might have fumbled the first one, but this one was straight into the middle of those big hands. Either one of them could have caught it. Had Tanvir coming in from the outfield, and you thought for a second he might take the catch, but Amir Sohail taking advantage and calling early, taking the catch, and the 5th wicket goes down with the score at 30 for men in blue. So
yeah, they're having a mare. I mean, apart from Shubdip Deb, who scored 12, and he was the only man to hit boundaries, 2 boundaries, a 6 and a 4, and that happened in 2 consecutive balls, no other boundary, and that at the moment is looking a very sorry scorecard. 12, then 2, 6, 1, 2, and 3 not out at the moment. Sandra Pandya.
Yeah, it's been a merry-go-round in the dressing room for men in blue.
Oh, that could have been another one. It was smashed hard.
Yeah, that was the captain there, Asif Mahmood, at cover, and he did say it was hit hard here by Krupasamy Sandra Pandya. Hit hard and flat. Great camera work there to track the ball, and he was hoping for the best. Hopefully no damage. He's pretty chilly, and he's wringing his hands there, the captain Mahmood, and that would have really broken the game wide open for the 11 stars. Would have been 30 for 6 if he'd held on to that, but we've seen them come back and take wickets even after putting a chance down. Let's see if Hamza Khan can do just that.
Rinku Sohail on strike.
He almost did, didn't he, that one? Shooting through low.
The end of another over. 31, 5 wickets down.
Well, this is, at this stage, Rico, think about what you need to do to compose a competitive score. I mean, I'd say, particularly because we haven't seen 11 stars bat, and just the conditions, it's a little bit what's the word? Hard to get the ball away. It's a little bit damp, and the ball maybe has a bit of water in it. It's a little bit heavy. The outfield's slow, so if they can get something even 70 or even in the 60s, I'd say. Look, if they get 10 and over here, it would get them to 71. That's something that
Well, this one's been hit here and it's gone all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Right on cue, as Mr. Maximo was saying. Somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to hit big. Well, there you have it. That's one of many they need.
And this is one thing. They've brought in the spinner here, Tanvir Shah, and the change of pace has done the trick for the batsman. They've struggled against the medium paces so far this morning, but the off spinner tossing it up and deciding, look, I'm going to go for it, and that ball is out of here.
Yeah, what's his response going to be? And the Pandya wants to launch into it. He goes for another one, just dropping short of the fielder, and well, dropped quite well. It's going to be a uncomfortable one to try and field, really.
It is. It was right in front of us here, and believe me, this skidded through. This might look very easy on TV, but this one really skidded off the surface, and poor Amiso Hale there wasn't quite sure how high it was going to bounce, and a little bit on it. Couldn't quite get his body behind it. Did everything right, but the ball got the better of him. That's 4 more.
Back-to-back boundaries. We've seen that once before from Shubdip Deb.
Yeah, Sandra Pandya, he's the key for me here. We saw him batting number 3 on Monday, and down at number 6, I think, today. So he is capable, and he's the one that has to get them to that kind of a score they can defend.
It's well played, and that's the idea here now. If Sandra Pandya is seeing it well and playing the shots and finding the middle of the bat, well, you need to give him as many balls as you can of those that remain.
That's right, and it's so important that the non-striker does just that and doesn't chew up too many balls, because there's not many left, are there?
Got lucky there.
It's a good call, though, from Rinku Sehol, though, because Sami Sandra-Pandyan had no idea where that ball was. What was behind him? He's been upset he missed out on it, but Rinku Sehol seeing it, and a good response from Sandra-Pandyan to get through for the single. Everyone's going to matter here for the men in blue.
Well, he's clubbed that one away. And
yes, it's taken there on the square leg. Yes, it looked like he got a fair piece of it, but didn't have enough to clear the fielder. And square leg, you can see here on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions, just near that baseball mound. It was a couple of metres short, and Rinku Sehol, well, he gave it the kitchen sink, but there was a bit of a leak. Wasn't able to get it all the way over the boundary, and another wicket goes down, and men in blue lose their 6th wicket with the score at 44.
Yeah, smartly taken catch there. Judged it very well. And he was sort of camouflaged there. I didn't actually see him there.
I was wondering
and then all of a sudden,
I
see him pop up.
Thought you might have passed out for a second there, Rico. I had no idea where it was, but it was right in front of me. I saw Tavish Kakus out there, deep square leg. He'll probably open the batting for the 11 Stars in the 2nd innings of this match. Nice catch down there on the boundary. The batters did cross, so this is Sandra Pandyan who is on strike.
So Zubair back on to bowl. He's second over, opened the bowling for the Stars.
He was the only one that really got too much tap. He went for 14 in the first over.
.44 for 6, the score. And that's been hit well. That's gone all the way. Balle, balle, balle. 6 más.
Yes, that'll bring up the 50 for men in blue, and it's just what the doctor ordered. This was short and outside leg stump. Sandra Pandyan pouncing all over it. Had a big gap over the guy in the circle in the kind of 45 fine leg position. Not great bowling there, too short. Forced him to hit down the ground here, because Group Sami Sandra Pandyan have all the pressure on him. Batting with the tail now.
Better delivery, keeping it outside his off stump, not giving him room to play that shot. And now be bowling at the new batsman, Abhishek Boraka.
Yes, Boraka probably more of a bowler than a batsman, but we'll see if he can hold it today.
Yeah, just need somebody there to support Sandra Pandya now at the moment. He's hitting it well, and he's key to them getting to, well, I respect, like we said, 70, 80. If they can get to that, it's a big ask. They've got to do some work, but it's possible.
Wasn't able to do too much with that, but Zubair, critical deliveries here, closing out the 8th over.
You can see he's probably just trying to get a little bit of bat onto it and give the strike back, but he's got to use his feet a little bit more here.
I think he has to go for this one. This last ball, the 8th over. Single's no good. That's what he does, but I think he will just get this single, so America likely to retain the strike.
Yeah, that wasn't the smartest of cricket. I mean, I know they need the runs. He could prove us wrong here and hit the next few balls for boundaries, but you've got to have the key man on strike here now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You kind of do want to take every run and off it, but strategically there, he did try to hit the boundary, did the right thing, but couldn't beat the infielder, and might have been a time where the established batsman there, Krupasamy Soundarapanian, might have said, no, we're going to take that one because I'd like to be on strike. And it's going to be Tanveer to bowl his second over. Tanveer Shah. See with Borak, he's just got a feeling outside that off stump. It doesn't look like he's really going for the big shot. He is trying to just get a single to get Soundarapanian on strike, but wasting some crucial deliveries at the back end of this innings for the men in blue.
Going for it, he's got to hit him. And I think Abhishek Baraka is just going to continue going. He doesn't have to stop. He doesn't have to look up. He made that easy for the umpire.
Yeah, unselfish cricket though. He had to get the striker back. And I tell you what, Tanveer, I think I might have gone for the keeper's end. But he thought, no, got some easy points here. I can't miss from this far. I'll take all of them. Direct hit, middle stump. But Soundarapanian was in some serious trouble. And if you got Soundarapanian at this stage, you do think you could keep men in blue potentially under 60. But it would have been worth a gamble. If you had half a chance of getting Soundarapanian, I think it was probably worth more than 100% of sending Borika back, because they're just going to send out another kind of nudger to try and get the established batsman Krupasamy Soundarapanian back on strike. Tanveer Shah comes in again.
Hard. Just get the one.
So for sacrificing the wicket getting back on strike, he was only able to get one in the end. So Soundarapanian's hit some good shots, but I wouldn't say that he is in his best form at the moment. He is a key to men in blue drag themselves up to something like 70, which I said may be competitive.
Probably outside the line. They do take the leg by.
Yes, he took a long time to get going there. I think he was a bit worried about the LBW appeal, but he looked to get outside the line and successfully scrambled through for a single.
A little bit too wide there. Tanveer thought he got away with it for a minute. He's launched this one. It should be another catch. And, well, it goes down. That's two. That's been put down there.
Oh, poor Zubair. There you want again. He made good ground to it, actually, did Zubair. He made probably 10, 15 metres. It had to be his catch. It didn't look like it was going to carry all the way to Sahel in the outfield. And you could hear him there exerting and trying his hardest to get this. Spent all his energy getting there. He just had to kind of throw his hands at it. And unfortunately, it didn't stick. So another one goes down. But so far, haven't been kind of too costly for the 11 Stars. But Randhawa gets away with one.
Backed up, single taken.
That will be the end of the 9th over. It's 58 for 7. So with 1 over remaining, this is when we talked about what kind of score might be competitive, and they are kind of within striking distance of that 70 score. And I do think 70 will play a little bit bigger here first thing in the morning against a team on debut in the Fancode European Cricket Series. But it requires a couple of boundaries, I think. It's not going to be easy here against Umar Riaz, who bowled a very good second over. He went only for 6. Let's see what he can do to Soundarapanian.
It's short, and if it's short, he's going to try and latch on to it, but he finds that man again. I saw him this time. No hiding from me. 2 times on a trot. Well taken. And, well, the big man goes.
Yes, they lose the 8th wicket, and that's a crucial blow. Even in the last over, he still could have done some damage. He could have hit a couple of Maximos and got them into the 70s, but you can't see them making 2 more than the low 60s now. Men in blue with 5 deliveries remaining this innings after 9.1 overs. They are 58 for 8.
It's well struck. They'll take the single.
was a nice shot. He moseyed down the wicket and made good contact, but all the way along the carpet. It's not easy for these guys coming down the order. They've got to go for it from ball 1. Only 4 balls left. And again, every run could be crucial here for the men in blue.
Atul Kesar on strike. Does well. He's looking to come back. Yes, he does. Oh, and a little bit of comedy there for you first thing in the morning, but he manages to get back, and then all is well in the end.
Look, he didn't he didn't cost him in the end, actually, 11 stars, because the way he was just running to save himself. He wasn't running to score a run, so there were no runs conceded. It might have been possibly 1 short there. I'm not sure if he touched his back correctly, so maybe it was good he got back.
And he's gone. LBW. The finger goes up from the umpire.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision. It kept low. The batsman hit across the line, and this to me looked to hit him in line with the stumps, and it definitely wasn't going to miss. See here on the replay. Oh, well, maybe it hit closer to middle and legs than I thought, but again, seems quite likely to me that it would have hit the stumps. It wasn't as obvious as I thought at normal speed, but
yeah, it's difficult because with the batsman moving a fair bit as well, but if you keep your eye on the ball, well, the umpire, don't forget, the angle we're looking at it is not wicket to wicket.
He may have been out of his crease anyway, so he would have been run out at any rate. So it's going to be a wicket there. It's the 9th wicket. Now, men in blue in danger of not even batting out their 10 overs, as they've lost their 9th wicket with the score at 60. There are 2 balls remaining.
Great bowling from Rays as well. Takes his 3rd wicket. 3 for 8 at the moment. It's fantastic stuff.
This is Nikhil Chowdhury, who is coming in. We've seen him with the ball. Quite a skiddy little customer with his medium paces. I'm sure he'll feature in the second half of this match at the bowling crease. But right now, he's got 2 balls to try and score a couple more runs for the men in blue.
Oh, and that's not, well, he's bowled very, very well. It's always disappointing for me, being a bowler myself, when you see a bowler who's bowling well, when the new batsman's come in, you know that first ball's got to be right up there in the block, and when you bowl a wide or an extra, you know you've let yourself down as a bowler. Then he comes in again. Again, not getting right up there, scrambling in for a second. The wicketkeeper didn't really know what to do. What do I do? Do I throw this way, that way?
He had too many options.
Too many
That's
options.
the thing, he had too many options, couldn't choose on. He's like, well, I could go here, and then I thought, well, actually, I might go there, and then everyone...
Here, there, or anywhere.
He had 2 stumps to aim at. He had 8 different people pointing 8 different ways about what he should be doing with it. In the end, not too much damage, just the leg bite. I won't worry about that too much. It's the last ball, the inning score is 62. Plus whatever they can get off this last ball.
Got to go 2, and they're going to have to come back. It's going to be a scramble. If the throw is good, he's going to be gone. Yep, he's on his way, so they'll get a single. You can't fault them for that. You get to try and get the 2. Kesar there, sacrificing himself. So very well bowled from Rays, taking 3. Remember, we had 3 men taking 3 wickets yesterday. Mohammad Jaffrey took 3 for 11. Prince Diman, well, he batted really well. Didn't really get 3 wickets. And Mar Al-Haq was the main man.
And look at that in the background there.
You're giggling while I'm trying to talk.
As Atul Kesar, we've seen some funny dives in this, and he's good on him. He's gone for the big dive there, back to the striker's head, but he's lost his bat. He's lost everything. He's just lost composure. The bat went flying. That's an excellent replay you can see there. But that's the kind of commitment we like, an unselfish play from Atul Kesar. So the men in blue, in the end, they're bowled out off the final ball of the innings for 63. Rico, take us through some of the highlights of the first innings here on day 3 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, well, all of the highlights mainly belong to the XO Stars, and one man who will be seen a lot in those highlights with that man, number 20, Sohail. He's certainly showing people how you catch the ball on a cold and really blistery day. And he was key. We say that catches are important. Well, there you go. And that's what he was good at today. That was one of the 3 that he took today, and that was the first one. Ball was hit hard and firm, and yes, he was all smiles, and so he should be. This was a great take, and this was the bowler who the catch was taken off. Riaz taking one himself. Hey, none of that. This is cricket.
Trying to keep the social distancing as much as possible. Sometimes it gets a little bit difficult. You see, the wickets kept falling at regular intervals for the men in blue. They couldn't get anything going. Sandra Pandian through the middle of the innings looks to be threatening unfortunately, people were falling all around him, left, right, and centre. That was a moment Amir Sahel will be thankful for. And unfortunately, that sent Ram Kranthi back to the pavilion. Was some good. Next one, no doubt about it, though. You see there, good communication between the fielders. And we saw a couple of run-outs and 11 stars. They did miss a couple, but there were so many chances in that innings. The umpire, Salim, doing a really good job again here with Tanvir, the other umpire on day 3, and that would have been out anyway. Run out, you see that's given LBW. And then this is Kesa here, watch him go. Down he goes! Timber!
That bat's got a mind of its own. Now I know why you were giggling and putting me off. Anyway.
That 64 was just not meant to be. They are still stuck on 63, but the 64 will be the target for the 11 stars, and I'm sure they'll come out with their openers, Tanvir Shah and Tabish Kakus, to chase that target. And sometimes low targets, Rico, they can be a little bit interesting as far as a game point of view, because sometimes the batsmen, they bat a little bit conservatively early in the innings, and that run rate can creep up. Before you know it, it can be 8, 9, 10. So I don't think this game is over. It's probably the lowest score we've seen so far this week in Barcelona, but it's going to be a very interesting chase as we see 11 stars bat for the first time.
Yeah, very much indeed. And now that you're not giggling and putting me off, I'll go back to what I was talking about. Umar Reyes taking 3 wickets there for 11. Yesterday we had Mohammad Jaffrey taking 3 for 11. We also had Raja Sikandar 3 for 14. But the star of the show yesterday with the ball, of course, was Anwar Al-Haq. Not only did he take 3 for 15, but that also included a hat-trick.
It was memorable, wasn't it? There, hitting the stumps with the 3rd wicket after 2 catches. So we'll see you shortly for the second innings of this game in approximately 10 minutes. It'll be the 11 stars trying to chase 64 for victory in match 11 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly in Barcelona.
Bienvenidos, welcome back. Shahidul Ahmed and Tanvir Iqbal, the men in black, are out there. And the XL Stars are getting ready to, hopefully for them and their supporters, chase and get to the target of 64. And that was mainly thanks to the batting of Santa Pandia for the men in blue. Everyone else really didn't perform at all. So they've got it all to do. And what they need is wickets, wickets, wickets. Chuck their foot, their style. And well, Abhishek Boraka is getting ready to start. He's going to be opening. And it's Tanvir Shah. He's going to be facing the first ball. A little bit of light flurry of rain here first thing in the morning. Hopefully it's not going to hang around and it's going to move away, and some of that sunshine, that Spanish sunshine we've been promised, is going to find its way here to bless this beautiful surrounding. Montjoie on top of the hill, looking down at the harbour. Lovely setting, surrounded by Olympic memorabilia and the Olympic Stadium. In comes Abhishek Boraka to bowl the first ball. Oh, it's an absolute beauty! I said they needed a little bit of chuck of their fatte. Well, that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra fireball.
Ah, and what a start there for Boraka as I've made my way back into the commentary box. And an explosion of wickets as Boraka, they needed something to spark them off, and he's come up with it first ball. So, 11 stars. They had a memorable start of the game with the field. And look at Boraka, he's thrilled about that. And there's nowhere near this, was he? So over he goes. And the big hope, Tanvir Shah, big raps on him, and he's gone first ball. Again, I think he was the captain of my Dream 11 team as well, and that's just really the run on at the moment. But they are losing their first wicket without a run on the board.
That was an absolute beauty. And you know what? It doesn't matter who you are as a bat. If you're getting that one first up, well, you're going to do well to keep it out. That was a lovely ball.
Absolutely, Rico, and Boraka's got his tail up now, and men in blue. Could they defend this score of 63? Just the right conditions to do it as well. Light rain falling.
Oh, he's fired up. He's definitely fired up, and he needs to be. They need wickets.
Oh, Boraka there. Extra yard on that one as well, sneaking through past the bat of the new batsman.
That's it, Mahmood. Welcome to the party. He's got to defend that castle of his.
So important for 11 stars not to lose another one here early in the second innings.
Oh, he's fishing a little bit at that.
And another one beating the bat, and Boraka, we heard them in their huddle just before they came out to field the men in blue, and they said it was imperative they had a good start, and they were talking about the first 3 overs. They have good first 3 overs, wicket to wicket. Their captain Sanjeev Tiwari was saying instructions, and so far Boraka has delivered the goods. First one right in the money, and got their tails up early in the second innings.
Oh, wow. Be disappointed to give the runs away. They're going to be buys.
And I think Tiwari just got enough on that to slow it down a little bit, so it'll only be 1 bye. And Boraka doing the damage with the new ball for the men in blue. We said their strength is their bowling, and Boraka certainly showing that in this very impressive first over. It's going to be Tabish Kakus, who's watched it all happen from the other end so far, to face his first ball.
Oh, he's just lost his line a little bit there, going down the leg side. Just giving his hand to Rob, yeah. I believe you, Abhishek. It's a bit nippy out there. Warm those fingers up.
Yes, interesting conditions for cricket, that's for sure, but it's so cool. Well, literally cool, but so cool to be playing in these conditions. It's February in Barcelona. Hopefully this rain stays away, of course. Obviously the rain gods heard me say that there was going to be no rain today in my introduction to today's play, but just a light sprinkling at the moment. And Boraka steams in again.
He's hit that well. It wasn't a bad ball, you know. and very well stopped there.
Oh, how was the athleticism there of Rinku Sehol at square leg? It wasn't easy. He had to go a full-length dive, and this is the kind of commitment when you're defending only 63 runs. You see him, and the full somersault as well. We're in the Olympic Stadium. That would have been something you might see at a gymnastics Olympic Stadium, but he saved 3 runs there, and 3 crucial runs. Everything's going to be important here for the men in blue if they're going to defend this low total.
Then he finished with a wicket as well. When he comes, just defended.
What a good over, and after 1 over, the Stars are 3 for 1. Abhishek Borika has bowled an incredible first over. Now, Rico, this is where I think he's bowled so well. I think you've got to bowl him also in the 3rd over.
Yeah.
Because I think in this circumstance, he's got his tail up and game conditions can change later. So I wouldn't be holding anything back. The men in blue have to throw everything at the 11 Stars here early in the 2nd innings of this match.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. They need wickets, they need things to happen, and if you need those things to happen, the big men, the main bowlers have to be on, they have to do it.
It's going to be Krupasamy, Sandra Pandian to take up the attack in the 2nd over.
Well, that didn't miss by much. An interesting shot selected there.
Yeah, and we said it, didn't we, that these 11 Stars, we haven't seen them with the bat so far. It's their first innings with the bat in the Fancode European Cricket Series, and already they've seen their superstar batsman Tavia Shah get bowled first ball, so these guys are going to be really nervous coming out here. This 63 is playing a lot bigger than it looks.
End up being a wide, but how many? Well, there you have it. There's the answer. That's 5 runs.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and Tiwari not able to do much about it. Bounce just in front of him and going all the way to the rope. You see here it was just a bit of seam movement and getting under him, and perhaps just a little bit too far back there, Sanjeev Tiwari, and that's exactly what men in blue did not want at this stage, because 5 free runs without a ball going down, that's, well, it's almost 10% of the score that they need, really, isn't it? So let's see if Sandra Pani can come back with something a little bit better.
I think he's relying a lot, isn't he? Of course, on his eye. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any real foot movement or authentic shots being played. He's just all eye at the moment. So maybe firing a slower ball or something different to him. Half-hearted appeals around the ground. I think the bowler knew where that one was going.
That was more like 3/4-hearted. I wouldn't have expected half-hearted for this, but there's a few extra little shouts there, and Sandra Poundin, he knew that was nowhere near it. But that's the excitement of these men in blue. They love being out here. They're a great bunch of guys as well. I like their enthusiasm of the game, and it's great. We've got so many excited and enthusiastic cricketers here in Spain for this Fancode European Cricket Series.
It's a slow ball. Well watched and picked by the batsman. We'll take the single.
What I will say, Rico, is we've already seen, perhaps with the exception of a couple of balls missed by the keeper Tiwari, that the men in blue, they know how important the fielding is. We saw Rinko Sehol there at square leg, diving away to his left, and that's what they need to do. If they get chances, they need to hold on. It's so crucial here if they're going to defend this total of only 63.
Right in front of us here.
Karkus. I tell you what, Karkus, he is not mucking around.
No.
He has taken out the long handle and he said, this is my moment. If he connects with one of these, I tell you what, it might end up in Portugal the way that he's going. But Karkus, he needs to know the game situation here.
That's cleverly bowled. That's well fielded there. It can always be difficult when the ball is coming off the grass onto the clay. Did well. And
Sehol again, another good stop. Big fan of that. And you look at the way he's fielding. He's getting his body down behind the ball. So often we've seen so far this week some of the fielders throwing a foot at it or something like that. But Sehol, he's carrying himself with a fair degree of commitment in the field. It's exactly what they need. And after 2 overs, it's 11 for 1.
Yeah, and as we predicted and called, Abhishek is going to bowl himself out, and if he can pick up a couple of wickets here, he's already seen, I mean, while he was standing on the boundary watching that second over, these batsmen are having a swing, they're having a go. If he can get that ball in on the money, if he can get a Yorker in here or middle peg, I reckon he's going to get another. foot. A bit of something on that.
A little bit of pad, I think. And we'll just keep an eye on that run rate down the bottom. Before this over started with 6.62 runs per over. So that's kind of like chasing 66, which seems pretty easy. But watch, if they can keep it tight, another tight over from Borica, that will start to climb to 7, 8, 9. And this game will be absolutely on.
Asking, he's got his wicket. LBW, the umpire took his time, thought about it, and in the end saying, sorry, you gotta go. Let's see this one again.
Yeah, I thought that was a good decision from umpire Salim at normal speed. Let's have a look at the replay thanks to Spring Productions. And this is definitely hitting the stumps. It's kept a bit low, and we saw Karkus a bit indisciplined there, hitting across the line, and that was missing off, missing leg, and hitting middle. Umpire Salim, another great decision from the umpiring team here. And they lose their second wicket. And I tell you what, Rico, 63. I'm not sure what the lowest score we've seen defended is here in the Fancode European Cricket Series, but 63 might actually be it. And it could happen this morning as 11 Stars do have the staggers early in this chase.
Absolute fantastic bowling. That's what we're talking about, wicket to wicket. And you just had that feeling, didn't you, that he was going to swing and miss, and that's exactly what happened there. You know what, the score now, 11 for 2, but only 4 of those runs have come off the bat. So that goes to show just how much trouble the Stars are in here at the moment. Well, they call the 11 Stars, well, they need somebody to become a star here if they're going to get themselves out and into a winning position in this match.
Well, we've seen a couple of shooting stars so far, haven't we, for the 11 Stars, but they'll be very nervous here. First time on global television with the bat.
The ball played by the left-hander, Amir Hamza.
Yeah, Amir Hamza coming out to bat at number 4. And we talked a bit yesterday in the YouTube chat. I often would talk about my POGI, my POGI, my point of getting interesting. That for me is 8 in this game. If that run rate goes above 8, I think it's just starting to get interesting. Not that it's interesting, not interesting now because I'm still interested, but I think the game is more or less an even contest once that rate creeps up above 8. At the moment, it's just about 7 and over they need.
Nicely played. He's got to be quick on his feet, backing up, and he was.
Yeah, so Borica doing the job, and they said, didn't they, Sanjeev Tiwari, the captain, saying to his troops before they went out there, first three overs, so important, and have done the job so far in this power play. I mean, the 11 Stars, if they'd gotten away to something like 30 in the power play, you'd have to say this game is over, but the game's very much alive here between the Stars and the men in blue. The first of 5 T10 matches you'll see today on the European Cricket Network. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain.
That's hit hard and flat straight back. Will be cut off here. Abhishek got away with that one. I was thinking he was going for the Yorker again. Ended up being a full toss.
Nice bit of work there from Shankar Kalagatla as he came across from the long off position. And this outfield, there's a few bumps in it, to be honest. A little bit spongy, of course, at this time of year. So slippery conditions for the fielders. So no easy balls down there on the boundary. Last ball for Borica.
And that's been put away once again. He's got away with it. Lucky the bowler. It wasn't a good delivery. Full toss again. And batsman hitting it straight to the fielder.
So another great over from Abhishek Borica. And he finishes up with only 5 runs conceded off his 2 overs. And after 3 overs, it's 14 for 2.
Yeah, excellent bowling. You couldn't have asked for more from him, really. Now, we know, and those of you that have watched the previous European Cricket Series here last year, 2020, October and November, will know that the men in blue, one thing they do very, very well is in the field and bowling, they always put pressure on, no matter what the situation is. These runs are not going to be easy to come by, as we see new bowler coming on to bowl here.
It looks like Nikhil Chowdhury mentioned him before. Skiddy customer, I think it'll be difficult to contend with on this wicket.
Yeah, shouts of catch it, unfortunately. not carrying to the fielder.
Well, that's when the power play counts against you, doesn't it, Rico? Because if that was in the first 3 overs, definitely the mid-off would have been in the circle, would have been an easy catch. But now that the 3 over mark has been passed, the men in blue are allowed 5 outfielders. Of course, in the power play, they're only allowed 2 outfielders. So Nikhil Chowdhury can come over the wicket to the right-handed batsman.
A little bit too short again, perhaps. Batsman quite content at the moment to take the single. I personally would be pushing hard for the first to try and put a little bit of pressure on the fielder. And well, if you see the hint of a misfield, get back for the 2. These runs aren't going to be easy to come by. They've got to try and get every run they can. Oh, that's hit very, very well. That's out of the ground. That's out of here. Ginna Buddha Shaka. I'm liking this one.
Well, this was absolutely creamed by the batsman there, Hamza. And Chowdhury a little bit too short, I think, on that occasion. He's more effective. He's a little bit fuller and just kind of skids through, but that was right into the left-hander's wheelhouse. And that one was a homer.
Needs a good reply back here. He comes short again and smashed again. Didn't quite time this one.
That one stopping and batsman thinking of 2 there as Harpreet came around from his sweeping position, but they'll settle for a single, and Hamza there definitely not showing no signs of nerves in the situation. The ball before that sent him all the way over the baseball fence. 6 crucial runs and keeping that rate under control. I mentioned if it gets above 8, I'm going to sit up and take notice here. It's about a 50-50 contest, but as long as it stays below that, I think the 11 stars are in the box seat.
Just losing his footing there, the bowler, as he's coming through.
Yeah, the pitch is slightly elevated, isn't it, here? There are plans for a permanent pitch a bit later in this year, so hopefully before too long we'll be playing on that permanent pitch here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, Spain. But for now, again, it's a little bit slippery, so bowlers have to be careful and get a good footing. There's a light rain falling for a little bit of this match as well. So looks good though. I see the sun poking through the cloud snow in the distance, Rico, and it's a beautiful place to play cricket, isn't it?
No, it's absolutely glorious, glorious setting. Nikhil Chowdhury. Slower ball, but ends up being a full toss. No mistake this time. There's a chase on for the fielder. And it's gone all the way. Fielder ne very cautious. Kitty Sigi, but Chokka ho gaya 4 more.
Yes, and Chowdhury just struggled with his length, hasn't he, this over? This one was too full. We saw on Monday he had a lot better control over where he was landing the ball, and perhaps just a bit of a slippery ball as well. Not sure of his footing, and that one was a gift for the batsman. And he cashed in to the tune of 4 runs, and this is just what the 11 stars needed as they started their chase in disastrous fashion, but they're coming right back into the game now.
My ball goes past the keeper. Good work there done. Almost by a backstop. That'll be 2 wides.
Yeah, 2 wides and 2 freebies, and this is the over really where the men in blue have let the stars off the hook. We had overs of 3, 8 and 3, and already there have been 15 runs off this over with a ball to go, so Chad will be disappointed with himself. But of course we've seen how the game can change in an instant, haven't we? As long as that run stays around the run and ball mark, or I think I've just crept under that at the moment, but around there still going to be interesting.
Yeah, he can't put this in short. He's got to get it right up there to the lefty. It's better, but he's thumped that away. There's a man right under it, and that's the wicket they needed. That's a big one. It wasn't the best of deliveries, but it was exactly what I said it shouldn't be. It wasn't short, it was full, probably too full, but he's found the man. Another one bites the dust.
Well, Rico, we talked about how the momentum can shift in an instant. That's exactly what happened. It was Harpreet Singh out there at deep mid-wicket. It was a full toss, and Amir Hamza, he thought he couldn't believe his luck there. He thought, this is another one that I'm going to send downtown, but unfortunately he didn't quite make the contact that it required, and it brought Harpreet into the game. Again, men in blue, they need to take every opportunity if they are going to be competitive in this game. That's exactly what they did there. and a huge wicket. Chowdhury, look, it was an over that conceded 15, but they picked up the big wicket of the dangerous Amir Hamza. And what will the next chapter of this game hold? Rico, first game here in Barcelona this morning. Already we've had plenty of action.
Yeah, loads of action. And, well, we've got the flying batsman now coming on to bowl. Well, a flying bat and batsman, wasn't it? The end of the innings there for the Men in Blue. It's going to have a bowl. This will be interesting. So it's Kesar, Atul Kesar.
Yeah, Kesar has been very good with the ball. He's good on Monday. You know, a lot of people have picked Kesar in their Dream 11 team. Just a crafty little spin bowler. Won't give the batsman too much pace to work with.
And Amir Sohail is the new batsman.
Sensible batting there. Only thing that can really hurt you at the moment as a batting team, apart from wickets of course, but dot balls mean that the rate can creep up. But as long as you're scoring off delivery, you're going to keep that rate under control. Obviously, you know, a singular ball will win it, and you plan to get a couple of 4s and 6s in there as well. So all they don't want is a run of dot balls, and it can be overly cautious here. They have lost 3 wickets, but it's only 3 wickets as well. So these batsmen in the middle order, I think this is the time they should be pushing around, keeping it ticking, especially a ball like Kesar where singles.
Oh, he's gone. Well, there's nothing pushing it along about that. Try to hit it big. The ball was pitched right up. I think he did probably get a bit of bat onto it.
Yeah, it could be off the pad or maybe an inside edge onto the pad. You see this on the replay, yeah, just off the back pad. And Tiff Mahmood, well, the captain has to go. And Kesar, we talked about him being a very popular player in fantasy cricket. Well, he's delivered the goods again there. We saw him with the bat earlier, and he was flying all over the place. But this time, his hair was flying all over the place because he's bowled the opposition captain, Asif Mahmood. And would you believe it, already the Stars 31 for 4 here in the 5th over.
This is just amazing stuff, and this is some fight back. You'd expect nothing less from this team. They never give up.
Light rain falling again here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with you with Rico Full on the European Cricket Network. We hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're watching around the world. It's great to have your company. And why don't you jump into the YouTube chat and say hello. If you've got any questions or comments, we'd love to respond to you throughout the day. Plenty more cricket action today. Group A on the park here in Barcelona, Spain.
Isan Ullah is the new batsman. Left-handed, and that nearly sneaked through.
Yeah, Kesar doing a great job for the Men in Blue, and wouldn't this be a memorable victory if they could pull it off?
It's well bowled, making the batsman play, bowling wicket to wicket. That's what it's all about. Keeps the pressure on. 2 dot balls.
Yeah, I've just got my spider senses telling me this could be a close one, Rico.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I think Men in Blue are just going to keep picking away, and I think they will get more wickets. And I think the Stars, for me, it's going to be decided in 1 over. If they can, I mean, they frame the bat at everything. In 1 over, they pick up, I don't know, 16 runs or something. Well, that'll be the end of it. But they've got to get that over first. If not, you know what? I think the Men in Blue, for me, they're in the driving seat. I know, you know, you're watching this and thinking, what are you talking about? They're almost there. They only need, you know, 32 more runs, but they're in the driving seat. I think they've got the Stars under pressure. They're bowling well.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Rico. It's an inexperienced batting lineup, untested this level, runs on the board, not easy batting conditions, bit of rainfall and the ball skidding through, and they've seen some of their superstar top order players fall already, so they're kind of mentally in a bit of a tough place where they want to attack and they want to be positive, but also they're thinking about not getting out. And with that run of ball slightly over required at the moment, 32 runs in 30 balls, that could easily get on top of them before you know it. So really fascinating contest here in the first match of Wednesday, match 11 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Kalagatla. There's a lot of bat on that. That was a bottom edge. And Kalagatla, a batsman himself, he wasn't even going to appeal. You see him smiling there, saying, even I'm not going to appeal for this one. Looked like big bottom edge. No, it was just down the next side. It wasn't going to hit the stumps.
There we go. It's as easy as that. Bowl it straight, and it's timber. Another one bites the dust. Clever bowling.
Calagatla, what a cool customer he is. There's a bit of an appeal from some of his teammates, but he just went back with the right smile and said, don't you worry, boys. I've got this covered. And Shanky, yeah, Shanky's getting funky here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, coming up with the big wicket. And he couldn't really fire with the bat today, but he picks up an important wicket, and the Stars, they fall to 32 for 5 here in the 6th over.
Well, it's all happening out there, and well, it's certainly a wicket feast this morning. I mean, yesterday we saw a lot of runs being scored. In fact, almost 1,000 runs scored in the 5 games that we had yesterday. A number of wickets as well, but this morning, unlike yesterday where it was all about the runs, today it's all about the wickets.
Certainly is so far. Sometimes these low-scoring contests are just as interesting, aren't they, these contests? So, Calagatla in again.
It's well bowled. Just where you have to be. That's what I'm talking about when I say that when you've got a new batsman coming in, you don't want to give him no freebies. You don't want to take the pressure off him or the team. You want to keep it on, and that's the type of ball you want to be bowling. Yeah,
it was right on the money, wasn't it? New batsman Rohid Islam negotiating it, but again, a dot ball puts that rate up a little bit higher. Pushing 7 and over now, required.
For the shorter one, batsman able to just carve that away. And on the off, they'll take the single, they'll take anything they can get at the moment. Just the one bad over so far, wasn't it? There where a lot of the runs came from, a few extras, a few big hits, but other than that, it's been tidy.
Yeah, you take that one over out of it, Rico, and you wonder where the 11 Stars would be at, really. They'd probably still be in the teens. So, Shanky Calagatla, he is delivering the goods here for Men in Blue.
Hit in the air, shadow catch, and oh, it's gone down. How important could that be? Certainly wasn't easy there. Shank had a lot of ground to make, went a long way up, and in the end just couldn't get his body in a good position.
Yeah, it's Karup Sami Sandrapandian there, and you can see here he made good ground in. It was hit with the wind, and that just drifted it towards him. He made about 20 yards in to the circle, but he wasn't able to hang on. Not easy catching conditions here. Pretty chilly. Let's see if that costs the Men in Blue.
Well bowled again.
And that'll be the end of the over. The Stars 35 for 5, so only 3 runs off that over and picking up a wicket. Calagatla very dangerous, and he still has one up his sleeve. So that equation, 30 runs in 25 balls. I talked about yesterday about the Grady 80s. When the scores were in the 80s, I thought there was going to be a close finish. But today we've got the swinging 60s, don't we? And we're excited to be here, bringing you all the action here. Rico Full along with me, Mr. Maximo Vinisandu for the European Cricket Network. And if you're in YouTube chat, say hello. And some of our regulars in there, it's nice to see you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Of course, you might be watching on Fancode in India, or you'd be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, wherever you are watching around the world. And Kesar is going to come on for his 2nd over.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big over, this one. These next 6 balls are going to be very, very key and vital to the context of this match. Single, taking the first ball.
Yeah, so 28 runs required off 23 balls now. It's going to be a very tight finish, I think.
Looking to attack.
Yeah, it's interesting with Kesar. You don't know whether to stay back or to take it down to him, because he slides them through, and he does tend to block, kind of get it in the block hole. So I think the batsman there, Hamid Zahal, trying to get down, perhaps get on the full, but it was shorter and cleverly adjusted there by the bowler.
Only slow going. He's gone. He's been run out. Well, for one moment there, I thought he was having a shot at the wrong end.
Yeah, Sanjeev Tiwari, we saw him miss a couple earlier. He's trying to inside edge onto the pad. He gets down, he's lying on the ground, and he hits it. And you can see the batsman there, Rohid Islam. You wonder if he could have put in a dive to make it a little bit closer. You'll see this, he's having a little nap there. He's having a siesta here in Barcelona, and Sanjeev Tiwari hitting the stumps and a crucial wicket. They're making every poster winner here, the men in blue. Are they on the way to a memorable victory here in match 11 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series?
Well, that was good cricket from the men in blue, not so good from the Stars. And even the running there, you saw, well, Islam is running, his bat is in the air. It's no effort to get the bat down or slide in. Well, they're just throwing their wickets away here. They're under pressure.
Yes, 36 for 6. And what a memorable match for the 11 Stars in their first ever appearance at the Fan Code European Cricket Series. As Kesar comes in again.
Bold.
Haven't we seen a few direct hits as well this week, Rico, already? And some of the stand of the fielding has been very good. Look, it's very easy if you see back there watching on TV. You see a few catches go down. But I'm telling you, these conditions, this ball is as hard as a rock. And in 11 degrees damp conditions, it's not easy to hold on. But these players are doing their best under the circumstances. And see the single this ball, only one out to the boundary.
Yeah, everybody screaming at the fielder there to say, don't hold on to it, get it back in. Get the ball back in, and quite rightly too.
So last ball, the over scores at 38.
Single.
So that will be the end of the over. A score at 39 for 5. That means we need 25 off the last 18 balls if it is going to be an 11 Stars victory. Let's have a look ahead to match 12, and it's going to be men in blue in action again, this time against Gracia, who we haven't seen on the field yet as their game was washed out in match 5. And you can see similar kind of lineup there for men in blue. Shankar Kalagatla should be Deb, and of course we see Atul Kesar doing a great job. For Gracia, well, Kuldeep Lal, I think he'll be the key for them, and Trilochan Singh with the ball. So make sure you can catch those graphics at European Cricket on social media, and we'll show it to you again at the end of this match. But back to the live action now, and it's Shanky Kalagatla, I just mentioned, with the ball in hand, trying to seal this game for men in blue.
So bowled right on the money again from Kalagatla, making them work very hard for all their runs. There was a point in this match when the Stars could have won this game easily by just taking singles, but now they need to do just a little bit more. That run rate has been creeping up gradually as the wickets have been falling. Just around the 8 mark now. So a couple of boundaries are required.
Yeah, but look, you've got to keep yourself in the game as well. You don't want too many dot balls, otherwise that can get out of hand. So it needs to be scoring at least 1 minimum every ball.
Oh, that's super bowling. Really is good bowling.
He's not giving him much to work with, is he? Shanky Kalagatla. And we've seen this a couple of times. Of course, he started with a half century with the bat on the first day, and he's doing it with the ball. When he's missed out with the bat, that's what your good players do if they are all-rounders. They contribute in one area or another. So Kalagatla, his bowling has been crucial in the second innings of this match.
Well, that probably missed by a whisker.
Yes, and so that would have been a game breaker as well. We've seen plenty of wickets falling, and this T10 action, all sorts of different ways to get a good game. That was just a coat of paint in that one, just slipping past the leg stump.
Oh, así, este hombre es un máquina. Brilliant bowling.
And look, with so many wickets lost as well, these two batsmen, Amir Sahal's been there a while, but hasn't been able to do too much. Umar Riaz as well, not a recognised batsman, so Shankar Kalagatla taking advantage, and batsmen just seem a little bit submissive at the moment. Pushing at the ball.
Back of the hand. It's in the gap. They've got to surely push for 2, but no, just not running the first one quick enough.
And you see they would have easily made 2 then. Look, I know it's a bit of a risk, but the fielder had to make a lot of ground, and running the first one hard is so important. And sometimes if you make up your mind, and we see it on golden balls, don't we? When you need 2,
yeah.
There's quite a few 2s there. But on that occasion, just the 1, and so it keeps the equation at 22 off 13 balls. So now being over 10 and over, you can see it's creeping out that required run rate.
This is a key ball because I think Sohail is going to go after this one. He does indeed. It goes up in the air. Abhishek Boraka is under it and takes a fantastic catch. That's exactly what they needed. I had a feeling he was going to go for it. I called it. And, well, there you have it, another wicket. That is going to be absolutely vital in this match.
And how's the composure of Boraka there on the long-on boundary? He had to come across a few yards, also had to contend with the rope. He probably had a metre or so to work with, perhaps a couple, but Abhishek Boraka taking it expertly with the fingers pointing down, and he contributed with an excellent 2 overs in the power play. And Boraka now, when the pressure was on, he's delivered. He's the money man for me, Abhishek Boraka. And has he taken the catch, which has set Men in Blue on the way to a memorable victory, defeating only 63 in match 11 of this Fancode European Cricket Series.
Wow, sensational stuff. I mean, you know, we've always said that they never give up. And, well, if you ever need to see an example of that, if you ever think the chips are down, well, this game shows you, no, it's not. There's always hope.
Well, you know, let's not count the 11 stars out of this, though, because they do need 11 on over for the last 2 overs, so 22 off 12 balls. And ordinarily, we'd say that that's an equation that probably favours the batting team, but with 7 wickets lost and just the way this game's gone, it would be a tall ask for them to get these 22 runs. But a very interesting game here, first up this morning for sure.
Good bat on the ball there, made good contact. But Abhishek Boraka, no mistakes from him. Good alertness there as well.
Yeah, only one of the batsmen there saw that. And Maria's ball hit the edge of the pitch. Probably wasn't another one there anyway, but let's talk about how we're going to get these 21 runs. Well, you think you're probably going to need 3 boundaries, and the rest you might be able to scramble. Probably need 4 boundaries, but 3 boundaries means, you know, you can't just do it in singles anymore. You'd be wanting to get at least 1 boundary this over, hopefully 2. That's got to be something on the mind of the batsman here.
Oh, what's Ali Ahmed got? Batsman on strike.
Well, this is an interesting decision there from Ali Ahmed. He kind of said no because he's already hit straight back to the bowler, but probably with time for a wait call there because he's hit it and he's kind of said no before the bowlers even fielded it. And Sandra Pandian did misfield it, knocked it away. There probably was going to be a run there. And I think at this point, you do need to take everyone off. It's probably a few nerves from the youngster there. First game out there with the bat for the 11 stars. A global TV audience. Sandra Pandian with the ball bowling to him now.
Straight to the fielder, direct hit, he was in trouble. He would have been gone.
Well, and again, you wonder there, Ali Ahmed at this stage, and you can see there his partner, rightly so, Umar Riaz, saying, come on, we need to get some runs here. We need to stay in the game. At the moment, that's 2 runs which haven't been taken that could prove crucial in the wash-up here, but 9th over proving very, very important here in the result of this match. Sandra Pandian hasn't had the best day in the field, but he batted well. I thought he batted well for the Men in Blue and doing some very important work for them here in the 9th.
Gone anywhere, and it ends up being another dot ball.
Oh, Enrico, we talked about it, didn't we? It's these dot balls are going to kill you at this stage. We've seen it. Just needs to get off strike really, but now we're in an awkward position again because with 2 balls left in the over, you probably want to get the other batsman on strike for the last over, but already still needing 20. So we talked about needing at least 1 boundary this over. Just don't see where it's going to come from at this point, but anything can happen, of course, here.
This is going to be a big shot, one way or another, hit or miss. He's hit it well. It's rocketing down. Is it going to split the 2 fielders? It does. 4 runs.
Wow.
4 very, very welcome runs.
Well, Ali Ahmed, I didn't see that one coming. He's just given himself a bit of room and he's drilled it through the point area and bisecting those 2 fielders. I said I wasn't sure where it was going to come from. I tell you what, they absolutely needed that. That's the understatement of the year. So I think he's got to have a go at this last ball from Sandra Pandian, needing 16 off 7 balls. So if they could jag another boundary here, they could perhaps get it to 12 or even 10 off the last over. So game in the balance.
Oh, once more, this is just, well, sometimes you think you win games by playing smart cricket. We're not seeing smart cricket here. I mean, for me, they've lost 3, maybe even 4 runs in that over.
Well, they have, and it's interesting there. It's karma coming back to bite Ali Ahmed there, because Umar Riaz is saying, why are you giving me the strike? I've been in for a while, although, to be fair, Umar Riaz hasn't shown too much with the bat so far, but Umar Riaz, the more established player, and he wanted to be on strike and take the responsibility of this last over. So had 2 runs turned down earlier in the over, and then in the off the last ball, Umar Riaz saying, no, you just leave it to me. But so I kind of like that in a way, because it shows confidence from Umar Riaz that he wants to be on strike, and it's going to be Chowdhury, who did go for a few in his first over. He did go for 15, and they need 16 to win off the last over.
In the air, and that's clever cricket there from Abhishek Baraka, not committing himself to running in to try and take a catch. He knows, play safe. If it's just a single, it's not going to hurt him.
Yeah, and look, those runs they didn't take, those 3 of them, at this stage, they would be so crucial, because you can talk about manipulating the strike, but then if that batsman only scores a single, then you've given up a run really for no real return. So, Chowdhury, 5 balls, can he hold his nerve?
There you go, dot ball, gold dust. And there's been too much gold dust.
And I tell you what, the men in blue, I saw them in the break, in the innings break, and they believed. They believed that they could do it if they had a good start, and that's exactly what happened. The first 3 overs in the field, they only allowed the 11 Stars 14 runs and took 2 wickets. And from then, the 11 Stars, their innings has never had any fluency. They've shown a bit of inexperience at this level, just the way they've approached chasing this low target, but I'm sure they'll be better for the run here in the Fancode European Cricket Series.
That's brilliant bowling. And you know what? I tell you what, to play a game like this, and I know that it's not over yet, but it looks like they're going to do it. I think it's going to be the lowest score that's been defended in the European Cricket Series, I'm sure of that. But also, they've got another match coming up. They're right back on after this game, and how positive they will be and fired up knowing they're going into that match after pulling off a win like this.
Absolutely, but hold on.
Oh dear.
Hold the phone here. It's given a wide. I thought it might have been a low ball for height, but it's in the end just called a wide. Let's see how high it was. Well, I think that probably was above the waist. Let's have a look at this from side on. It's very wide anyway, so the umpire had already kind of made up his mind it was wide, but well, he was lying down by the time he finished, but we'll see what happens here. An extra delivery has to be bowled. Oh, the race is on. Has he won it? Yeah.
Who got there first?
I tell you what, shades of Jonty Rhodes here at the Fancode European Cricket Series. That was really something from the fielder there. Who was that? At cover. Watch this. He's like, I'll take a shoe, Big Deb. Take this. Wow! That's the kind of action that we can expect here on the European Cricket Network. And look at him, he's destroyed them. Has no regard for his safety. He could have just underarmed the bowler and he's taken it with him. That's the kind of highlights. And I tell you what, we've got to sanitise those stumps, because Shubhi Deb was all over them as Chowdhury comes in. He's going to close out this match. And dot ball again, so 51 with a ball to go. They've brought up the 50 to 11 Stars, but it's been too little too late. And just those regular wickets, the men in blue, just shows you in the European Cricket Series a good start and taking wickets throughout your innings. If you can get into that middle or that lower order, these conditions not always so easy to score.
That there to the man, should feel that as well. Batsman will complete 2 runs. Well, they should complete 2 runs.
They'll just get 1, I think, in the end. They're disappointing, but they will finish on 52. So in the first match of Wednesday, match 11 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, it was Men in Blue 63 defeating the 11 Stars 52. What a game we saw. It had plenty of highlights. Not a high scoring game, but definitely a high entertainment game. And it was a great effort from the Men in Blue to defend a low total. Take us through all the action, Rico.
What a game. And first of all, I mean, well done to the Men in Blue. And they're just letting everybody, the world, know that you never give up. You have to have that attitude. They didn't give up. Things didn't go their way. They, of course, they would have thought they were at least 20 runs short of where they wanted to be. They were a little unlucky, I have to say. Things like this happen. You saw those first 2 wickets, positive shots, positive T10 shots being played, but unfortunately straight at the fielders. And well, one thing the Stars did do very well is they took their catches. They were good in the field. I mean, they shouldn't be too down after this game. They will feel it. They'll feel hurt. Things haven't gone their way. They do have another game today. They've got to pick themselves up from that game. And they've got to take the positives, and the positives is their fielding. The catching was very good, but they've got to work, of course, on the batting. They've got to have a plan, I think. I don't think they had a plan when they came out to bat. And that man there, who was run out in explosive fashion, I think a little bit of anger management is needed for Tanvir there. But he came back to haunt them with a great start. But anyway, what a great game. What a start to the day. And look how many wickets we had. 17 wickets.
Was there, wasn't it, Rico? As we see here the second innings now, and Borika, what a start it was. He knocked over Tanvir, who I thought was getting quite a few of these runs, and wasn't he happy about it? Abhishek Borika, the money man. He was bringing it, and Rinko Sehol, the kind of commitment. And look at Rinko Sehol here. And a few players checking their fingers because it is pretty cold here. And that was another one that the back pad, pleading with the umpire, but then he knows it. And the money man, Abhishek Borika, doing the business in the power play for Men in Blue and the 11 Stars. Well, they just could never get any fluency in their innings whatsoever. That was a big shot from Amir Hamza, but after that, holding out as Atul Kesar turned the screws as well, knocking over the skipper. And the 11 Stars, well, look, they will be disappointed, like you say, to lose this one, but they can have some positives out of this game. They did restrict the opposition to 63, but we see it time and time again here in the European Cricket Series. The players that haven't experienced the pressure of being out there with the bat, it looks so easy when you're watching it on the TV, Rico, but when you get out there, you got all the pressure, you got 11 people around you, really putting the pressure on you. It's not so easy to get those runs, and he was my man of the match there, Abhishek Borika. I thought he bowled very well. And these are the moments for me, Shubnik Deb. These Men in Blue were throwing themselves all around in the field. And that wasn't a run out, but still, that is definitely going to find its way to the social media at some point. And you see Deb thrilled with this victory. The Men in Blue, after missing out on the first day, they'll be thrilled to be right back in it here in the European Cricket Series. Let's look ahead to the Fan Code European Cricket Series match 12, and it's going to be the Men in Blue versus Gracia this time, and Gracia will be a stern test for the Men in Blue. They'll be led by Captain Kuldeep Lal, and we can expect to see him open the batting today. Also, Trilochan Singh, I do like him with the ball. For the Men in Blue, well, the usual suspects, I guess. Shankar Kalagatla and Shubnik Deb opening the batting. We saw Deb looking pretty good before getting out early in the innings. And Soundra Pandian, he was a pretty good contributor down the order today. He batted at 6, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him up towards the top of the order, perhaps back in that number 3 position, because he did look in good form. Also, I think it was Abhishek Borika, of course, the money man. He was pretty valuable for the Men in Blue, and someone that I would have in my Dream 11 team. So that match not too far away. It will start in about 20 minutes. We'll be with you just before that. So Rico, what a start to the day. A low scoring game, but this game 63 for the Men in Blue, 52 to the 11 Stars, and the Men in Blue got on the board here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, super game. Excellently well played by Men in Blue. I think Abhishek Borika led by example. I think, it's one of those, we've been in those situations. You're in a game, it's low scoring, you're up against it. If you get a wicket, and you get a wicket that very first ball, all of a sudden you're on a high. They did the job. And the good thing about it is they're going into this second game against a very strong Gracia side with a win. And that is really going to have them pumped up. It's going to be a good game, this one.
Yeah, I think it absolutely will. And Gracia, let's see if they have any cobwebs, of course. This is their first time they've gone out onto the field after their game was washed out on Monday. So we'll join you in about 15 minutes here from the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, Spain. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series on ECN.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series in Spain. It's great to be here in Barcelona. We've already had one match today. It's time for match 12. And match 12 sees the men in blue taking on Gracia. Now, Gracia were meant to play on Monday, but they have not actually got on the field yet because rain ruined their Monday plans. So the match referee, Shub, is with the two captains.
Call. Congratulations, you won the toss. What would you like to do? We will go first. Gracia upon the toss and elected to bowl first.
Well, Kuldeep Lal, the Gracia captain, he was keen to have a bowl and have a go at these men in blue who were forced to bat first in game one of the day and only managed to post 63. Now, he will be a superstar for them. He'll bat at the top of the order. He'll also have the gloves. And Gracia actually hold the European Cricket Series record of 198 runs, which is the highest team score we have seen in the European Cricket Series. Well, men in blue, they will hope for a slightly better effort with the bat, and the pressure will be on them early in match 12 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Over to you, Rico.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, absolutely. Gracia, they are a dangerous outfit, but they will know that their introduction to European Cricket Series itself was not a good one. They lost their first 4 games before they could register a win, and that was a surprise to everyone. Back in October 2020, they were expected to get into the semi-finals, and their big guns just did not blaze until much later in the series. Kuldeep Lal himself, who's captaining this series, did finally manage to score a great ton, 110 he scored, and he'll be looking to find that sort of form and bring that form into this match against the men in blue. But the men in blue, well, we know all about them. You saw them, they never say die. Well, this time round, batting first again. Let's see what they do. They know they need to score more runs. But then, having said that, they've probably got enough confidence about them to say, you know what, guys, if we can let's get to the 80. We get to the 80, then we know we can do it. Anything more than that, then we know it's a sure thing. Or Gracia will want to prove them wrong. The umpires are out there, and it's Abdul Khan this time and Aman Nadeem. It's going to be a good game. And we talked a little bit as Vinny's making his way back into the commentary station. I was talking about the bowlers. We had 3 bowlers, took 3 wickets yesterday. I didn't mention the batsmen. So far, we know that on day one, the first batsman of this series, Kadigatla, to score 50. He scored 51 35. Well, we had a few 50s yesterday as well. Mohamed Isham, we know all about his quality. The Pakai Care player scored 74 of 33 balls. And then also, there was a second one, Prince Diman. He's an excellent player. When he doesn't perform with bat, he does it with ball. When he doesn't perform with ball, he does it with bat. He scored 58 of 29. Some good runs scored yesterday, Vinny, weren't they? And I think in this game, we're going to see some more runs being scored.
Yeah, so definitely I think we might see something a little bit higher scoring, particularly with Gracia. You know, they do hold the highest score in a European Cricket Series match of 198. That was one more than the previous record of 197 from Rian in Cyprus. But they didn't really get an opportunity to show that on day one. Looks like it's going to be Trilochan Singh. Now, he's an opening ball weapon for Gracia. But you said Gracia, they were highly fancied going into that first series, and they underperformed. Let's see if they have learnt from that and see if they can start a bit stronger in their first actual appearance in this Fancode European Cricket Series after their first game was washed out on Monday evening. All in readiness now for Trilochan Singh to bowl the first ball. It's driven nicely through the offside. That'll go all the way to the boundary, and Shankar Kaligatla, he looks good from ball one. Much more confident start this time. We saw him with the bat in Monday's action, scoring a half century, and he started very nicely here in match 12.
Ah, that was pure quality, wasn't it? What about that for a shot? Doesn't look like the same team already after just one ball in the batting department. Anyway, that was a beautiful shot.
Well, make all the difference, doesn't it? Win with their tails up now, the men in blue, as Trilochan comes in again. He's worked off the pads. There's a man out there at deep mid-wicket, and it'll just be a single. So, yeah, I think Rico, the openers failing for men in blue in the match before, though Deb did play a couple of nice strokes, but that's a key for them. if they're going to post something competitive, and they would want to get 100 plus, I think. You mentioned 80 as a benchmark, but if they can push up that 100 plus, they can really put the pressure on the Grazia players in the second innings of this match. Deb faces his first ball, and he's in the back foot defending for no run.
Yeah, nice ring of dark blue around the batsman. Remember, in this power play, only 2 men allowed out, and those 2 men long on. Back 2 men more or less straight here, just to our right. Everybody else inside the circle, and putting the pressure on, because when we say the circle, they're well inside it. They don't want to be giving away any unnecessary early singles.
Yes, and push down the ground there. So, nice positive start here from the men in blue.
Yeah, they've got the confidence, haven't they? They've got to take that into this game. Well, man has to go down. Does go down well. Keeping it to 1.
I mean, it's like Harpreet Singh out there actually opening their batting. They send Deb out there with Kalagatla, but decided to go for Harpreet on this occasion. Let's see if he can provide the kind of foundation required to set them on the way to a winning score.
It was an interesting shot, wasn't it? Just like a flick away through the gap, races for 4. What a nice shot that was, so elegant.
Just a little bit on the pads, and batsman ready to pounce there. Beautifully timed, and sometimes it's more timing than power. He sees one just a little flick of the wrist at the right time and races to the boundary. Beautiful side on stroke, you can see here. They've sent Harpreet up to do a job, and looks like he's doing it pretty well so far.
Yeah, a little discussion there from the captain.
Into the first over, it's 11 without loss, so a nice positive start there for the men in blue.
Called it line, just having a chat with his bowler.
Looks like it's going to be Harkamal Singh to bowl the second over. It'll be Kalagatla on strike, and started very nicely now. The mid-off is pretty wide. There's plenty of room down the ground here. You can drive through the ball straight down the ground. This one is wide down the leg side and called a wide. Movement there for Harkamal. Just went into the right-hander. Now I have to mention something here. It's distracting me, but Harpreet Singh's wearing his thigh pad on the outside of his pants, of his trousers, Rico, and that to me is a cardinal sin. What do you think out there? Let us know on the YouTube chat. And Harkamal comes in again. This is again short and wide down the leg side, so 2 extras. And you can see here Grazia playing their first game of the series after their first scheduled fixture was washed out, and perhaps a little bit rusty. I think they were keen to bowl first. I think just to get a sense of what this pitch was doing and know exactly how many they needed to chase, although we have seen them in the past make some pretty high scores.
It's a better ball, but it's been dispatched as well through the gap. 4 runs.
Yeah, and through the line, and it's what we talked about in the power play here, Rico. That one just outside off stump. It's not quite the length to drive, but Kalagatla had the eyes and the hands to get it done. Luckily it was in a gap there because it was a catchable height. But Kalagatla, you see there, opening the face, just kind of slicing it. It's clever batting really, sliced it away from that mid-off fielder. Holds the pose. There's 4 more to the total for the men in blue. As Harkamal comes in again and driven away once again, but this time will be only a single as Trilochan Singh does the fielding. And what do you think here, Rico, after men in blue defended 63, I should say? What do you think is the kind of minimum score? I mentioned perhaps 80. I mentioned 100. You mentioned 80, but really, when you're batting, I suppose you don't really think of a particular score. So you just try and get as many as you can. Scoring any run, but what's for sure, Rico, is that they are going to want to put in an improved batting performance over their effort in match 11.
Yeah, I think for T10, you're definitely going to be looking at 100. 100 has got to be the minimum, even on this pitch. It can be tricky, as we know. Sometimes the bounce can be a little bit unorthodox, but I think 100, 120, and I think you're really, really saying, right, okay, we've done enough. As long as we bowl well and field well, we should be home and dry. But 100, That's your minimum. So you're looking at putting the pressure on the team batting second with that figure of 10 and over in your mind. So all of a sudden they're thinking, well, whatever happens, he's over. Even if we take the singles, we always need a boundary. And simple as that for me, 10.
Absolutely, Rico, and hello to everyone watching in our YouTube chat today on European Cricket Network. No contact there from the batsman. And interesting sending Harpreet Singh up. Perhaps they think he's a pinch hitting kind of option. Deb was probably the best looking of their batsmen, probably along with Krup Sami Soundarapandi in the first match. But sending Harpreet in here, he might have been sent up just to play his shots, and they've got Deb maybe to come in at number 3. And it's an interesting change to the batting order for the men in blue, but it's nice that they're changing something because they didn't score too many last time. There's Harkamal in again. It'll just be the single, so got 8 off that over. Men in blue move along to 19 for no loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, very interesting. I think it's a good shout for Men in Blue to make a change here. I think you need to have your key man, so Cuddy Gatler's out there. And I think that what they probably looked at is that they need something to strengthen the middle order if they do lose a few wickets. Because if you look at their last innings, they didn't start too bad. They got 14 off the first over. So the first couple of overs was okay, but it's when they lost those wickets and then all of a sudden it was 20. They scored 20 for 1 off 2 in their last game, and then they were in their 20s for an age, weren't they? I mean, in the last 4 overs after that, they scored only 10 runs, and that's, I think, what they're looking at. We need somebody to come in at that point that can keep the score ticking.
This is Kuldeep Lal, who is an excellent all-round cricketer for Gracia. And there's been a big slip there from that's Vrinder Kumar there, who has slipped. And this is, you don't get a yellow card for this in football. Watch this on the replay. He's gone to field it and he's just slipped at the right moment, and over he goes. And he's right in front of the cameras. There was no missing that one. So a bit of entertainment there for Verinder. And he's just going to go readjust his spine down on the boundary while he's going to change places with Vicky Sondhi, who will come to mid-off. There's been a few interesting mishaps today so far in Barcelona. This is Kuldeep. Driven nicely down the ground by Kalagatla. Just the single in the YouTube chat. We've got Tim Filer there. Hello, Tim. Nice to see you. Up there in Estonia, saying thigh pad on the outside. Village cricket. Absolutely. That's what I was saying. And we've got Jost in there as well. So Jost, I know you've just taken up cricket there in Slovenia. But yeah, the thigh pad goes on the inside. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you get the job done. Doesn't matter what you look like. It's Kuldeep again. Well bowled, and he's bowled a couple of good Yorkers this over, Kuldeep.
He's a very talented player, Vinny Kuldeep Lal. I mean, he's, you know, he's one of those guys that on pitch out here, he can do anything. He's a sensational wicket keeper. He's a very good bowler as well. In the field, he's fantastic. And we all know about his talents with the bat. He was the top run scorer in the Alicante, the very first European cricket series here in Spain.
Comes in again now. Well, this is edge, and that should run away to the boundary. He's got enough pace on it to get away from Vijay Kumar. So a bit unlucky there for Kuldeep. You mentioned how important he is for Gracia. Just on the middle stump, and tell you what, the batsman was lucky to get some sort of bat on that, because that was heading straight for the wickets. But no third man back at this point, of course, in the power play. Only 2 men out. They've got a deep long on and a deep mid wicket at the moment. So nobody back protecting that boundary. And Kuldeep concedes a 4 off an edge. So these kind of little things, and in blue, making their own luck here in the power play. This one's a slow ball. Very slow, kind of off-spinning delivery. But picked by the batsman, Kalagatlan, that's worked into the leg side for a single. Score moves along to 27. This will be the last ball of the power play. It's been all right, power play. Hasn't really set the world on fire, but looks like they're nudging towards the 30 mark in the power play, set themselves up for that kind of score. But we've seen all week, haven't we, Rico? The power play scoring versus the rest of the innings scoring. The power play scoring has been a lot higher, and some of the teams have struggled in the middle overs just to keep their innings going. So wide down the leg side, so it'll nudge them even closer to that 30 mark. But yeah, Rico, we've seen a few innings stall. We've seen opening batsmen hitting ball very nicely when the field's up, and and they're not trying to hit the ball too hard. And the field's gone back sometimes, and they've tried to over-hit the ball.
Yeah.
They have to hit a bit further, and we've seen the run rate plummet in some of these games. Kuldeep gets it blasted back at him, but he gets the old size 45s in front of it, and that'll be the end of the over at the end of the power play. 3 overs. Men in Blue are 28 for no loss.
Yeah, we're just going back to that conversation. One of the things I think some of the less experienced teams tend to do is they think because it is T10 that they've got to play in that particular way, that every ball has got to be really swung at, you've got to try and send it to the boundary. And I think when you look at it, the teams that do well and do score good runs, they're also taking those singles, they're running those twos hard, and they're just basically punishing the bad ball. They're playing each ball on merit, and that's getting them the runs. And that's a learning process that some of these new teams that are making their debuts will eventually learn.
Well, it's going to be Trilochan Singh to bowl out now in the 4th over. He bowled the first over, went for 11 overs since then going for 8 and 9 respectively. Here he is now. This is popped up in the air, but there's no one in that region. And the batsman will cross for 1. And Trilochan Singh, he was one of the more impressive bowlers for me for October and November in the European Cricket Series. This tall man gets it down. See that length, hits that length hard, and batsman not quite timing it. We've talked about this pitch being a little bit unpredictable in that kind of good length position. Some balls coming through a bit lower. He'll be keen to pick up a wicket or 2 in his 2nd over. Oh, and you see Harpreet again there, swinging wild. That one came a bit low, but also got through the keeper there. It's Saad Salahuddin behind the stumps for Gracia. His rain slightly falling, but not so heavy as to interrupt play, but it is making the ball a little bit wet and slippery conditions for the bowlers and the fielders, that's for sure. Chan is held up there. You see Harpreet there going for the big shot. That's why I think that's his job. I think they've got Deb to come, and Harpreet's not gonna mess around. He's going to be going, trying to get these boundaries for the Men in Blue. A bit too close to cut. Kalagattla tried it. Could have got through those fielders. He would have had a certain boundary, but yeah, Harpreet. It's kind of a tactic from the Men in Blue. Shows they're thinking about the game, and they know that they need to have this kind of aggressive, perhaps slightly more aggressive approach from other players and not just rely on Deb and Shanky Kalagattla. So Harpreet in there, non-strikers out at the moment as Kalagattla faces. He'll keep it a little low, pushed away the offside just for a single.
Yeah, the only downside to that is that sometimes you do see, and it goes back to what we're saying about taking the singles, you can put a hitter in, but if he's swinging and missing at 3 or 4 and then just connecting on 1, you're back to just having somebody who's taking a single every ball, because you're not actually gaining anything. So if you send a hitter in, he's got to be able to hit.
It's in the air, but looks to be in the gap and might have just carried just 1 bounce, I think, and 4 runs. So nice shot there. Harpreet getting the contact on that occasion, sent one just centimetres inside the line, and 4 runs. So a handy boundary here for Harpreet Singh. He's sent up to the top of the order, and he moves along to 12 at a run of ball. So he's trying his best to spark something for the Men in Blue.
Yeah, he played that well. Rather than trying to hit it too hard, he placed it, sort of chipped it in between the 2 players.
This one's popped up in the air, but again, it's away from any fielders. Won't run all the way to the boundary. Turn for 2. A bit tight, but he'll get back. So Harpreet, another 2 handy runs. But look, the counter point of sending Harpreet in to open the innings is, at the moment he's going to run a ball, and you've got Shubnik Deb in the shed, so if it gets to over 5, over 6, you'd have to say you're not really maximising the opportunity for one of your better batsmen to be at the wicket. So it's one of those things, isn't it? As long as Harpreet's there playing his strokes and scoring at a decent rate, then I think it's a good tactic. But we've seen times before where we've seen batsmen retire out strategically because you've got batting resources, you want to use them. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. But if you retire somebody, they can't bat again. But sometimes that is in the best interest of the team. So not sure if we'll have a situation like that here. But Harpreet at least scoring a few runs that over, and they move along to 37 for no loss after 4. Yeah,
the other point there is, if you look back to their previous game, I mean, here we are, they're on 37-4, and before they got into that sort of scoreline, we had to wait until the 7th over. So already they're up on that. So they've done a job, and now, because they haven't lost any wickets, somebody like Hakman Singh, he can actually take a few risks, knowing that there's batsmen still to come in. They weren't in that position early on. They lost those wickets early, and really the batsmen that were out there were in two minds. Well, we can't play a natural game. We can't try and hit it, because if we get out, that is it. There's nobody else to come. Whereas at the moment, in the back of their mind, say, right, we made a good solid start. We can play some shots. We can take the odd risk. If it doesn't work out, there's other guys to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is Kuantakua at the bowling crease for Gracia. This one's just short of a length. It's pulled away. Nice fielding out there by Karandeep Singh out the deep mid wicket boundary. Nice friendly bounce off the clay. I do think it's actually easier to pick the bounce off that clay, because at least it's consistent. The baseball infield there, just inside the mid wicket boundary. But that was a nice shot from Harpreet there, as it wasn't that short, but he stayed down on it and made good contact. But this is Kalagatla on strike now. Stands and delivers and punches it through the cover point region. Nice fielding out there on the boundary by Vicky Sondi, who ran around, made good ground to his left, got it back in. So just a single. And I think this benchmark of around 10 and over is what Men in Blue should be going for. So they're slightly behind that at the moment. They are edging into the 40s, but they should be 50 after this over if they're going to keep that kind of pace. And that's what I'd be doing if I was batting, trying to make sure that we're staying around that rate to put us on track for 100. So the next ball is pulled into the onside again by Harpreet Singh, and just the single. And I really think at this point we're going to see Harpreet Singh take things up a notch, because they've got Deb in the shed, and I'm sure that he'll come in next. Also got a little bit more batting. They've got Sandra Pandian, they've got Tuari as well, so it's time to play their shots and get a few out of the ground. So it didn't really bounce from Takua. And again, this is the difference. We've seen batsmen trying to pull that ball all week, haven't we, Rico? And sometimes it doesn't bounce as much. And we've seen a lot of players bowled trying to pull and playing cross bat strokes. But on that occasion, you see the experience there of Kalagatla. He played it with a straight bat, and he was able to negotiate the slightly lower delivery. And after 5 overs, the halfway point of the Men in Blue innings, it's 42 for no loss. Yeah,
it's a good over there from Kulwant Singh, just going for 5 runs. Bowled a good line and bowled to his field.
Yeah. So Kulwant Singh Takua can be proud of his efforts. And at the halfway mark, 42, we see them on track for 84, but with 10 wickets in hand, they'd be hoping to get a few more than that.
Yeah, there's something also we've seen with a few games already here. Teams with wickets in hand haven't gone on to make the big scores you'd expect them to do so.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to help the score. Harkamal Singh's come on. That one's gone over the fence, over long off. That is the first Maximo for the Men in Blue. That was a full toss, and Harkamal Singh, well, he hasn't quite warmed up yet. That one didn't find the pitch. And that was a nice shot, the way he just played through the line of the ball. I don't think it was quite out of the middle of the bat, but it covered the boundary comfortably all the way over our heads here, and 6 valuable runs to the Men in Blue.
Sí, ¿dónde está la pelota? La pelota es afuera de campo. Vale, ahora otra vez.
It's a good comeback there from Harkamal. Slight leading edge from Kalagatla, and just the single. But this is what we haven't seen. They've kind of paced it at around 8, 8.5 and over. We haven't really seen many expansive strokes, haven't really seen the boundary cleared from the Men in Blue until that one there. So that's what they can do. That could get them up to the kind of a score in the 100, 120 region. It'd be so valuable in this match against the strong Gracia lineup. It's pushed away by Harpreet Singh for the single.
I mean, Gracia, we know what they've got. They've got the batting. I wonder if there's a number they have in their head that they want to try and contain the Men in Blue to. Vinny, was there any talk of that from the captains?
It's pushed away for a single. Well, I'm not so sure it's a number, and I think that is something. I think from the outside in, we're always thinking, what do you want to get? What do you think you're going to get? But I think sometimes you've just got to take what you're given to an extent. So I think if you have a number in your head, and the reason I use that during the innings kind of number, if I was playing in this situation, to make sure we are around about where we need to be, as we just watch this next ball. Wide down the leg side, because that's a nice little indicator of how you're travelling, but I don't think you should be too obsessed with these benchmarks in the middle. So if you find yourself on, for example, they're here, if you're 54 perhaps, and you need to be at 60 and there's a ball to go in the over, you don't necessarily have to go for a 6. You have to take what you're given. So sometimes people can be a little bit obsessed with these benchmarks in the middle of an innings, but for me, it's also take what you're given. So if you're given wides, you're going to be given bad balls. Just have to cash in on those and basically let the innings work out with as many runs as you can get. So I'm sure they'd love to get 100 plus, but easier said than done. It's not really that useful to say, okay, we want 100 before you even faced a ball. Sometimes you've got to see how the match unfolds and adjust your expectations accordingly.
Yeah, I think you're right. And once again, just watch.
So this is a nice shot. This is all the way over cover, inside out. That one's all the way over the boundary. Another Maximo for the men in blue. And Harpreet Singh getting in on the action, hitting that one inside out and all the way over the boundary, and 6 more.
Yeah, he pressed the turbo button for that one. That was a big shot. That's one of the biggest boundaries we've got here. And you see it just cannoning onto the sideboarding there. Big shot. Yeah, going back to that conversation, I think it's also the thing that you see a lot of teams will say, oh, we're going to restrict them to 90. And, it ends up being 120. And I think already by doing that, you're already sort of in a negative frame of mind, because you're thinking, oh, we said 90, they've already got beyond that, so we're probably not going to get it. I think that's the other danger of setting these targets. I think it's far better to say, well, we're going to go out there, do our best, and let's see where it leads us to.
Yeah, it's going to be Paramjit Singh who will be bowling the 7th over for Gracia. And he'll have Harpreet Singh on strike, and Deb's still in the sheds, but Harpreet doing a good job for his team. It's slightly short, and he does like to swing across those ones, even if they're a little bit short, and he does it pretty well this time. He gets out just the single quickly. I mean, these games just fly away so fast, don't they? Already we find ourselves with less than 4 overs to go in the innings. This next one is punched, but straight to the fielder, and he holds on to take an excellent catch. So that is the end of Shanky Kalagatla. It was a nice shot. He hit it well out of the middle of the bat and went very rapidly out to deep cover, and a great catch there by Vicky Sondhi on the boundary.
This was a fabulous catch. For one moment, I thought he was going to run in too much. I saw him coming in. I thought he was going to make that classic error, coming in from the boundary and find the ball going over your head. But he did well. He judged it well.
Yeah, that probably would have been 6 actually, Rico, if that got through his hands. So again, these little things that can make all the difference in these games. We've seen a lot of close games so far in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Tell you what, Fahim Ahmed on the YouTube chat making a very interesting observation, saying T10 is beautiful. In previous match, they can't get any runs, but now they play like professional batsmen. And I tell you what, that's the great thing about this format. Your luck can change in an instant. Jost Hovic agreeing with him there as we see Paramjit come in again. And this next ball is crunched, and it's going to bounce just inside the boundary. And 4 runs. So that one, not much in it there. Nice by Shubdeep Deb, and he's been waiting for his chance, hasn't he? He's waited over 6 overs to get out there, and he's picking up where he left off in the first match of the day. This one a little bit short, and a straight kind of pull shot straight down the ground for 4. So a nice start for Deb. Let's see if he can finish this innings for Men in Blue. So he pushes this time. Chance of 2. They're going to come back. This will be close with a good throw, but that's nice work by the batsman, putting the pressure on the fielding. And you see that Deb coming out, and he obviously wants to face as many balls as possible. He's one of their most recognised batsmen, and I like the way he was out of the blocks very quickly, looking for 2 straight away. So he'll face up again to Paramjit Singh. This one's blasted away off the back foot, but it'll go straight to the fielder this time. They will only get the single. So again, interestingly poised.
Yeah, it's the time here now. I mean, Harpreet Singh, he's got to go, hasn't he? I mean, he's been sent up the order to really give it some welly. At the moment, he's going to run a ball. It's time for him to raise the level.
Well, he tries, but doesn't have much to work with there from Paramjit Singh, and just working away for a single. He'll keep the strike And after 7 overs, the men in blue are 68 for 1, with Harpreet on 20 and Deb on 7.
Yeah, from here they'll want to see them get to 100, and anything beyond that is a bonus for them. I mean, they won't and shouldn't be settling really for anything less. They've got loads of wickets in hand, and yeah, they've got to go to town now. They've got to go to party time.
Well, I'm sure they're trying. And another interesting comment from Der Suraj on the YouTube chat, saying the bowling was tighter in the first match, to be fair. The bowlers had better lines. I think it's probably a fair comment as well. The 11 stars really didn't give them too much to work with, and they were losing wickets in regular intervals. So we love your comments on YouTube chat, on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, wherever you're watching around the world.
Good running.
Yeah, they're going to scramble through for a single. This is Kuldeep coming on for his second over. And nice running there. They've got wickets in hand. They can afford to put the pressure without being silly on the fielders. And yeah, Deb, you can see to me how obvious it is that he wants to be down the striker's end. He's been waiting for his chance, and he can clear the boundary. He's not a big guy, but does time the ball pretty well. This is a nice Yorker, clever. Rolled his fingers on that, but it was right in the block hole, and Deb had to be satisfied with a single. And that's an example of what I'm talking about, Rico. I mean, I'm sure that Deb was thinking boundary, that ball. He was thinking boundary. I'd love to hit a 4. I'd love to hit a 4. But when it wasn't quite there, he was smart enough to adjust and realise that the ball that came at him, it wasn't a ball that he was going to be able to hit for 4.
Yeah.
If he tried, there's a very good chance he loses his wicket. So that's one of those things where be a bit reactionary as a batsman and adjust. You don't have much time, probably half a second to think about it, but he was able to do it on that occasion. This is another good Yorker by Kuldeep, and good bowling towards the back end of the innings.
Yeah, good quality bowling. We mentioned Kuldeep earlier, how he's an outstanding player, and it's because of that, it's because of the abilities he has that he does play for the Spanish national team as well. It's very difficult to get him away. He's always thinking. He's got a good variation of his bowling. We've seen the slower ball. What's this one going to be? Maybe a bit shorter. It is, and well.
Oh, I tell you what, I think that might have been out, and Deb can't believe it. Clever bowling there by Kuldeep, because he's bowled the block hole a few times, and I think it's getting a bit predictable. So this time he decided, and he saw Deb advancing, and put it a bit short. You see, this actually hits the edge of the pitch, I think, and that could have been very, very close. It looked like it was on line as well. Look from side on. The ball coming back here.
He likes diving around, doesn't he? I mean,
well,
we saw him charge at the stumps and knock him over.
This one's whipped off the pads nicely, and they'll get one. Some thought of a second, but Grazia doing enough there. Manish Toki to push the ball towards the outfielder, so they'll only get the single. And you say Kuldeep Lal, he's a pretty relaxed character, isn't he, Kuldeep? And like you say, brings a lot to the table. With the bat and with the ball. He's also a very competent wicketkeeper, so sometimes they don't know how to use him, but I think his bowling has been paying off for Grazia here. He's kept them under wraps in his 2 overs so far. Well, this one might have the legs. Yeah, he just strays a bit too full and goes all the way over long on for a Maximo.
Yeah, and Harpreet Singh's about time. He's been there a while. He's got to start playing those shots. To be honest, Kuldeep Lal just getting that Yorker wrong this time, and he picked up on the full toss, sent it straight back over his head, and gets 6 runs for it. So the timing of this acceleration is just right. This is what they need now. From now on, big shots.
Yeah, look, they've been kind of sniffing around that 10 and over mark the whole time, haven't they? Just done a 78 for 1 off 8 overs, and with only 12 balls left, they'll be hoping to get that score to that 100 mark, 100 plus. I think with Grazia, of course, not having played in the series just yet, that would be quite the chase. We haven't seen a score of 100 plus chased down yet in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Looks like it's going to be Kulwant Singh Thakur to bowl the 9th over. And he conceded 5 off his first over. This one is slightly short and pounced on by the batsman, Deb. It went down the ground, straight over the umpire's hat, and 4, a great start to the over for the men in blue.
Yeah, they've turned up a gear now, and this is what they needed to do right on cue. As we keep saying, loads of wickets in hand. You've got to throw everything at it now and try and get as many on the board as possible.
So Deb, he's just chomping at the bit. Nice to keep him in the pavilion for a while because he's desperate for some runs as he hits this one down the ground again. Slight fumble from the fielder, and he'll recover in time. It'll be just a single. And yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So Deb's come out and maybe he asked to be dropped down, perhaps. He wasn't happy with getting out early in the innings and just wanted to have a bit of a look first, but that would surprise me a lot. But he's come out and looked pretty good in the second half of this Men in Blue innings. This is Harpreet this time, who attempts to stroke on the onside, but just gets a thick edge on it away for a single. So after that boundary to start the over, a couple of singles and kind of getting things back under control of Gracia, but I think could be one of these totals, especially with Gracia batting lineup. Kuldeep, is he the key to the chase? Is there anyone else that you'd be looking for to score some big runs in Gracia, Rico?
Well, just see this delivery here. You notice that Mukhtar Singh, he's missing from today's game. Probably he will play in other games, that's for sure. So, yeah, I mean, they've got to work and play around Kuldeep. Kuldeep's going to be the main man. One or two others in there will chip in, but he's the one that's got to get to the 40 and 50, and the others walk around him. This is hit big. It's going to go over the player. It's 6 more runs. Wow, the acceleration here is just right on cue, just what they need, and they've already passed the highest runs they've scored so far in this series, which was 83. So the Men in Blue looking good at the moment here, and now they really got to press that supersonic button to just hit. Every ball's got to go, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here now.
Yeah, the next ball in the same region, this time along the ground and fielded by Harkamal Singh. So that will be the end of that over. They are 92 and a good over. 14 off it, only loss of 1 wicket. So we're going to see some fireworks in the last over here. Harpreet Singh has batted through the innings so far. He has moved on to 36 off 25 balls. Shubik Deb, nice little cameo. But it's really important that we don't have any dot balls in here if you're playing for Men in Blue. They want to score off every ball and get the maximum amount of runs. They'd like to get something in the region of 105 to 110. And it's going to be Kulwant.
Yeah, he bowled very well his first over, Kulwant Singh.
Yes, pardon me, it was Paramjit that bowled the last over. So Kulwant's going to close out for Gracia. Just a single off the first ball. He comes again. This is hit away. Thick edge. The batsman, well, see, that was some running that I thought surprises me, because Deb, he's looked like he's been hungry for the strike, and that was one of them that he just seemed to settle for a single a little bit early, and I think there was an easy 2 there. And now he's stranded down the non-striker's end. In my opinion, one of the best strikers of the ball for the Men in Blue. So it'll be up to Harpreet to do the business. And he tries a pull stroke, only makes it just to the 30-yard circle, and will just get a single. So another ball's eaten up, only a single. And they'll move on to 95 with 3 deliveries. So can they get the magical 100 here? Men in Blue.
Big shot coming.
Well, he tries. Has he got enough on it? Well, he's got enough to get a boundary. It bounces just inside the field of play. And 4 runs. So that takes them to 99 with 2 balls to go. So we know that the chase will be 100. And Rico, Deb really looking the goods today for the Men in Blue. I wonder if he's batting them to a winning total here.
Well, I mean, like you say, the 100's definitely got to be there. And if you can hit a few more, bludgeon a few more to the boundary, 110 maybe, they'll be more than happy with that. He's gone for another one. He's gone all the way. Balle. Leslie Stefan Gooch having to do some action, avoiding being hit there. Seis mas.
Well, wasn't it? That sent people flying. All the match officials there in the tent, they abandoned their computers and ran for their lives. As you see, this one is a beautiful piece of work. It was short outside the off stump. It still takes a lot of timing and technique to get the ball all the way over the fence for 6 runs. That brings up the 100, and they're now 105 with a ball to go. And it's that man, Deb. They timed it perfectly, haven't they, with him? If you get one more, push it, the chase up to 110 or over. It'll be a tall order. We haven't seen a total over 100 chase so far in the Fancode European Cricket Series in 2021. So this looks like an interesting situation for Deb. Which way will he go? Will he premeditate? What is the bowler thinking? Last ball of the innings. Well, he hits it, and you think they've got to go for 2. Yeah, Harpreet's on his bike. This could be the difference. And there's a slight fumble, so they will get 2. And that's all they'll get. So the men in blue finish on 107 for the loss of 1 wicket. A much improved batting performance for them after getting sent in after losing the toss earlier today. Men in blue can be very happy with that batting effort. All 3 batsmen contributing that made it to the middle. And Rico, it's all set up here for another exciting run chase in match 12 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Just looking at some of the highlights here.
Yeah, what a difference from one innings to another. I mean, it's all about confidence, I think. Confidence of winning this last game. They're coming to this positive. They've made a few changes and it's worked. So there we go. A little bit slippery out there, as you can see. But yeah, that's a nice positive comeback in the batting sense from the men in blue. And Garcia, well, they can do what to do.
Yes. Men in blue, interesting decision to drop Deb down number 3. Saw a very good catch there by Vicky Sondhi on the boundary. That was travelling. It's kind of the ones that can make all the difference. But they held Deb back. He came in after the 6th over. I think he might have had a short say had that one hit the stumps. It was very close, and luckily the edge of the pitch saved him on that occasion. One of the quirks of the Fancode European Cricket Series. But this man, Harpreet, 5 pad on the outside and all, he did a very good job, did what was asked of him, pushed up the order, and he anchored the innings for the men in blue all the way up to a final score of 107. So it's all set up. We're going to see Kuldeep Lal leading the chase for Grazia in the second half of this game, and we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you are watching around the world on the European Cricket Network, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on Fancode in India. We love it if you put some questions and comments in that YouTube chat. We'll get to as many as we can. Make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. Ring that bell, get those notifications so you know everything happening in the world of European cricket and social media. Don't forget, at European Cricket for all the information. We have the fantasy dashboards, of course, and the match summaries of every game, because we have so much cricket coming your way on ECN. Over 1,000 games of cricket this year. It's the biggest cricket experience on the planet in 2021, and it's great to have your company here. So this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, and we'll be back very shortly to bring you the second innings of match 12. You are watching the Fancode European Cricket Series on ECN.
welcome back to what promises to be a very, very interesting and exciting run chase. Just a reminder, men in blue, well, they got rid of the jitters they had this morning with the bat, came out fighting and put on a superb effort. 107 for 1. Harpreet Singh being promoted up the order, 38 not out of 27 balls, and Shankar Kalagatlia finding the form that he had in that first game against Bengali CC, scoring 36 of 20, and he'll be hoping that that's enough for his team to defend. Well, they are good at defending totals. They defended a small total earlier today of 63 against the XL Stars and ended up winning that game. So they're on a high, they're pumped up, and that confidence showed in their batting. Will it show in their bowling? And this man, he was the man of the match in their last game against the Stars. Started his first over with a wicket, a key wicket, and after that they never looked back, kept the pressure on the Stars, winning the game. Well, they'll need more of the same from him, Abhishek Borikar, and he'll be bowling to Kuldeep Lal, a man that, well, to be fair, I think a lot of responsibility, especially when it comes to the batting department of the game, falls on his shoulders for Gracia. Well, let's hope, or for Gracia's sake, not so much if you're a Men in Blue supporter or player. Let's hope that he performs here. We're getting ready for Abhishek Borikar to bowl his first ball, first of this innings. And the umpires, Abdul Khan and Arman Nadeem at square leg, say let's go. In he comes. Can he repeat what he did with his first ball in the previous game? It's in right up there again. Well played. Kuldeep was almost expecting that, and gets his bat down to it and takes the single. So they're off the mark. Welcome to you wherever you are watching this Fan Code European Cricket Series. We're in Spain, in the beautiful city of Barcelona. Well bowled again, right up there in the block. They'll take the single. 2 balls, 2 runs. It's absolutely lovely up here. We're surrounded by Olympic memorabilia, the Olympic Stadium. We can see it from here. The 1992 Summer Olympics, remember, in Barcelona. And this is, of course, an Olympic ground. Bit of hesitation. Chal mere bhai. He gets there in the end. Well, you can't afford to do that. Myself and Vinny often say that when you've got the guys back, and Men in Blue are fairly deep on the 30-yard line, you play a shot like that, if both the batsmen go straight away, I think you're going to be home safe. But any hesitation, that's when you get into trouble. Oh, he's got his man. As soon as he left, you knew he's going to be in danger, playing across the line and straight through, hitting the stumps. And there's the celebrations from Abhishek Borikar. Bang! Go the stumps. And he has a very, very important wicket, taking Manish Toki early. And, well, he's got to go. It's a long walk back to the dugout. So, Abhishek Borikar does it again. A wicket in his first over. And it's not over yet. And Gracia, not the start they wanted. 3 for 1. That's the new batsman coming in. Good work here by the Federation of Catalonia Cricket putting on this event. The President Sheikh Amar Saeed and his committee members Sabir Ghulam, Nadeem Aman doing a great job, and all the helpers at the ground Vinder Singh Kaur, Kushivir Singh, Ranjit Singh. Thank you guys for all your efforts. Abhishek Ginness once more right up there in the block. Well, you can't ask for anything more from Kenya. His radar is hot on where it needs to be today. Excellent stuff. Abhishek Baraka. And of course, yes, the ground staff, Roberto. He's had some work to do, especially with this unsettled weather we've had. It is winter here, a little bit of drizzle. Keeping the wicket nice and dry, covered at night time. Getting all these lines painted. Fantastic job done, guys. Bowled again, straight through. And on a day like this, we have to thank Sarah, who's keeping us warm with those coffees. End of the first over. It's a good one for the men in blue. 3 runs from it, but most importantly, a wicket as well. Now that run rate is at 11 now, just under 12. And Gracia will know that they've got to keep working and making sure it doesn't creep up any more than that. That's a big ask. Already they know in the back of their minds, every batsman will be thinking a couple of boundaries required and over to keep them in this match. Hard into the ground, electing not to take the single. A good start there now from Sandra Pandya. Too wide there. People are getting a little bit excited. They'll take as many extras as they can get. Sandra Pandya just losing his line a little bit there. I think he's trying to not give Kuldeep Lal any room at all. All pitched up and Kuldeep's got this one away. He's gone through the 2 men there. It's gone all the way to the boundary, and a very welcome boundary in the first one of this innings. The first one for Gracia in this Fancode European Cricket Series, and they need a few more of those if they're to get to the target of 108. So Kuldeep Lal off and running. And you can see there why Sandra Pandya is really trying to keep Kuldeep away from playing those kinds of shots and trying to focus his radar on outside the off stump. Here he comes again. Slower ball. Almost got through the defences of Kuldeep. Kuldeep picked it pretty late, I think, there, but managed to get enough bat on ball to play that down. And Vinny Sandhu coming back into the commentary position from doing his coin toss duties. What have you got to tell us?
Yes, well, leave it for maybe after this ball. Now we've got a bit of a delay. We have just had the coin toss, and people are always interested about the coin toss, but I can tell you that the Bengali team have won the toss and elected to bat in the next match, which will be match 13 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. And I'm sure you'll see that at the conclusion of this match. But such an interesting match this is. And didn't we see Abhishek Boria, the money man, bring it again, the money man. And sending the stumps flying in his first over again, just what men in blue were after. And when you're defending this total, it's a pretty healthy total as well, 107. One of the higher totals we've seen so far under these conditions. And now Krupasamy, Sandra Pandya trying to drive things home for men in blue, but that one's down the leg side for a wide. And like Kuldeep Lal, I think he's the key, as you said, Rico. I'm sure you would agree with me that if he's there, then Gracia are on for this. But if they lose him, especially at this stage, it's going to be really a difficult hill to climb for Gracia Cricket Club. This one's worked away on the leg side, just behind square, and Sondi gets a single. And this Men in Blue unit, they're so enthusiastic. I really loved getting to know some of these players close up, just from a safe social distance. But the enthusiasm is palpable here. Everyone loves playing in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Different kind of cricket, different kind of skills required. But the people who work harder at their game, they're generally having better results. This is a grunted slower ball. That's the Sandrapanian special. And Shanky Kalagatla able to get behind it on the boundary. But I've noticed that a couple of times, and it's the oldest trick in the book. If you let out a big grunt and you let go of the ball, and then let it go as a slow ball. I use that one in my backyard cricket all the time. That's in my arsenal, the grunted slower ball. And Sammy Sandrapanian obviously enjoys the tactic as well as he comes in again. It's another slower ball. And it's hit straight to the fielder, so they won't get a run. Kuldeep Lal not interested in the single there. So that is the end of the over, and Gracia after 2 at 12 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, 2 batsmen there having a chat. Vicky and Kuldeep, they're in the middle. They know this is a very key partnership for them, and that's probably why they're not wanting to take too many risks at the moment with any risky singles. And Abhishek Moraka, like he did.
Yeah, the money man.
Coming back to bowl himself out because he knows they can take this wicket, the prize wicket off Kuldeep Lal, the captain.
That's a great contest, isn't it? I think these two going against each other. Borek has been sensational this morning, leading the attack for the Men in Blue. Doesn't he love a wicket? Doesn't he love a celebration? The money man. And he's steaming in to bowl to Kuldeep Lal. This is a good ball, but punched away on the offside by Kuldeep Lal, and no run. So that rate already, it's over 12 and over, so over to a ball. And Gracia, if they're not careful, that rate could get out of hand before they know it. So they got the 1 over of the power play to work with here. And sure, the money man, he's bowling very well, but Kuldeep Lal is able to play those kind of strokes that can clear the boundary. And this is a full toss. Boraka losing his line and length, and that one is going to go all the way for a Maximo. 6 runs for Kuldeep Lal. The money man will be upset with that. It was almost a no ball, but perhaps just below the waist, but it didn't matter to the batsman Lal, who sent it high and away over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, good shots. You'd expect that from Kuldeep. You wouldn't expect him to miss out on that. Minutes on to the ball before. Quite upset with Kuldeep not wanting to take the single. Well, Kuldeep's probably saying to him, that's why.
And let's see what he comes back with now. Oh, this one's another one worked off the pads a little bit onto leg stump, and that one's over the fence. Back-to-back Maximos for Kuldeep Lal. And he is keeping this run chase very much alive for Gracia Cricket Club.
Yeah, that was a beauty, wasn't it? Everything right about that. Just the kind of shot you'd like to see again and again and again. It was balanced. He knew what he was doing. Got his feet in the right position, and he literally got right under that. And it was almost like a flick, aerial flick all the way over the ropes.
Yeah, it was timed expertly by Lal, and be surprised to see Abhishek take the pace off this one here. No, he doesn't. He pushed it through a little bit quicker, if anything, and Kuldeep missing out. Just surprising with a bit of extra pace there. Slipping that one through, and this is the phase of the game. These next 2 or 3 overs critically important. And he was very unhappy with missing that one, wasn't he? Kuldeep, quite the character. 2 characters of the Fan Code European Cricket Series going head-to-head. What a clash it is in this. Very interesting match. This time it's worked away uppishly, but nice bit of fielding from Ramkranthi. And they're the kinds of things we've seen Men in Blue do time and time again. They're doing a good job saving those extra runs, stopping the ball, getting into the outfield. Boraka, the money man, he's doing it for me. Picked him at the start of the day as a very important player, and he's definitely shown that is the case. He's in again. This kicks very low, and the batsman did well to keep the one out.
He did very well, played that extremely well.
That will be the end of the over. So at the end of the power play, 3 overs down. Gracia 25 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, they're doing well. Gracia, that run rate, it hasn't crept up. With those few shots played by Kuldeep, they've kept it it's just above the 11 mark. They won't want it to be going any more than that, but the key thing here is these two keep going the way they are, keep this partnership together, and most importantly, keep those wickets in hand, and at least then they can have an onslaught towards the end. And a good change here. I think this will be a good contest, taking the pace off the ball against Kesar. But what Kesar does do, he keeps the ball in the right area. So if you're going to take him on, you've got to be positive, you've got to be assertive. If you make a mistake, if you're uncertain, if you're undecisive, he's going to get you.
Yeah, and that's a very good point you make there, Rico. Atul Kesar, very crafty bowler. Seems to be always one step ahead of the batsman. He just kind of ambles in. This one's shorter, and it's got up in the air. The fielder very slow to pick it up there at short third man. I don't think he saw it. It came out of the clouds. But in the end, Kuldeep gets away with one there. It was a gift, really. It was so short. Kesar normally so accurate, but that one uncharacteristically losing his length and almost brought a wicket, but just a single. This will be another single for Gracia as Vicky Sondhi pushes that away on the leg side for one. But I think this is a very interesting matchup, Rico. Kuldeep against Kesar. I think he's going to look to go down the ground if it's above his eye level. This one's pushed through, goes down the ground anyway. Half a chance for the fielder, but it's going to carry the rope all the way for a Maximo, and 6 more to the total for Gracia.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And once more, you see Kuldeep there. He sort of faked coming down the wicket to Atul Kesar, and Kesar just putting it in a little bit short again. But Kuldeep then went back, stood firm, and hitting it straight back over his head.
It's clever batting. It's the old fake charge. Trying to get the bowler to push it through, then stand and deliver. That's certainly what he did. This time it's pitched up a little bit further, and that will go down to Harpreet on the boundary for 1. So Kuldeep the danger man at the other end. I was talking to some of the men in blue guys during the interval. They were telling me with Deb at number 3 breaking up him and Kalagutla, they thought, well, they're their 2 hitters. We can break them up and send someone up there to do a job. And they sent Harpreet, didn't they? It's called a wide line ball call there. But they said, you know, the problem is then what happens if they lose a wicket? Then, you know, there's no real hitters to come. So by sending someone up there that may or may not come off, Harpreet, and he did end up batting through the 10 overs, did Harpreet Singh. So the next ball's a full toss, and it looks to be in the gap between the 2 men out on the leg side. So 4 more runs, and Kesar was very accurate in the first game he played today, but a few full tosses and short balls, and he hasn't made a great start with the ball, and Gracia are cashing in this 4th over.
Gandhi ball se full toss, chokka ho gaya.
This is pushed down, but straight to the fielder for no run, and at the end of 4, Gracia 39 for no loss, and this game hangs in the balance. Rico full.
Yeah, certainly does. Gracia doing what they need to at the moment, courtesy of those boundaries. I was saying right all the way along, what they know they need to do in their mindset is that the over has to go, not just taking the singles, 6 is not enough. There needs to be a boundary in there every over. If you can squeeze 2 in and also take the singles, well, you're right up with it. And what you're then able to do is gradually bring that rate down. They're starting to do it. It's still just about 11, but another couple of overs going in this sort of momentum, then they're going to be around about the 8 or 9, and they'll be a lot happier with that, especially with wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be Chowdhury coming to the attack, but it's a good point you make there, Rico. And you can see a bit of a difference between the Gracia openers or the opening batsman here, Kuldeep. Just looks like he has the ability to pull the big shot out when it's required, whereas the men in blue, it took them a long time to get going into their innings. But Chowdhury, let's see what he can bring to the table. This is short and it's edged and it's dropped. So a huge let off there as Kuldeep Lal flashing outside off stump. We almost saw him fall in that region last over. The thick edge, and I tell you what, Rico, this is one that could come back to bite the men in blue.
Oh, that's a massive, massive blow. The same fielder who we thought was very slow reacting earlier. Kuldeep Lal was the batsman then as well.
Well, let's see if Kuldeep will make them pay as he pulls out to deep mid-wicket. Just the single. He has time to think about life down the non-striker's end, and he can thank his lucky stars. He's almost like a cat with 9 lives today, and he's using them up very quickly in this 10-over match. But as long as Kuldeep Lal's there, I think Gracia are favourites to win this match. If they can get rid of him, I think the momentum swings towards men in blue.
Yeah, he's struggling with that short ball outside the off stump, isn't he?
Chowdhury in again. This one is pushed through, and this is in the air, but it's going to get over Deb at short cover, and it'll just be 1. And wasn't it great watching Deb's fielding in the last game? He took out the stumps. I'm sure that one's already made its way to our social media. And why don't you follow us at European Cricket if you don't already? Because there's so much happening in the world of European cricket. It's great to bring you all the action right here on the European Cricket Network as we see Nikhil Chowdhury steaming in again. It's short and wide, and that'll be called a wide. So, yeah, these games, everything's delivering something in the form of entertainment, isn't it? This 60-ball format, so explosive. With over 1,000 games of cricket coming away on the European Cricket Network this year, it's wonderful to have so many people around the world enjoying the coverage. But yes, classic Sabuj in the chat saying catch miss, match miss. As this is a full toss, it's very, very high. It's not going to carry the field of those two of them under it, and it's taken. Yes, no signal from the umpire there. It was just below the waist, and Kuldeep has to go. So a huge wicket. And it looks like they may have been let off after all. The men in blue, after dropping Kuldeep, he's given another chance, but this time it was pounced on by the men in blue.
Yeah, that's a big, big wicket. Just watching that again on the replay, just about the height. But I think the ball was dipping on him. I think it's a correct decision made. And Kuldeep, I think, is probably going out to it as well. Remember, the no ball has to be given on height with the batsman standing upright in his crease. So I think Kuldeep did charge that a little bit. So that was absolutely fine. Correct decision by the umpire, not a no ball, and a very pressurised catch. And I tell you why that was such a good catch. He had to be aware of the other fielder that was right behind him. In fact, it was almost like it was going to knock him over at one stage.
Tell you what, they were forming an orderly queue, weren't they, behind that high ball? But a big wicket for Chowdhury for the men in blue. This next one isn't going to be caught unless it's over the fence. It's gone all the way for a Maximo. So what a comeback for Gracia after losing their main man, Kuldeep Lal. They come back, and it's Vicky Sondhi who has got to the other end, and he sent the next ball over the boundary for 6.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to rely on him now big time with Kuldeep gone. And he doesn't want to mess around.
Chowdhury, can he come back with something? This one is blasted off the back foot. It's going to go down to Shanky Kalagatla on the long off fence. That will be the end of the over. And after 5, at the halfway point of the second innings, Gracia are 49 for 2.
Wow, it's evenly poised, isn't it? We keep saying about this run rate. Once more, it's just staying at the 11. With that wicket going down, we thought, okay, men in blue, are they going to take the advantage at the halfway stage? And then, well, Vicky Sondhi playing a magnificent shot right the way over the top for 6 runs, bringing it back and keeping him in contention. Well, what a game we got on here.
What a game indeed. And so no Kuldeep, no worries for Gracia. That was an excellent shot by Vicky Sondhi. And this is Shanky Kalagatla to come. He bowled very well in the first match this morning, and he's going to be trusted with the 6th over here for men in blue. In he comes. And this is 2 full. I think that will carry all the way, perhaps. And it has all the way for 6. So, a bit of a warm-up ball. Kalagatla was deadly accurate in the first game, but this was a full toss on leg stump. And good batting there, down on one knee. And Vicky Sondhi sent that one all the way over the ropes, and 6 more runs, just a flick of the wrist. But gave it the attention needed to massage the ball over the boundary for 6. And Kalagatla, a shaky start. Can he come back? This is more like him. It's up in the block hole, and all Sondhi can do is push it for a single. But what an interesting few overs we're going to have here, Rico, as this match reaches its conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, Kulwant Singh, the new bat, taking guard. Now, I wonder what he's been told to do out there. Is he being told just to stay there and support Vicky Sondhi at the other end and just try giving him strike, or is he sent out there to play his own game?
Here's Kalagatla again, and this is well bowled. No real foot movement there from the new batsman, Kulwant. And it's so important with Vicky Sondhi gaining some momentum in his innings that Kulwant can get him on strike. He doesn't want to be chewing up too many dots. There's one there already. He has to score off this ball. See Boraka going back from mid-off, back onto the boundary. As you see Kalagatla coming in again. Oh, don't worry about the singles. I'll take 6 more. That's half a dozen. 6 more runs. A Maximo to Gracia, and Kulwant getting in on the act.
Good now, buddy, a shot. But anything that's been put in that leg outside area is being punished, and they've got to take note of this, men in blue. Anything in that zone has disappeared, and anything outside the off stump, well, Gracia are not able to put it away, so they've got to get this line right. They've got to focus on the off stump area.
Yeah, Culligan will be upset that he's lost his line a couple of times, but he has the chance to come back now with the next delivery. And this is hit beautifully, high and handsomely, all the way onto the practice nets. That is a Mega Maximo.
Hi. What a shot. And you know what? We say in T10 that a game can change in an over. Well, at the moment, this could be the over for Garcia. If this one ends up going anywhere near the boundary as well, their hats are going to be up.
I tell you what.
By just checking the ball.
That one's stuck in the fishing nets, and we see the crew there trying to get that one back. Here's one Kookaburra we may be able to get back into the rotation, but Kalagutla has some thinking to do. Last ball, the over. It's just going to sneak off the pad, but a huge over. There were 20 off it. And Kalagutla, what a difference a game can make, and he'll be disappointed, but Gracia, after 6 overs, a 69 for 2.
Yeah, and just have a look at that required run rate now. We said what difference an over could make, and if they could get one good over in, well, they've got it in, and it's gone now for the first time below the 10 mark.
And these two batsmen both showing an ability to clear the boundaries as well. So that's one thing. It's one thing to see the required run rate, but it's also the kind of batting skills you have in your unit and the batting skills you have at your disposal. And they still have plenty of resources with these two at the crease. You'd think that 10 and over isn't a dollar, but we've seen it time and time again here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, Rico.
Yeah.
We've seen a wicket and a change of momentum, so this game is very much alive. This is edged away, and nice bit of work this time from Paramjot Randhawa at third man. He's had his struggles down there, but this time it's just one run, saving some valuable runs for his team.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best of balls, but it was outside the off stump. Guess they're just trying to push it through a little bit too much, I think.
There's a wild swing there from the batsman.
Yeah, and straight away you can see different ball game. When the ball is outside the off stump, you can't play that shot anymore. They've got to try and play on the off and dot balls now.
Casey has the chance to bring his team back into the game. This is cracked off the back foot. We'll go all the way out to Shanky Kalagutla, who's thinking about life down on the deep cover boundary, but Atul Kesar's just the man for a situation like this. He was a bit astray in his first over, uncharacteristically so, but he can get the ball in an area where it's difficult for the batsman to score. It's exactly what they need. Run rate still over 10 and over required. This is a nice low full toss, almost a Yorker, but still very difficult to get under that. And Kesar will be happy with his work so far in his second over, making up for a bit of an errant first one. But Rico, we're set up for a cracking finish here, aren't we?
We are indeed. They need a boundary here, though. They can't get under the cog. And this could be it. It's hit hard. It's gone all the way over the top. 4 runs, right on cue. And Kesar, for me, Vinny, I think he's just trying to push it through a little bit too much. He'd be far better off just holding the pace off. He's trying to bang it in.
Yeah, and it can be a bit predictable, can't it? I mean, that's one thing at his disposal is variations in pace. So you can see the batsman just getting used to playing him almost like a slow medium pacer, but comes in again now. And this one is much better length and line, and only one to the batsman. So that will be the end of Kesar's over. Gracia move to all the 7s. Slot machine, 77 off 7 for a loss of 2 wickets and requiring 31 off the last 3 overs. I tell you what, I think as long as these two are there, I favour Gracia, but if they lose a wicket, I think that men in blue probably get the favourites tag back, but hard to see where that'll come from at the moment. One thing's for sure, if they do get a chance, they're going to have to take it, the men in blue.
Yeah.
Don't think they're going to get too many more chances. They got away with one with Kuldeep as he holed out later in the over, but they're trusting Karupasamy Soundarapandian with the ball here in the 8th over. 31 off 18. Counting down to the end of this game in the European Cricket Series. This is Karupasamy Soundarapandian. This one, I think it's got the legs. Oh, the fielder thought he had a chance, but has just gotten over his head all the way down the ground for a Maximo.
Bolo shaba 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 patak ke chal pe itte ground de vich Montjuic, Barcelona. The fireworks are beginning to start. Well, right on cue. I can feel the warmth of the sun coming out as well. What a finish.
Sandra Pandian is to bring something a little bit better. And this is the full toss. It's been an effective tactic from time to time in this innings. Very dangerous though, they'll just get one. And tell you what, if there was one more Maximo there, I think it was almost game, set and match to Gracia, but still 24 of 16, so 9 and over required. And Men in Blue, if they do get a chance, they'll be right back in this match. Here's Krupasamy Sandrapandian. This is hit very nicely, but straight to the fielder, and he holds on. And what a catch! What a catch down there on the square leg boundary, and just when they needed something to go their way, it was Nikhil Chowdhury down there. Nikhil Chowdhury just behind square. The ball was drilled at him. Not easy conditions for catching, and you see that has sparked Men in Blue a very, very important wicket. And that is the end of Kulwant. He has to go, and this game takes another twist. And what a game it's been, Rico Full.
You know what? If the Men in Blue, and I say if because there's still a lot to happen in this match, if they end up winning this game, it's going to go down to their catching, because we've seen 2 fabulous catches down there. Kuldeep Lal, the danger man, was caught, and then that one, and that's a great catch. Under these conditions, that ball was travelling, it was going fast, the pressure was on, you had to take it. Like, you know, if you muff that up, it could have been 6 runs. Taking the catch, pressure really right back on Gracia now.
Well, that's pressure with a capital P and a capital everything, Rico, because that was the thing that made that catch so difficult as well. The situation, and the batsman did cross. So Sondi's on strike here. This is dug in, and it's going to be off the surface. It's actually a wide. It wasn't quite off the pitch, but that one just too wide to reach. So gives up 1 run. Now 23 off 15 balls, and Men in Blue holding their nerve when it counted. And Sondi's got a large responsibility to get Gracia past this target and start the campaign with a win. This is well bowled. And it's going to go to one of the 3 men who are placed back on the leg side boundary. So just a single becomes 22 off 14. And we know we've got 124 matches here in Barcelona, Spain for the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. And we know we're going to get a lot of close matches. And this is one of them for sure. We hope you're enjoying the action as Krupasamy Sandrapandian comes in again, makes some room. This one is absolutely out of the universe. That is the biggest 6 we have seen all week. And what a shot, and what a way to start an innings. Harkamal Singh has Harkamal this ball out of the solar system.
That was absolutely huge. Well, mammoth that was. And you know what, we talk about blasters. Well, there's no bigger master blaster than that. Massive hit. And what's that going to do to this game? What's that going to do to the Men in Blue? Are they going to feel the pressure here now?
Well, that ball's going to come back looking like a football. There might be a new one now. Sandrapandian, can he come back? Next one, only going to get 1. It was very much attempting the same, but how's Harkamal Singh coming out? And you think, well, he might just nudge a single, keep him in the game. But he's come out and hit the biggest 6 we have seen so far in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. So that's the end of the over. It's 93 for 3, and Gracia require 15 off the last 2 overs of this match. And this man Harkamal on strike. Hark Hogan, I'm going to call him, because he has muscled that one. And I just couldn't believe it.
I tell you what, it wasn't just big, it was effortless. I mean, you know, you see some guys giving it everything, and they're almost pulling their shoulder out trying to hit the ball over the ropes. Well, he just stepped into it. Well, here we go. He's taken the strike. He could have taken the wide off that last ball, really. But he got something on it, takes the strike. Let's see what happens here.
Well, the incredible Hark. Here he is. And he loves to swing, doesn't he? And I tell you what, this is going to be an exciting conclusion to this match. 15 off 11 required. What do you like better, Hark Hogan or the incredible Hark?
No, the incredible Hark.
The incredible Hark.
Yeah.
Looks like he could take 5 men to hold him down at the moment. This is going to be a big swing again.
Shanky.
I can tell. Shanky with the ball in hand. Oh, does he ever? And he's just got an inside edge down onto his pad. It'll just be the single. Oh, I've only seen him bat for 3 or 4 balls, Rico, but he's already my favourite player to watch at the Fan Code European Cricket Series. You know what you're going to get from Hark Hogan here.
You're easily pleased, aren't you? You're easily pleased.
Oh, that ball's going to need counselling if they ever find it.
Vicky, 35 of 20. He's got to take him home. He's got to bring him home if they're to win this match.
14 off 10 then. Oh, and a top ball. Yeah, that one didn't get up. And again, if you're batting this situation, and this probably isn't going to be what the Hawk's thinking about, but if you can score off every ball, then you're taking it down to the wire. So don't necessarily, if you can gamble and get that 6, that's great if the ball's there. Like we were talking earlier about just taking what's given to you. So given a 6 ball by all means, but you don't want to dot here because then the game could just creep back in favour of men in blue. Next one, well, they will get at least one here, and they're going to settle for one.
Yeah, I think they'll settle for one and let Hartman Singh have a go here. Clever bowling. Kalagatla is doing what we've been talking about. He's trying to focus on that line, the guide that the umpires have for if the ball's too wide or not. He's trying to keep it inside that, making them play on the offside or go across the line.
13 off 8. Here is Hark. What's he got for us? Oh, he's got a big swing, but it was too wide, and Shanky has got back on that off stump, but just a little bit too wide, so it takes it back 12 off 8. Looks like we're heading for another last over finish, unless the Hark can hit a 12 off one ball, which, to be honest, is what I would have given that one that he hit. First ball that he faced, 12 off 8. Here is Shanky Kalagatla. Another wide. He's upset with himself, Kalagatla. And...
ooh, well,
this is the umpire's opinion, is that he moved out the way of it, but that, I think, is inconsequential.
yeah,
because it's missed leg
tournament
stump.
rules are anything on the leg, so, well, no wonder the batsman a little bit disappointed. Anyway, he's got a bat in his hand, and Hakmal, well, he's got to use it, and we know he can.
Don't make Hulk Hogan angry. He's going to swing twice as hard this time. Last ball of the over, and he does, but doesn't make contact. Last over. I can't believe it. It's at the end of 9. It's 96 for 3. What are you thinking on the YouTube? What do you think about the YouTube here, guys? The YouTube chat, last over. It's going to be 11 for a golden ball, 12 to win. Could this be the first golden ball of the Fancode European Cricket Series? And who's the man on strike? I think it'll be Vicky Sondhi to face. And who are they going to trust with the last over? What a finish here. Men in blue, haven't they provided some entertainment this morning? 2 very different types of games, Rico. The first one was a bit of an arm wrestle, very low scoring game, but we've seen a bit more expansive batting from both sides in the second match of the day. And looks like both teams are heading to score over 100. So 2 different styles of game, but both exciting in their own way. And look, it's Nikhil Chowdhury to bowl the last over. I wonder what he's feeling at the moment. We hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, along with Rico Full. And here's Chowdhury to bowl the last over. Oh no, it's a no ball. It's a no ball, and there's some confusion. It could be a run out here. Yeah, it's going to be an easy run out, and the Hark is going to have to go back to the pavilion. And look, he's decided that he wants to strike Vicky Sondhi, and to be honest, like once they were both at one end, I think it made sense for Sondhi to stay there. But the result of that is a no ball and a wicket, so there will be 1 run. So they need 11 off 6 now. The next ball will be a free hit as well. Let's have a look on the replay.
You know, we said in the previous game, sometimes you've got to play smart cricket. There was always a single there, should be taken, but also right at the end there. Now you got somebody that Hartman can hit the ball big. You need 12 to win. No, it's 11 now. You still got those 6 balls because of the no ball. Mate, I would have just stepped out and say, Harky, you stay in, you play it.
Well, I don't know. He'd missed a few as well, and he's risk of a dot balls. Agree to disagree there, Rico. Next one. Throws the hands at it. It's going to go over backward point. That could run all the way to the boundary. Yeah, it beats the fielder down there, Sandra Pandian. So 4 runs. And it turns out that Vicky Sondhi has made the right decision because he's there. Probably would have been a wide as well, this one. It was a free hit, but he got full value from it. And so now, Gracia requiring 8 off 5. That man Sondhi there. Yes, interesting you say that. Harkamal was good for a 6, but he was also good for a dot. So I think in this situation, you need someone that can score. And we've got 8 off 5 now. Nikhil Chowdhury. This is 2 wide. That could be a no ball. And
oh my God, they're going to do it again, are they? What is going on there? Some kamikaze running between these guys.
This one is signalled a no ball by the umpire. So Chowdhury, tell you what, you don't know what you're going to get from Chowdhury either. He's made some chances happen, but he has been a bit erratic. We saw him on the first day, a bit more accurate with his length, and this is going to be a free hit. So what does that make it? It's probably 7 off 5.
7 off 5.
7 off 5 here. This is short, and they're only going to get 1, and I think they're going to take it. And no interest from Sondhi in pushing for a second, so 6 off 4. Oh, Rico, You know what I'm thinking, don't you?
I know what you're thinking.
You know
I
what
know
I'm
what's
thinking?
happening. I know what those clogs turning up in your mind are saying. Now, this is going to be interesting. Now, whatever happens here now, he's got to just try and get back on the ball, and they've got to take the run.
Yep. Can't have dots. Tim Filer enjoying the action here on the European Cricket Network in the YouTube chat saying, bat on ball, guys. No need for a sixer ball. Easy from the couch.
Yeah.
And it is a lot easier on the couch. Imagine how these guys are feeling out there in the middle. And what a fantastic experience this is for all of these players. The Fancode European Cricket Series broadcast all around the world with millions of viewers all across the globe. And wow, this is a big moment. And Paramjit Singh, his heart will be beating out of his chest.
Nikhil Chowdhury. Can he bowl a few peaches here now?
Acquiring 5 here off the last 4 balls.
Well,
That's gone up in the air and it's going to go down for 1. Some thought of 2, but I think that's sensible.
I
Wow.
tell you what, the Gracia guys are shouting all types of instructions to the batsman from the dugout. No wonder they're getting confused. One is saying run, one is saying don't run. Well,
Yeah.
where are we at now, I think?
Well, according to our score card, they require 4 runs off the last 3 balls here. 4 runs off the last 3. So boundary will do it. This is going to come down. The pressure's on the fielder there, Borica, the money man. He's not going to make a mistake and very cleverly throws that to the keeper's end. He wasn't going to give Vicky Sondhi any chance to get in front of that one. So that means it is now 105 with 2 balls to go. So 3 runs off 2 balls. 3 runs off 2 balls, and it's Paramjit on strike.
Just checking.
3 runs to win. 3 runs to win.
And it's good that the men in blue are checking with the umpires about the score, what's needed. Here we go.
So he doesn't want to dot here. Puts a lot of pressure on him. It's Chowdhury with the ball in hand. It's a good Yorker. They'll get down for 1. Will they try for 2? Putting pressure on the fielder. They're going to come back. It's going to go to the keeper's hands. And there's going to be a run out. So they'll get 1. And that sets this up for a blockbuster finish. And it was a good bit of fielding there from Harpreet. And I think, look, they did have to go for it. They had every chance.
But they ran into each other. Look at that. That was
Oh,
terrible
look,
running.
Did not notice that.
Absolutely
The
terrible
replay.
running.
And great work by the keeper just to compose himself in. Look at this. They went for it and bang. I don't think he would have made it anyway, to be honest. And again, it was clever because that non-striker gets a bit of a head start. So it's a longer throw for the outfielder. If they can get that ball to the keeper, it's very difficult. And this is going to be a huge moment here with 2 required off the last ball for victory. So 1 to win. 1 to win. Sorry, 1 to tie, 2 to win. So 1 will be a golden ball, 2 to win. As we see the new batsman coming out, and geez, what a moment for the new batsman here.
They've surely got to bring everybody in here. Surely
Well, I don't
everybody
know,
in
also,
round.
well,
I mean, there's a man right down there on the boundary. He's got to be in.
You can take a golden ball as well here, because 1 is a golden ball. You can't let him get a 2. 1 to tie, 2 to win. He's missed it. They've got to go. They've got to go.
Oh,
and
we're
he's
gonna get a
fumbled it.
golden ball.
And he's
We're
going to
gonna
get
get a golden
it.
ball.
He's going to get it. The match is tied. We're heading for a golden ball. And the keeper, unfortunately, fumbling, and we're going to have a blockbuster finish here in this game. What is this, game 12? I don't even know what game it is anymore.
Game 12.
Game 12, our first golden ball. The scores are locked at 107, 107. And we're going to have our first golden ball tiebreaker of the Fancode European Cricket Series for 2021. Gracia versus Men in Blue. Now, as I gather my breath, I'll talk you through the golden ball, of course. As we see, I'm not sure if we'll get a replay of that last ball, but the keeper just couldn't find his feet. He looked like like the drunk staggering out of the bar at 3 o'clock in the morning, didn't he? Not that any of them are open at the moment in Barcelona, but
You got to
have a look
feel
at this.
sorry
Look,
for the
he's just
captain
fumbled
here.
it, and all he had to do was pick it up, and he didn't.
Yeah, you got to feel for him too.
There it is, look. And when he went to pick it up, even though the ball was right there, it just slipped out of his hands, and he had his eyes on where it had to go, and this is the pressure, and this is why they had to go for the run, didn't they? But all they had to do was pick it up. We are heading for a golden ball. And the rules of the golden ball, if you're new, and look at Chowdhury there. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. And he knows, has a sense of humour about it. Could have been worse. Could have disappeared out of the stadium, but Sanjeev Of course, he knew all he had to do was gather that clean. He had a couple of chances, but the captain couldn't grab it, and we've seen that happen, and that's what pressure does. And Men in Blue, most of the time, they've held their nerve under the pressure, but that was one occasion where they haven't. So now we have a golden ball situation. Now, Rico, for some of our viewers that might be new, this is something that is unique to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And in the golden ball, which is what happens if the scores are tied at the end of regulation time, then the batting team will come and they will face one additional legal delivery. And it's very simple. Anyone can face it as long as they haven't been out in the innings. So I think it'll probably be Vicky Sondhi who will be on strike. And Vicky Sondhi is likely to bat for Gracia. And any bowler can bowl it from the Men in Blue team, so they can choose any player. And I don't know who you'd bowl, perhaps Borica. He'd probably be my pick. So the rules are as such. If the batting team can score 2 runs off this ball, then the batting team will win. If they fail to score 2 runs, then the fielding team will win. So if they score 1 or they don't score at all, then the fielding team will win. So it's as simple as that, folks. Wherever you're watching around the world, this is golden ball drama at the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And it looks like it will be Borica to bowl the golden ball. Let's see if the money man can deliver. The money man to deliver the gold, the pot of gold. Men in Blue would love to have 2 wins out of 2. Now, there's a few things that can happen here. If the ball goes to an outfielder, you know they're trying for 2. So the outfielder has to keep their composure and make the run out. If the ball goes in the air, of course, if there's a wicket, then that will be the game for the fielding team. So lots and lots of pressure. They do get 5 outfielders. They've decided to go too deep on the leg side. They've got a long off. They've got a deep point. And it looks like they've got an extra man they can push back, and they are pushing. It looks like a Harpreet Singh there, but the outfielders, they don't want to be too deep here because they don't want to let them get a 2. They need to be on the move. Okay, here's the golden ball, 2 to win. It's Borica steaming in. And he's bowled him, and the game is over. The Men in Blue have won the game with a wicket on the golden ball, and it is the money man, Abhishek Borica, who wins the game for Men in Blue. The batsman premeditating and trying to get that ball back behind the keeper, but Borica, he held his nerve and hits the stumps once again. And high drama here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series 2021. We're in Spain, and in match 12, it is the Men in Blue defeating Gracia Cricket Club on the golden ball.
Wow, how about that? Well, I cannot believe the decision made by Vinny Sondhu there, the batsman. I mean, what on earth was he thinking? It was short. He should have been pulling that away. In the end, he's trying to be too clever for me, Vinny. Trying to think there's a gap there. I'm just going to guide it there. Terrible decision, and that's cost him the game. Well, Abhishek Borica, he's the hero.
He was gambling, but he was gambling with the game. And Abhishek Borica, their ball in the hands of the money man, and he definitely put another win in the bank for Men in Blue. And what a game we've seen here in match 12. Let's have a look at some of the highlights as that game was locked in the end at 107-107. Men in Blue getting it done.
Yeah, what a game. Got to get a breath back. Golden ball हो गई सी येरा मतलब golden ball दे एक ball दे विच 2 run चाहिए आ. Easy peasy. Well, they made it difficult, but in the end, well, Gracia were happy with themselves at one point. Men in Blue, you never write them off. They fight till the end. Well, how about that, winning their second game? And what a game it was. Great bit of catching there. And we said earlier that a lot of this was going to depend on the way Men in Blue fielded. I thought they fielded brilliantly. I think they took the catches that mattered, and because of that, they kept themselves in the game. And for me, because of that, is their catching and their fielding that won in that game.
Well, I tell you what, Sanjeev Tiwari is the most relieved man in the universe right now. We saw him have 2 or 3 goes to win the game for Men in Blue on the last ball of regulation. But it was Abhishek Borica who came up with the goods on the golden ball. We see here what led to it. This is Abhishek early in the innings. He's just been so reliable for the Men in Blue this morning, hitting the stumps time and time and time again. And that was a disappointing moment there for Manish Thoki. Then we saw some good hitting from Gracia, in particular Kuldeep Lal. Looked like he could take the game away from the Men in Blue, giving a couple of chances. Not all of them were taken. But this was the moment they queued up and sent that batsman back to the pavilion, but the boundaries kept coming. Sandra Pandey, well, he took some punishment. But again, another great catch held onto, and you can see the Men in Blue, what it means to them. They didn't get a win on the first day. They went close, but they walk away with some good work done on their second day of action here, day 3 in Barcelona, winning 2 wins out of their first 2 games. And here was the moment. The batsman, that could have been consequential as well. Not sure if they made it anyway, and here it was with 1 to tie. It was straight to the keeper and couldn't grab it, and this is an incredible moment as he just had to pick it up. He couldn't find it again, had another go, and the game was tied. So frustrated was the captain, Sanjeev Tiwari, and that took us to a golden ball situation.
What pressure does to you, doesn't it? I mean, in the end, maybe he's a bit lucky not to get a few penalty points there for that. For a little bit of that aggression.
This was the golden ball, and I'm glad they didn't, because it set up the golden ball. And Abhishek Borika, middle stump, and Vicky Sondhi's filthy with himself. But he took it on, didn't get it, and unfortunately it meant that Gracia come away with no points from their opening fixture in day 3 action. And Borika, wasn't he happy about it? And weren't we excited about it up here in the commentary box? The golden ball, I tell you what, might be a little bit biased with the golden ball, but it is a very exciting way to finish a match, and it's nice to see the fielding team get one back.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of people out there that think that this golden ball is all about the batting side, but I tell you what, it proves there, if you keep your cool, if you keep your composure, it's anybody's game.
That's right, and coming up shortly on the European Cricket Network, we have match 3 of the day. It's match 13 of the fan code ECS Spain-Barcelona. It's going to be Bengali returning to the stage against 11 Stars. Bengali, of course, won the only 2 games on Monday that were completed, and they topped the table at that stage with a 2-0 record. They'll be relying on Omar Ali and Mosharraf Hussain up the top of the order. Shafiqur Rahman had a very good day on Monday as well, so you can see the Dream 11 points that they've accumulated so far. Omar Ali, he's a good young player, probably underperformed a bit on day 1, but I'm expecting him to come back very big on day 2 with the bat and ball. Well, 11 Stars, they did very well to hold Men in Blue to 63, but they couldn't chase it down, showing a few nerves, but I also liked some of their bowling options. Umar Riaz, Ali Ahmed, they impressed me with the ball in hand. Also, Amir Sohail had very safe hands in the field, held on to a couple of catches. Tanvir Shah at the top of the order. He went for a golden duck in the first game, but there's big raps on him, so watch out for Tanvir Shah to come back strong in this game, match 13 of the ECS Spain-Barcelona.
Yeah, going to be very interesting, and it's going to be, for me, it's about Bengali CC to see if Shafiqur Rahman doesn't score those runs. In both those games, he was the man who scored in the 40s. He's not been out in this series so far. If he doesn't perform, who can step up the mark?
Yes, Rico, well, there was a heart stopper there in match 12, and that's just a taste of what's to come here in Barcelona with 124 matches of exciting T10 cricket. This is the fan code European Cricket Series Barcelona. It's great to be here in Spain with you, Rico. This is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sand with the European Cricket Network. We will see you in about 10 minutes for the introduction to match 13. You're watching the European Cricket Network.
Well, hello there and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. All is in readiness for match 13 and we have Bengali taking on the 11 Stars. Our match referee Navjot Anand is with the two captains Riyaj Howlada and Asif Mahmood for the toss of the coin.
As is the call. Yeah, we like batting first. Bengali on the toss and elected to bat first.
And you can see there the Bengali captain Riyaj Howlada. They'll be very keen to pick up where they left off on Monday. In fact, they won the only 2 completed matches, so they sit at the top of Group A at the moment. And they'll be relying on their opening pair, most likely Omar Ali and Mosraf Hussain, to get them off to a good start. He told me he wanted to bat first because he thought he could get the runs on the board and put some scoreboard pressure on an inexperienced 11 Stars lineup. Well, the 11 Stars, they couldn't quite get the job done in their first match of the day, going down by 11 runs to the men in blue, but their captain Asif Mahmood told me before the toss that he thinks they will bat a lot better and he does expect some big runs out of Tanveer Shah. Unfortunately, he made a golden duck in their first appearance, but he hopes that he can make a few more this time and get the 11 Stars their first win in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Over to you, Rico, as we get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Well, how did you calm down so quickly? That's what I want to know. And what an exciting game that was. And while the umpires are getting themselves ready to come out, well, that was absolutely breathtaking. There's so many things that come into play, don't there? And maybe some of you, the viewers out there that are new to this, when you hear myself and Vinny rambling on about probably field positioning or batsmen not taking the singles or not taking the 2 runs, etc. Well, now you know why all of those things are so important in this T10 format. Well, I suppose in any format of the game, but in T10 especially, it's all, you know, action-packed games. These are, anything can happen and every run makes a difference. And you saw there in that game, the game tied on 107, and in the end it was the men in blue that held their nerve. I mean, who better than Abhishek Barak to bowl the ball? Well, you're seeing the fantasy dashboard coming up there for this game. Bengali Cricket Club, they've won 2 out of 2, and well, the most impressive win was their second one against Catalonia Tigers, who probably were favourites to win Group A. Well, Bengali making the surprise there. The 11 Stars, well, they've made their debut this morning. Well, they know what it's like now to be playing in this European Cricket Series, and they've been asked to bat again. That's a good decision made by the Bengali Cricket Club captain, and I think that's all about knowing that the Stars were not at their best with the bat first time round and putting the pressure on them straight away. And we've got Vinny coming back into the commentary box. Vinny, this is going to be an interesting game. Are the Stars going to be able to raise their game?
Yes, well, I've just taken all of my all my 10 or so minutes off to just try and take some deep breaths and calm myself down. My watch was telling me to breathe at the end of that game, because what a game it was, the end of match 12. We saw the first golden ball of 2021, and the money man Abhishek Barak cleaning up the game, cleaning up the stumps for the men in blue. And that was so disappointing for Vicky Sondhi. I'm sure he'll be thinking about that tonight, but we're very critical of him around the ground here. But the thing is that he obviously made a decision. He committed to that decision to try and play that shot, because he thought if he got any bat on ball, he was going to get his 2 runs. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to get anything on it. But yeah, looking ahead to this game, it's great to see Bengali in action again. And they walked away with 2 wins. They had more wins on the first morning of this tournament than they did in the entire of the European Cricket Series they played back in October. So they've got their tails up. We expect big things, though, from 11 Stars, particularly with Tanveer Shah at the top of the order. He missed out in the first game, but he won't get his chance until the second half of this game. But Bengali, with 2-0 record, they have every chance to cement their place at the top of this ladder with some good performances today on the field.
Yeah, so we're getting ready to start here. The sun has finally broken through, and well, what a difference that makes. All of a sudden, yes, we are in Spain. Yes, we are in Barcelona, because the sun is out, and all of a sudden everybody is a lot happier. Nobody's rubbing their hands anymore, and we're getting ready to start this match. Tanveer Iqbal, Abdul Khan the umpires. First ball being smashed away, one bounce to the fielder. Quickly one, Omar Ali there. He likes to play just one way, likes to attack the young man.
Yes, Omar Ali, still quite inexperienced, but he's very talented, and it's a matter of time until he makes some big runs.
Zubair Ahmed, the bowler. Quite risky. Asking the question for LB. It's a little bit of bad on that. The umpire agrees, no signal. Now, the Stars, they're going to be positive. Oh no, he's changed his mind. He has given the leg by. There you go. The Stars, they did very well in the field. I think they were excellent. Kept the pressure on the men in blue in their first game. So they're just going to keep much of the same in that department. It's the batting they need to work on. And I'm sure they've, in the time that they've had to regroup, and have the discussion, they've come up with a plan the same way the men in blue did as well, and got their batting much more improved.
Yeah, so 11 Stars, they'll definitely be better for the run after the first game. Seeing this ball pushed out to the offside just for a single, but yeah, Rico, there's no substitute for experience, is there?
No.
And we've seen Bengali, they've been telling me between matches how they were disappointed, of course, with only one win in their previous series and finishing towards the bottom of the ladder. And they've worked very hard through the winter on their cricket skills to get ready for this tournament.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Ow! All the way over. 6 runs, 6 carreras. Así me gusta, eh. Este chico está muy fuerte, muy joven también. Tiene una muy bien futuro. 6 carreras.
Yeah, there was good footwork. Rico, you see, he's just come down the pitch and saw it above the eye level, and that's the talent of the young man, Omar Ali. He's made an 80 odd, I remember in the previous series. That was very nice to watch, and on that occasion, pouncing on that ball, which was flighted from Zubair, and 6 of the best Bengali, picking up where they left off on Monday.
Well bowled, not so much fuller this time. But Ali doing well, just rocking back a little bit, going on his back foot and pushing that out. The offside takes a single. The end of the first over, 11 the score without loss.
Yes, Zubair, not the worst first over there. He showed a few nerves early in the first match, but I think all of these 11 Stars will feel a little bit more comfortable after the experience of having that global TV audience. And just a reminder to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, it's great to have your company, and feel free to put your questions and comments in the chat. We love to get them and answer as many as we can on air. As we're going to see Umar Riaz coming into the attack. I was impressed with the way he bowled in the first game.
Riaz to Ali. And Ali does well. He's quite confident young man.
Yeah, and we'll see him with the ball as well, Rico. He's kind of ankles the ball into the right-hander, gangly kind of young man. Almost feel like he hasn't grown into his body just yet. He's all arms and legs.
That's a nice little shot there on Musraf.
And that's well run, because you're putting pressure on the fielder. It's good 25 yards off the bat there. Look, you have to pick it up cleanly and hit the stumps from side on. So the pressure on the fielder just keeps that score ticking along. It's so important. You don't have too many top balls in this format of the game.
Oh, the Sapish, but managing to find the gap, and not just finding the gap, but going through all the way to the boundary. Shouts of catch, but nobody's catching that. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot and hitting through the line of the ball, which I always like to see. Again, just a bit of a shuffle forward. He's very keen to get on the front foot at any cost, isn't he, Omar Ali? But he did it very well that time. Made it into a full toss, really, with that good footwork.
So Omar Riaz needs a response. No change in the field.
Tell you what, Rick, I'm kind of wishing I brought my sunglasses now, because the sun's out, and isn't that nice to see here? We've had a bit of cloud cover and a little bit of rain this morning, but sun's out and about.
Let's play it up in the air. Is there going to be a catch taken there? Yes, it is. And it's Tanvir taking a catch. We've seen him field very well in the first game. He doesn't tend to put him down. And Omar Ali's gone. I don't think he quite connected as well as he would have liked to in this one. But he's on his way back once more. He gets started, but isn't able to keep going long enough to build a good score.
Yes, and he'll be bitterly disappointed. Omar Ali was looking good there as well, but that is the nature of this format of the match. He had one trick too many, and he did hit it straight, but just didn't really time it the way he wanted. And there, number 66, Tanveer Shah for the 11 Stars, doing a superstar effort of pouching that catch, and he didn't want to give Omar Ali a chance, did they? And 11 Stars, especially after a slightly suspect batting performance, they want to keep this score under control from a Bengali side who have their tails up after 2 wins on the opening day of play here in Barcelona.
So that brings in the little man, and also who's been the main man for them, Shafir Rahman. He's in very good nick at the moment. So far, 2 innings, both of them in the 40s, in both times not out.
Yeah, he's batted very well so far in the series.
Wow, if you're going to bowl that to him, he's going to put it away all the time. 4 runs.
Yeah, that just wasn't in a good area, and pouncing all over that. Nobody down there.
No, that's when you're a man that's in form and you get that as your first ball, you're going to take it, and it's going to, well, his confidence must be flowing at the moment. The main thing is for him is that he doesn't get overconfident, and he's got to realise that his team need him to perform. Better delivery and good running between these 2 batsmen.
And I think that will be the end of the over. So after 2 overs, it is 22 for the loss of a wicket. Just have a look at the YouTube chat. Here we've got Simon Litchfield, who's made a comment. It's great that you're watching us on ECN there, Simon. Said a lot of the players seem to be of Asian descent, and he wants to know if there's much interest in sport outside of this community. And it's a very, very good question. And actually, you'd be surprised, Rico. Of course, it's a little bit like football, actually, in Australia, or association football, or soccer, as it's called in some parts of the world. It was actually the kind of migrant community that brought the game with them. And it took a little while before the Australians, as we watch this ball from Zubair, play and miss, it was a little while before the native Australians really took to the game. And you find that it takes a generation sometimes, because the kids at school started playing some football, and then you see that there's a lot more native Australians in our Australian football team now, as that next ball is pushed down for a single. And so I see much the same happening with cricket. In fact, when I was my first day here in Barcelona, I was quite surprised. Down the road from my hotel, there's a very, very competitive game of street cricket happening. And it was kind of led by a few kids from the Asian community, but quite a few Spanish kids. They were joining in, and I was actually surprised with their skills. As we see another miss outside off stump, I was surprised with their skills, because of course you pick things up as a kid. And there's no consequences to making mistakes in the street, and so I'm really hopeful that it'll take a little bit of time, but I'm hopeful that. Oh, and he's played on, I think there. Wow. And it looked like he had that one covered in defence, but I think that one almost off the middle of the bat and down onto the stumps. And Rico, look at a very, very valuable wicket for the 11 Stars.
Yeah, he just he looked like he was getting ready to play a shot here, and then decided at the last minute, really not to do anything apart from probably paddle it onto his stumps. Very, very interesting decision made by the batsman there. If he just continued with his shot and continued with the movement he had, his arm movement, he would have just blocked that out. But in the end, he's got himself out. He's got to go. Yeah,
almost took it for granted once you defend that, okay, you're giving up any chance to score off the ball, but I'll preserve my wicket. But again, it's a bit too soft with the hand off the middle of the bat and onto the stump. So an unfortunate dismissal there for Mosarraf Hussain, but a valuable wicket for the 11 Stars. But just going back to what I was saying there, we had some Spanish kids joining in the game, and they obviously wasn't the first time they played either. I think they play quite regularly, and so although we do see of course predominantly Asian players of an Asian ethnicity playing in the European Cricket Series, we do see a few occasions of some native-born Europeans, and I'm thinking of Marko Vajakin in Estonia, and there's plenty of other examples, and we've had some good players. Paolo Bucciamazza is another one comes to mind, and we've had some good fast bowlers from Italy as well. So it's one of these things that's gradual, and with the European Cricket Project, as we see Zubair coming in again, Pitch pushed away for a single. And it's one thing with this whole European cricket project, it's not something that we expect that in a year, for example, that everyone of a native-born European ancestry is going to get involved in the game. But it's one of the things over time, you see it being played more in schools, and people love the game, and of course get into it as kids, then they're more likely to be able to join a club. And they do have these structures set up with all these cricket clubs for the players of tomorrow to enjoy the game and continue their cricket careers.
Yeah, Riyaj Howda is the new batsman. He got off the mark straight away, the captain. And, well, Shafir Rahman a little bit lucky there. Well-flighted delivery from the bowler that time. And, well, he was trying to play it out on the offside. Got a little bit of an inside edge to it. But no damage done.
Yeah, end of the third over. And the score is 25 for 2. So Zubair doing a good effort today in this match. 1 for 13 off his 2 overs. And they've kept Bengali under wraps in this power play. Just a touch over 8 and over.
Yeah, follow on from what you were saying there, Vinny. I mean, one thing that certainly is making a difference here is the shorter format of the game. I mean, I've been in Spain a long, long time, and it's always very difficult to explain to the Spanish nationals the game of cricket, because up until now, it's always been a game that's too long. And the Spanish always, you talk to a Spanish person about cricket, and one thing, those that know what the game is will say, oh yeah, that's the game where you stop and you have tea and you have lunch, etc., etc. And it goes on for 5 days. But of course, that T10 is taking the world by storm, and even the Spanish are getting into it.
Yeah, it's great to see.
See that first ball played there down towards the legs. But yeah, so I think this shorter format of the game, it's easier to explain, it's easier to watch, it's exciting to watch this frenzy of explosive and action-packed cricket, as I like to say. And yeah, it's getting the Spanish involved, and also the national team captain is also Spanish.
Yeah, that is great, isn't it? That they do have a Spanish player as the captain. As this next ball is carved away, it's gone all the way for Maximo. Rico, what a shot that was!
That's an amazing strike from the little man, and well, Shafir Rahman just going to show the sort of form he's in. A little bit of whip, and he capitalised on that straight away from Ali Ahmed. Ali Ahmed has got to get it a little bit closer to him. In he comes. What's the reply going to be? Continues to do what he did before, coming round the wicket. That's a better delivery, but it's an even better shot. Balle, balle, balle. What a beauty that was. Well, 2 sixes on the row. He's taking charge. Dol bhi baj gayi, patake bhi chal pe. Say shaka, shaka, shaka.
Wow, what a shot that was in Bengali. Just see the confidence that a couple of wins brings, and that's an excellent shot straight down the ground, and something to think about for Ali Ahmed.
Flicks this one away. Takes a single, clever batting. And well, that's one thing that I like about Shafir Rahman. He keeps his composure, he will play the big shots, but if the ball's not there for a shot, or if it's a ball that deserves merit, he'll give it merit, but he will always try and take the single.
Yeah, that's true, Rico. Come back to the YouTube chat in a second as we see Ali Ahmed come in for the next delivery.
It's a little bit too wide, and the ball's given wide. But just to finish on that subject before we go to more, it's also nice to see the ICC also supporting the European countries with developing the game and getting the nationals in the country to play the game. A lot of initiatives for schools to take part in as well. So well done as well to the ICC for having to develop the game in Europe. He's Howdler being made to rush there, and just as well, it was really just in casual sort of autopilot there, and then all of a sudden had to go up a gear to try and scramble in, and with the ball being directed as well, just as well as did.
Yes, and don't take anything for granted there between the wickets. We've seen that already today, haven't we, here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Last ball of the over. Oh, great fielding by the wickets there. That saved a run, and the batsman is upset about that. But what can you do? They say to play straight, but that was a little bit too straight from Shafir Rahman. At the end of the 4th over, it's 40 for 2. Just heading back to the YouTube chat, Rico, and we had someone asking where my hotel is, and we're on Parallel, actually, down by the waterfront. So feel free. I think on Saturday we're challenging the kids with some of the ECN team, Rico. We might have to get you. You're a bit of a decent bowler, aren't you? What do you bowl? Can we get you in? But I tell you what, these kids, they were competitive.
Yeah.
Anyway, and look, it took me to get to about 200 or 250 before they really kind of beat the enthusiasm out of them. So I don't know if they'll keep playing, but you never know.
Every time you talk about it, you had 50 runs on your score.
That's true. It was enjoyable. I tell you what, they were bowling quick, and they were bowling from about 10 metres away as well. Well, this next ball's up. I think it's going to go all the way.
It's all the way in between the European Cricket Series flags there. 6 more, and a little bit like yesterday because of the direction of the wind. Even if you're not absolutely building it or timing it well, the wind is assisting those aerial balls. 6 more runs.
Yeah, hitting with the wind, smart tactics. I was talking to some of the players earlier. Get them up in the sky, and they'll go all the way, just like this one, and it's back to back.
Here we go again. Shaba, Shaba, 6 carreras más. Eso es cricket. Eso es un deporte que gusta a todo el mundo y ahora gusta aquí en España también. Vamos, vamos. Quiero más 6 carreras, por favor.
Yes, look, that's all length there. Tanvir giving the captain of the opposition, Halada, something to work with, and he took it. Could it be 3 in a row? That was a very low ball in the end, wasn't it? Came through. I've got a bit more chat on the YouTube. It's great when we get the YouTube chat going. Yeah, so Stanifit, come and see us down on Parallel, just by the waterfront this Saturday. You can join my team. A couple of ring-ins would be good. Ooh, this one doesn't spin at all, and it's gone straight through to the keeper. What else have we got here? We've got some people, Luke saying in Belgium cricket's going the right way, slowly but surely. Lots of youngsters starting to play cricket, and that's the thing. And it doesn't take, sometimes in a game like this, these players are generally either born or they have ethnic links to some more traditional cricket playing countries. But it takes them playing to get the structures in place, to get the locals involved, and slowly but surely it seems to be happening all across Europe. This next ball is just going to be 1 run for Bengali. We also had somebody that said the commentator's quite good, Mizanur Rahman. Well, I think that the viewers are quite good.
I think they're very good.
You'd be good to us, we'll be good to you. And we love bringing you the cricket here on the European Cricket Network, because T10, I tell you what, there's no more fast and furious version of the game, and especially after that last game. Did you catch that golden ball game, guys? Let us know what you think in the YouTube chat.
Oh, big swing and a miss. Got to just look where that front foot is, and that's what the coaches will be telling you when you're looking back at this. Shafqat Rahman, look where you're planting that foot, and you're not going to get to the ball there.
Yeah.
Play some very good shots, but on that occasion, that particular one, he needs to be putting his foot right across and playing.
And it's 53 for 2 after 5 overs. And yeah, viewers, let us know on the YouTube chat what you thought of the golden ball match. Grazia versus Men in Blue. I've got to admit, I try to be as unbiased as possible. I've got a soft spot for the Men in Blue. They had a bit of a rough trot last tournament and went down to Bengali on Monday morning here in Barcelona. But to come back with 2 wins, especially the money man Abhishek Baraka. And unfortunately, I think some of their viewers have been going for earplugs after the golden ball, because I was very excited. But how could you not be? And the tension and excitement all around the ground was palpable as we see the new bowler here, Hamza Khan, for the 11 Stars.
A little bit short. And Race Howdler this time does manage to get something on the ball that is outside his off stump. That's where he struggled. If you put it into his going into his legs, well, we've seen what he can do, back-to-back sixes. But outside that off stump, he's struggling a bit. But what he has managed to do, and what's important for him to take the single, a bit of discussion happening here between the umpires. Not quite sure what that's about.
Yeah, it's just ready for play now, as this is Hamza Khan.
Very optimistic call from somebody LB.
That's a very, with someone way back on the square leg boundary appealing there. But what I would say, and I don't see this very often, but I would say if you're new to watching this and you're watching on YouTube, please subscribe to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and you can also follow us on social media at European Cricket. And tell a friend if they like cricket, or if you think they might like cricket, if they like sport in general, there is plenty of entertainment on offer, because this T10 format is very explosive. There's a chance there. And it's taken.
It's taken. Another catch taken in that area where we saw the Gracia batsman playing it straight into the hands of the fielders in the previous game. That epic golden ball match. And there once more, Race Howdler, the captain, making good contact, but straight to a fielder. He's on his way.
Oh, Riaz, he thought he was on today, didn't he? And he looked very good, and just shows you one mistake, and that's the nature of the game. He took on the short ball, and again, a great piece of fielding down there on the boundary. We've seen some catches taken today in difficult conditions. All right, it's only 12 degrees February here in Barcelona, so we've got a few fingers stinging, but that's the end of it. Riaz Howlada, he has to go, and unfortunately, Bengali lose their third wicket with the score at 55.
Yes, and a good catch there by Tavish. He had to do a little bit movement to his right, not too much, but it's always difficult when the ball is travelling. And I always find those ones when the ball's coming hard and flat. They're the hardest ones to take for me, but he made that look easy. It's another wicket at a crucial stage because both these batsmen were getting settled. We're just past the halfway stage here now, so the partnership had to be broken, and it was. New batsman in, Tamid Bapari.
Yeah, he batted well the other day as well, Bapari. Let's see how he goes today. We've got some more chat on the YouTube saying the golden ball match was excellent. Well, that's an understatement. Mohammed Ismail, we're glad that you enjoying the action. He says, good for cricket advertisement. And I think so. I think that the fact that so many people, even that have non-traditional cricket backgrounds, they can tune in and they can enjoy a form of cricket which is a lot easier to understand. Okay, you don't need to know all the intricacies of the game to understand this. You just get 60 chances to whack as many as you can, and then the other team will try, and that's as simple as it is in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Just nicely played out to the offside. And viewers, if you thought that Vinny was loud during the golden ball, but I tell you what, I was stood next to him, so spare a thought for me.
Yeah, absolutely, Rico. And look, Standard Fick has made a very good point. He said the golden ball thought it might have been a bit unfair because there should have been a wide and finish right there. And that is true. That is one that probably might have been one the umpire missed, but there were so many things. You point to probably half a dozen or a dozen things. As the next one gets through, everybody, including the keeper, that could run away. It'll only be one by though in the end. But yeah, Rico, of course, you know, you can point to that, and look, that's very fair to point that one out. But there were quite a few things. It was the batsmen running into each other once, and perhaps they could have got a run there. There were some 2 or 3 runs not taken and misfield, and there were lots of things. But one thing's for sure, cricket's a funny game, and what a conclusion we saw to that match 12.
Hamza Khan comes again. Over pitching, but once more the batsman not being able to make the most out of that.
That'll be the end of the over. So after 6 overs, Bengali are 59 for 3. Always like the 6 over mark. It's always a nice chance to just really see where you're at in the game. So they're 50, pardon me, I think it's 58 actually. The score is 58. So you've got 4 overs to play with. And I think you think 10 and over here, well, they'll get you to 98. I think 100 batting first is something that you'd be aiming for. It's a nice little target. And I think against this 11 stars lineup, though, it's important you get as many as you can because they weren't even able to get out of the 50s chasing a low target.
Yeah.
But they didn't really bat with too much freedom. They lost Tanvir early in that chase, and knowing they were only chasing a little target, they were a little bit careful and it kind of came back to get them in the end. So I do think this 11 stars are a bit more capable in the bat than they showed in the first match. They'll be a bit more settled, so I do think you want kind of 80 plus on the board.
It up in the air, I think it's going to go over the fielder, and then when it does hit the ground in that part, it does tend to stop the ball. So it's a nice shot, really nice shot for one of them. Bapari's done well there. He's given the strike now to the batsman that's in form, Shafiqur Rahman. He now needs to buckle down and play a few shots. If you can get a couple of boundaries in every over that he's in, if you can bat to the end, that will certainly get them past the 100 mark.
Playing a miss there. Mohammed Ismail on the YouTube chat asking how long are the boundaries, and typically the boundaries in the European Cricket Series are between 50 and 55 metres. It just creates a bit more action because we love the ball getting hit out of the ground. These ones are closer to 50. Of course, we're contending with the baseball structures as well here, as we see Ali Ahmed coming in again.
Short, so that's a nice shot. He rocked back. Unfortunately for him, there is a fielder there patrolling that boundary. But yeah, good to see him rock right back and play that shot.
Yeah, nice. I like the way he waited on that. So many times we've seen that ball attempted to be hit on the onside, but I think there's value for money there on the offside. Generally only one man back, or sometimes nobody back on the offside.
Nicely played, giving Rahman the strike back again. This is good. They're taking the singles, but really to up the ratio a little bit, the odd boundary now and again would also help. Take the aerial route. But no, Stars once again showing they're a good outfit here. Bowling well and fielding well. That one's over pitch, and this time it does go over the top. Will it stop or will it go over? It does go over the boundary this time. Well, over pitched once more. Previously, similar shot, just went over the fielder. That time from Bapari and stopped short of the boundary, but this time a little bit more oomph from the little man, sent it to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, a bit of a lesson for Amir Sohail as well. That one over his head. He didn't really chase it hard, but we've seen the balls plug in this outfield because this is a little bit damp this morning, and balls aren't really running away when they hit the outfield for the first time. So this one taking a bit of indecision here. Batsman makes it home safely, yeah, but these balls that come and hit the outfield from a big height, it's almost like a 9-iron, isn't it? They kind of stop, and that one just had enough to get to the boundary, but it dribbled into the rope, and I thought that if Amir Sohail had sprinted after it, he may have a chance to save a couple of runs for his team. Luke, Belgium, saying he thinks Bengali are on top. If they get to 100, I think that they will win. Very good observation, Luke, and let us know what you think if you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's always great to have some conversations in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from as well around the world. So fantastic viewers across Europe, but also all across the world can enjoy this Fancode European Cricket Series through the magic of the internet and of course on Fancode in India.
Hamza Khan back onto bowls. Start of the 8th over. 67 now.
I think this is reasonably good bowling as well. He's trying to get up there in the block hole. And seeing this round the wicket tactic, it's been employed by quite a few bowlers in this series. It's interesting to see how the tactics are adopted and developed by these teams as they play more of this form of the game. Now he's back over the wicket this time.
Yeah, hitting it straight, trying to find the gap. The bat not sounding too good there. It's
yeah, that one wasn't off the middle, I don't think, but it's all timing.
Let's have a look at it. Yeah, it just didn't get the time right. But the bowling's been good, and that's one thing the Stars have done majority of the time. They've always got the ball in the right areas. Every now and again they let themselves down with the full tosses. That one's short, and he's put that one away. There is a man out there, but he's not going to get to it. Well, just dropping short, not going all the way, but still an impressive shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. That was too short, and we talked about some balls not getting up, but when they're that short, he had plenty of time to judge the bounce of that, and he had no mercy as he sent that one away over the mid-wicket boundary, almost over the mid-wicket boundary. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
South Africa, Rahman. She played good footwork this time. Learning from mistakes he made previously. You saw him missing out on those ones because he was going across the line. This one getting the feet in the right area. And well, almost from nowhere, he's got himself 31 now of 19 balls. Certainly at the moment, one of the batsmen of this Fancode European Cricket Series here in Spain, Barcelona. Full of ball in the air, should be taken. And oh, it's popped out. Just once again there for me, Vinny didn't get himself in the right position, and then a weak throw, allowing the batsman to sneak the second. So, well, for a change for the Stars, not the best of cricket in the field from them.
Well, that's really rubbing salt into the wound, wasn't it? It was Ehsan Ullah there on the long on boundary, and we talked about the temperature here at the moment. It's just 12 degrees in Barcelona. He had the hands down. He did well to stay down over it, but it just bounced straight off his palms and then give away an extra run with the overthrow. So a bit of a let off there for Bengali CC, and the 11 Stars they'll be upset to let that one get away because that would have been a big wicket and potentially could have saved them, 10 to 15 runs, which could be crucial in the final outcome of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Hamza Khan, can he hit right back? He'll be feeling he should have had the batsman back in the dugout here. In he comes. Down the leg side, I think that was going possibly for me. A little bit of hesitation again from the... Oh, he still has a shy. That wasn't clever cricket at all. Well, we had time to have a look and see where the batsman was. Has he got him second time? Yes, well, it had to be a direct hit. All happening there. First the LBW appeal and then the shy of the stunts, which I thought was probably not a good idea. But thankfully there was some backing up, and thankfully the guy backing up was able to knock him over with a direct hit. So after all that excitement, 1 run.
Well, 76 for 4 after 8 overs, and it was the man Shafiqur Rahman who was out of his crease there. And you saw here, look, I think it was smart for them to go for it. It's very rare you expect a direct hit from that kind of area, but it was a good decision from the umpire, pretty tight one. And I tell you what, Shafiqur Rahman did not like getting out, did not look like getting out any other way. So a nice bit of fielding, making up for the error earlier in the over, and that's just the kind of thing that could spark the 11 Stars into a strong finish here with 2 overs to go. The game is in a very, very interesting situation at the moment.
Yeah, Shafiqur Rahman, then when you see that replay, he had a long way to run from. He was well inside his crease, and because he didn't have a start as well, he was almost stationary in the blocks, so he had to get started, and it was always going to be difficult for him to get there. So a direct hit was going to he was always going to struggle.
Yeah,
in the end,
you know what I like about it? It was unselfish cricket, though. You know, he knew there was a risk to taking that run, but more often than not, the percentages would say you go for the run. Perhaps he's maybe a 10 to 20% chance of hitting the wickets from there, but not even that probably. So the fact that he went for the extra run and he did risk his wicket, unfortunately went out this time, but good unselfish play from the keeper.
Yeah, good work though from Ali Ahmed to get the run out. Short ball to the left-hander, whips it away to the man at square leg, deep square leg, takes the single.
Yeah, so this looks like Siddiqui who's come out, Alauddin Siddiqui. And only 11 balls left now. 77 the score.
Going for the big hit and got enough power on it to beat the fielder in the deep. 4 very, very valuable runs.
Yes, and Umar Riaz trying to prevent the batsman from getting any room. You see here, it's just speared in towards the wickets, but a little bit of length to work with, and it's a nice shot, just manoeuvring that ball over mid-wicket for 4. So valuable runs for Bengali. 81 now, with 10 balls remaining. They'd love to get over that 100 mark.
Wow, this is beautifully hit, hammered away, out of the ground it goes. Ginna, Bada Shaka, manos arriba.
Yes.
Manos arriba, Vitro, 6 carreras.
Yes, Tamjid Babari. We've seen bursts of it from him. He's shown that he can clear the boundary, and that was nice work that time. You see, he just opened himself up a little bit, and again, that length to work with gives the batsman the opportunity to get under the ball, and he sent that one not only over the rope, that was over the fence. That'll take some catching, that one.
Well, what's the reply? He's taken some stick in this game. That's going up in the air. Who's going to get there? Is anybody going to get there? Oh, it drops right in between. And good running from the batsman. And it's a dive to get in.
Oh, I love the dives, Rico. We've seen quite a few. Papari, oh, he's sucking in the big ones right now. Oh, that one's in the air for an eternity, wasn't it there? But so you see here, just gave him the opportunity to come back in the fielder. Well, didn't want to go for the classic catch. He just waited for it to bounce, threw it in, and good throw. Might have had him in trouble here, you see, but didn't quite get the power on it. And Bapari, the commitment from the man, number 18 for Bengali, getting in 2 runs. We haven't seen many 2s, but there was one of them, and valuable runs again for Bengali.
Missing out on this one. But Bapari's done well. I mean, he's played a good supporting role while Shafiqur Rahman was there, and as soon as Rahman's out, he's now stepped up the mark and taken charge of putting a good score on the board here. Yeah,
and I think it's going to be a very interesting run chase here for the 11 Stars. Of course, we didn't see too much of Tanvir Shah. Big raps on him. We'll see him at the top of the order, probably to open with Tabish Kakus again. Here is the final ball of the 9th over.
And that's well hit, and that's going to go all the way for 4 runs. When it goes to that part of the ground, it races away 4 more, and what a good over that's been for them now.
Yeah, important runs, Rico. And again, it was just too much leg stump. Umar Riaz, he's a talented youngster, but just needed to get on the off stump there and force a different stroke, just giving the batsman a free swing of the arms and able to get enough wooden to take that down past backwards square leg for 4.
Yeah, Bengali looking good here. Scored 86 in their very first game against the Men in Blue and were able to defend it, and then chased 107 to win against the Catalonia Tigers. And here, batting very well again and looking to set a good target. Well, let's see where they get to in the end. Well, this is straight, was it? If it was, he's going to find himself in trouble.
I think that one might have just been sliding down the leg side, leg by call by the umpire. This is the man we just mentioned, Tanveer Shah, bowled the last over, but I'm sure that we'll see him at the top of the order. And Rico got very excited there, but if you were giving that one out, then I'm reviewing it. Rico?
Normally you're the one that would be calling for it.
Ben,
Anything
I
hits the pad, you want to put the finger up it. They call you trigger, don't they? Trigger.
Very fair. This is missed by everybody, and they're going to get a run, and they're edging towards this 100 mark. But I think it's all set up here. 11 stars. We've seen some big comebacks in this tournament already, haven't we? Men in Blue going down in their first match, coming back and winning their next 2. So 11 stars. They were disappointed not to be able to chase the 64 required for victory in the first match today, but they have every opportunity to pick up a win here. This middle of the road target from Bengali in the 3rd match of the day.
Yeah, missing out here from Bengali. I think Tanveer Shah is just tossing them up there, bowling a few pies, I think. And that last one, a full toss, not being able to put it away.
Pari's got to do it here. He's going to try, and he launches it.
And it's gone all the way over. 6 runs. That's what they need from him. And, well, I'm not quite sure what happened there. It was like 3 men. They're almost tripping up over each other. I don't know, we'll see this. There's the big hit. I mean, look where the fielders are here. Just before that. But anyway, it's gone over the ropes. That's what they need to do, and needs to send this in the same place. He does go for it. He sliced this in the air. It's going to drop in between the 2.
Well, that brought up the 100. The previous stroke there from Bapari. That one, well, it fell in no man's land, really. The keeper in the short 3rd man, Zubair there. Zubair's had his issues with the catching in the field so far this morning. But Tanveer Shah trying to close out the innings for 11 stars. It's the last ball of the innings. They'll scramble through for a single. So Bengali deciding to bat first after winning the toss. They have put 104 runs on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. And Tamjid Bapari, nice little cameo there at the end. He finishes with 30 off 15 balls. And Rico, after the drama and excitement of match 12 where we saw a golden ball, there was plenty more cricket entertainment around the corner in match 13 with Bengali winning the toss, elected to bat. They put a ton on the board. It'll take some catching.
Yeah, certainly will. Seeing the highlights here now. It's a lovely shot there. I mean, it was too short down the leg side. But, well, that was a strange dismissal of that. We've seen a couple of strange ones today. I mean, you've heard me talking about the one, the golden ball, but that one as well, batsman just not playing the shot. And then Race Hadler, the captain, came in. He played some good shots, but went for 1 too many. And once more, a good catch taken in the deep. Shafiqur Rahman came out and really carried on from where he left off in his last 2 innings. A very competent stroke player, very strong in all departments of the game. And then this run out here, unfortunately, as you saw, as I was saying, he was way back deep in his crease at the wicket keeper's end, had a lot to do to try and get back, didn't quite get there, but in the end, as Vinny quite rightly says, it's not just all about you, it's about the team. It's trying to get some more runs on the board, but doing a wonderful job. And in the end, I think they put on a good total, 104, 4 wickets down. Bengali CC, I mean, you know, there could be the surprise package in this group.
Yeah, I think so. And like I said, they were telling me before this match, they worked really hard after only winning 1 out of their 7 matches their previous European Cricket Series back in October. And you can see the fruits of that labour, especially with some of the fielding. There have been a couple going down on easy conditions, but they have their tactics sorted, they have their roles sorted. And chatting to their captain, Riaz Howlada, he has been telling me how hard they've been working. It's nice to see them get some reward for that hard work. Well, Rico, we're going to take a little bit of a break, but we'll be back in approximately 10 minutes to bring into the second second innings of this match, match 13. Bengali, after winning the toss and electing to bat, scoring 104 for 4. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, and you are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series on ECN.
warm welcome back to you to the second part, the second innings of this match number 13 between Bengali Cricket Club, sitting pretty at the top of the table at the moment, having won 2 from 2. Well, they're playing against the XL Stars, who have played one game and lost that one earlier today, and they are coming into bat and needing to score 105 runs to win this game. The umpires are in their position. Well, we've had a great day so far. Yesterday, day 2, we had 5 games played and 936 runs scored in the day, 60 wickets falling. And well, the way this day is going so far, and the way that last game went and this game is, I think, likely to go. I think we're going to see a different batting start from the Stars. I think they will have learnt from their first game. So everything to play for here for them. Bengali CC will want to defend their unbeaten record so far. And well, one thing we do know about Bengali, and we've said this right from the start from the previous European Cricket Series, is that they've been a part of, their strength lies very much in the field with their bowling and their fielding. So well, once they've got the runs on the board, and that's exactly what they have got in this case, it's going to be very, very difficult for any team, let alone the Stars, to try and get to that target. So let's see how we go. Getting ready for the first over. It is going to be the captain, Ais Howlader, to bowl. Now, he was having a few difficulties on day 1 with his back. We saw him a few times having to have a on-the-field massage from one of his fielders. It seemed to do the trick for him on a few occasions. Well, let's see if it's going to be okay. In he comes with the first ball to Tanvir Shah. Good start. And as you would imagine, a lot of positive noise coming from Bengali CC straight away. They do support each other very well. Very vocal in the field when they're out there. The captain bowling, Ais Howlader. Hard taskmaster. That's a good ball, and well, you saw that coming from the moment it left his hand. Chakde Fatte style. The castle has been broken, and he's on his way back. The first wicket goes, and it's the first ball for Amir, I think. Is that Amir, or is there still Tanvir there? Just double check for you. No, it is. It's the second ball from Tanvir Shah, gone for a duck. There was no run taken from the first. He's on his way.
Yes, well, just rush back over here. And every time I do, Rico, there is some action in Tanvir Shah. He is their #1 batsman. And I tell you what, he has made a second duck of the day. I think he might have only faced 3 balls for the day, and twice he's had his furniture disturbed. So Bengali CC, wow, what a start for them. And the captain leading from the front, Ais Howlader.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the key for Tanvir. Get the ball full and straight, and he plays all round it. He did it again there. Well, 2 on the trot. Well, at least this time round, I suppose he'll say he lasted the ball longer than the last time. Ais Howlader pumped up now, and he comes again. Well, bowl with a thump. That's going to beat the man. A diving effort. Very cautious. Get the fielding there, but Jokka Hoya. Too much power in that one. It's a good shot first up. 4 runs. Tabish Gwashki not messing around. He's in to have a go straight away. And I get the feeling about the Stars team, even when they play the first game, they're not afraid of playing their shots. And, well, there you go. Right on cue. They're not afraid of playing their shots. He played one straight down the ground, and this one slightly shorter, trying to tuck him up, but managing to, well, there you go, work his way around it. Good evasive action from the umpire at square leg. 4 more.
Yeah, and so another one pounced on. So Howlader getting him to treatment after that early wicket. Does have the chance to come back here, get his revenge against Tabish.
That's hit hard. Good work with the fielder. Had to readjust. He was going to his left, saw the ball deviate, and puts a dive in.
Yeah, nice bit of work there in the end from the fielder out on the square leg boundary. Does get a bit easier, I think, though, when you get on that clay. Tends to run kind of straight and true and not too many bumps, but still, ball kind of biting away from him. And Riaz Halada come around the wicket now to the left-hander. Last ball of the over. This is Hamza on strike.
In he comes. Hamza did impress. And there you go. That's his shot, and that's what he impressed with. He just literally, effortlessly hits that away for 6 runs. Now he's got to be careful though, because in that game against the men in blue, he almost threw it away because, well, he played a lovely shot like that, and then his eyes got too big, and it was a full toss as well. He played the same shot straight down the throat of a fielder, so he's got to pick and choose. He's got to try and build an innings. But at the moment, well, after that early loss, these two have done well, and well, they've put some good runs on the board. So even though the 1 wicket has fallen, the score is 15 off the first over, 1 wicket down.
Yes, and well played by Hamza there. And might have to start charging him for some of these cricket balls, because once they go over that fence, it's a long way down. They do not have a very pleasant end to their life. For the left-handers peppering that boundary for this Montjuic Olympic round here in Barcelona, Spain. Nice little start though for 11 Stars after the early jitters of that wicket.
It's hit hard, and once more, oh, through the gap, a splendid effort from the fielder. For a moment I thought he had it, but again just hit really, really hard. He certainly is. I think he likes clubbing, does Tarish, because when he does hit it, it stays hit.
Well, there's not much clubbing going on in Barcelona at the moment because all venues are closed, but the clubbing's happening down here at the Montjuic Olympic ground in Barcelona. That one was smashed through the offside, and good placement, getting good value for his strokes.
Similar ball, it's up in the air. Has it got the legs? It does indeed. Balle, balle, balle. Back-to-back boundaries. Well, the onslaught is on. There's no messing around. There's no ifs or buts. It's there, and I'm going to hit it.
Yes, and so very, very interesting start to this run chase, and trying to take advantage of the power play with only only 2 men allowed outside the circle in the first 3 overs. And they're going to bring Omar Ali up into the circle at mid-on. And T10 Model Lab will go back at long off.
What's Siddiqui got? What can he put in here? Lyndon Siddiqui. They're taking the attack to him. Has he got a reply? Bowling this one a little bit fuller outside the off stump, and the batsman, well, rather than hitting here on the offside where the fielders are, there's nobody deep. Playing it right across, gets a single, rotates the strike, left-hander in. This could be tricky as well. Left and right combination. If these two get in, it's not going to be easy for Bengali CC.
It definitely adds an extra element of complexity to the bowling plans for Bengali.
Short, hit straight. Well fielded in front of us here.
We've seen some interesting cricket today. Rico still reeling from the golden ball back in match 12, and we love another close finish here in match 13. Banco European Cricket Series Spain coming to you on the European Cricket Network.
Push. Deciding he didn't want this one. Surprisingly, we don't want to feel like we're repeating ourselves all the time, but when it's there, you got to take it. All the runs count.
I think Tabish Kakusi enjoys the hitting element of batting. I don't think he enjoys the running element just as much as that.
Time has gone all the way. There's a big gap there between the two. Remember, we are still inside the power play, so there's going to be gaps in the outfield on the boundaries, and that one found the gap past the fielder. Once it went past Omar Ali, it was only destined for one place. That was the boundary. 4 more very, very valuable runs.
And you can't believe this is the 11 Stars lineup. They were only able to manage 52 in their opening match against men in blue. they have raced after 2 overs to 31 for 1.
Yeah, and this is good hitting. And, well, this is the way, Vinny, to play at the power play, isn't it? Those 3 overs, you know there's only 2 men outside. The others are on the ring. You've got to go over the top, and they're certainly doing that.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we've got 1 over left in the power play. This is a crucial over. I think that Bengali needs to stop the bleeding and get away with something in single digits off this 3rd and final over of the power play. Then I think they can take stock and perhaps work out how to plan for the next phase of the game. But it looks like it's Mosraf Hussain who is going to take up the attack. It's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander Hamza. But I'll tell you what, Hamza very strong on that leg side. You've got to be very careful not to bowl it into that danger zone, because otherwise that could disappear over the mid-wicket fence once again.
Yeah, anything short to Amir Hamza, it's going to disappear, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be that short as well. He seems to be good at picking up off length. Typical left-hander. Got a man right back there on the mid-wicket boundary waiting for it if he doesn't get hold of it.
This well out towards the club, doing some good work, controlling the boundary here in front of us.
Yeah, just the way he strikes the ball, Hamza, you can tell he's a natural timer of the ball. He's got pretty good hand-eye coordination, and even that stroke, the sound of the ball hitting the bat, it's very crisp.
Tabishir, the clubber. There we go, he's hit that with a bit of power as well. Good bit of fielding there on the boundary.
Yeah, nice work out there by Aludin Siddiqui. And yeah, this is a crucial over, as we said, and it's been a good start to it. Keep below that 40 mark. I think they'll feel like they can push some fielders back and defend a little bit better, but there's a flurry of boundaries. It's going to be hard to stop these 11 stars. Another one just worked away for a single.
That's good, and it already shows, I think, straight away, Vinny, that the Stars, they have learnt from their first match. We were critical of them not wanting to take singles. They are taking those singles here, as well as playing the shots. Oh, that's very well played. He let it come on to him. Turned his body round well.
Tell you what, it was very, very good fielding from the man out there, because I think this hit the baseball mound, and that adds a level of difficulty to this. If you just watch this, my eyes weren't deceiving me. Comes there and you see it's going all the way and takes an awkward bounce on that hill. So he's done very well. We've talked a lot about the fielding this week, but there's been a lot of good fielding in this series.
Hit in the air, should be taken. Oh, he's put it down right in front of us. Well, how crucial will that be?
Well, again, always looks easier on TV, doesn't it? This was hit pretty hard and flat. The man, Model Lab, out long on. Oh, and tell you what, he's exerted himself. He's just stretching himself out now. But you see, this is right in the breadbasket. But he was going without his dinner because he came up empty and he's rolling around. Poor Model Lab and staggering back to his position. That was his moment. And you wonder, sometimes you've seen, these catches have cost teams. Other times there's been circumstances where they've got another chance later in the over. We'll see what happens here for Bengali CC.
Well, that's been hit like a rocket. Oh, that's gone all the way to orbit. What a hit. Big, that is big. And well, we talk about big hits. That's a Bizaway's Super 6.
Well, that was big, and talk about making him pay. Poor twin Model Lab. He was ready for another chance, but that went well over his head. He would have had to have been about 50 metres tall to get a hand on that. That was a big strike, and we've seen some big sixes to this end. It's nice to see some good straight hitting. So, into the over, Stars. Well, they look to be in that over all the time, but they have made their way onto 42 for 1 after the end of the 3rd over. That's the end of the power play. Next phase of the game, there'll be 5 outfielders in play. So, very interesting middle overs coming up right here on ECN.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff from the Stars. They come out a completely different team. Now, I have to say, going back, thinking at the top of my head, it took them 8 overs to get to 42 in their first game. So how about that for a turnaround?
Well, it is, isn't it? It just shows you the experience has been good for them. I think conditions also a lot better for batting. The sun's out now. Pitch is dried out a little bit. This is Hassan bin Hakim coming into the attack now. Oh, and a sharp return chance. It's past him in a flash. Don't think he even got a finger on it, but half chance there for the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, Mind you, you say that the sun's come out, but it's not helped. The catching, there's some great catches taken when it was cold and horrible. Sun's come out, and we've seen the catch being dropped.
Yeah, but
Dot ball, that's good, that's gold dust.
game is right in the balance. See the run rate required just a touch over 9 and over at this stage. Now I'm going to say something early here, Rico, and you're going to think I'm crazy. And I think, did I call that last golden ball match? I feel like I did.
No, yesterday you called one.
I was saying it every game, so eventually I was going to be right. What about back-to-back golden balls?
Well,
It's got to happen one day. Back-to-back golden balls, and just I'll have to have the medical team on standby by the commentary tent if we get back-to-back golden balls. A lot of people around the ground getting treated for mild hearing loss at the moment.
oh, that should be gone. Oh my word!
Oh dear.
That is a dolly, and that's what I'm talking about. They can catch when it's cloudy and cold, but can't catch when the sun's out.
Oh, well, you have to say now, I've got a bit of a theory as well. I think that's where you hide your worst fielder, at short third man. And we've seen a couple of times today, haven't we? Some ones that have been edged in that direction, and the fielder. And it's not just the catch, it's the pressure of the situation. There's no easy catches when you've got over 1 million viewers around the world here on the European Cricket Network. But that one, wow, it took some dropping, and unfortunate there. Another let-off. And you would say that if Bengali don't end up defending this total of 104, they think that they will rue the chances that they have squandered during the early part of this innings of the 11 Stars. And after 4 overs, the score is 46 for 1.
Yeah, that was a good over, though, you have to say, from how many? She could have had a couple of wickets.
Yeah, Hassan bin Hakim, it was a very good over. He's wearing the 75 on his back now. That is a very famous number in Bangladeshi cricket. Shakib Al Hassan. Yeah. Very accomplished national player wears that number, so everyone's always fighting for that one. This next one is up, and it's got half a chance. It's going to carry Model Lab, though, on the boundary, and that is another Maximo.
Yeah, another great shot, and you'll see there in your cameras all the way through, and the ball ended up going through the European cricket flags there. Lovely shot, keeping the pressure on, and Adedin Siddiqui, he's taken a bit of tap, and I think it was a brave move to bring him on here with these two still in, because they're set. They've played him already and played him well. Let's see where this one goes. Oh, that's hit hard. It'll be another chance. Can he make up for it? Oh, he opts not to go for the catch. Very strange decision there by Mutlab. Well, I'm sure that was there for the taking, and with the position this game is in, the situation, you had to go for it. And there's been a change around now. The captain deciding he's had enough. He's got to take that position himself. How to allow?
Yeah, you wondered if Model Up knew how close he got to that in the end, because he seemed to make up his mind that it was going to bounce in front of him. But in the end, the wind carrying it to within maybe a metre of where it landed. This one's going to follow in anyway, but he's just going to pick it off the fence on the bounce as that one hits the wall on the full. That is a super Maximo.
That went like a bullet. And wow, look at this. It's big hitting all around. There's Howdler here in front of us getting a bit agitated. The captain, he needs a response from somebody. Somebody's got to step up before this game goes away from him. Another big hit. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground it goes. It's raining sixes here at Mount Dewey Olympic Stadium.
Well, how about that one? That one, he just cleared the front leg, stood and delivered, put everything into it. Straight down the ground, and would you believe that the 11 Stars, they could only manage 52 in their entire 10 overs in the first game, and they've passed it in less than half the time here in match 13.
Short hit, and with the fielding change work, yes it does, the captain, he's the man. Les Howdler takes the catch and shows his team how it needs to be done.
Well, it had to be taken at some point, and it was the captain stepping up to the plate, Riyaj Howlada. He moved himself into that key position, and it wasn't long before the chance came, and there he was, him holding onto it, just knowing where he was, making sure he stood just inside the boundary and kept his body in at all times. And you could see the kind of wry smile there from the captain. It was really, really important they held on to that one, because that game was fast getting out of the reach of Bengali. So Riyaj Howlada just saying to a Model Lab in front of us, there you go, that's how to do it, young man. Riyaj Howlada supporting his young teammate saying the next chance will come. Make sure we hold on to him from now. And the Stars now 65 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, that was a very, very, very important piece of play, breaking that partnership, a great partnership of 65 runs. Remember the first wicket going on 0, and now can they pick up a few more? One brings more, they say.
That's going to be hit out to Montalab, who's been moved to the deep cover position now. It's the new batsman, is the captain, as if Mahmood for the 11 Stars. End of the over. It's 66 for 2. Again, we head for a cracking finish. That wicket, just what Bengali required, but I do think they're still a little bit behind in the game, requiring the Stars require 39 of the final 30 balls, 7.8 per over. So you think that particularly the way Kakus is hitting the ball, he is 41 of 17 balls. You think that they are in the box seat, but if they lose another wicket, I tell you what, we saw a bit of brittleness to their batting lineup in the first match today. It's going to be Omar Ali, and he hasn't bowled yet, I don't think. So I think this could be an interesting little bowling change, because it does kind of angle the ball into the batsman. He comes from, it's all arms and legs, like I said before. There's no torso to him. And if he could sneak one through the defences of either the captain or, of course, the key wicket of Tabish Kakus at this point, then Bengali are right back in this match.
Yeah, I think this is a good call, because I think if Omar Ali gets it right, he does bowl some good Yorkers, some good full-length balls, and I think that's what's needed, especially to get Tabish the clubber out. I think you get a good ball right up there. He's moving away and trying to hit over leg. Could be the key.
It's very slow to get going there, wasn't he? And Kakus is a bit of a cult figure, I think. Kakus has that kind of look that I love batting, but I'm not a huge fan of running. He took a long time to get out of the blocks. Omar Ali, the exuberance of youth, he was around to his left in a flash, safely home. The result is 1 run for the Stars.
Yeah, this is a big contest for me now. This is where the whole game could change. If Ali gets a good line in here, I think he'll get his man. He's making sure the fielder, especially on that leg side, because that's where he's going to go. In he comes. Goes for the slow ball, and captain's running in. Will he get there? He's got a lot of ground to cover, just dropping short of him.
Oh, and Riaz Howlatter. Well, you could see he was right in front of us here, and when that was first hit, he kind of propped, because it looked like it was hit well, and it turns out it wasn't hit as well as he thought. It was kind of off the splice of the bat. In the end, he was only a couple of steps short, so a little bit of a misjudgment, but you can understand why, because the way that bat was swung from the batsman there, from Kakus, he's hit a long way. You can't blame him for being on his heels a little bit, but just wasn't able to get in quick enough to turn that into a chance.
Full toss, that'll be a no ball. And, well, I think the umpire will be having a word with the bowler, and probably, well, having a little chat also perhaps to the captain. That's got to be the first and final warning.
Yes, and Omar Ali, that's disappointing there, giving away a freebie and also a free hit now. So with not many to play with, this is a key delivery. Can they cash in on the free hit?
Well, missing out on the full toss there. And, well, you would have expected him to put this away. He's been hitting the ball so well.
Yeah, that could be a key moment, Rico, because Kakus, and you can't blame him, he loves to swing the bat, but he's trying a little bit too hard. Run rate, just around 7.5 and over or so. Can do it with sensible batting from here, but get the feeling that 11 Stars would love to win this game a lot quicker than that.
And that has gone up, high up in the air. Once again, he didn't quite get enough bat on it, but that was in his zone, and again he's missed out. Maybe it's the pressure getting to him, missing out on the full toss, and then a short ball on his legs, which he would normally put away. Doesn't get hold of it, and he knows it too.
And I'll tell you what, Rico, I'll make a call here about there's much chance of Kakus running a 2 as there is of me winning Miss Universe this year. That was one where you would have thought that they might be able to scramble back, but not that interested. This is poor bowling from Ali. This time was full on the leg stump.
Yeah.
And just blasted straight through that fielder. It was Waka Hussain there, a short fine leg. Couldn't do much about it. And 4 more to the total. So Omar Ali, he is a talented young player, but just not showing his best in this over.
No,
and Bengali need him to perform.
Yeah, sorry, Vinny. What I'm noticing here with Ali is he hasn't got to one particular run-up mark. He keeps changing his run-up. He's short, then he's long. He's not got the rhythm, and that's what's coming across in his bowling.
Yeah, very expert comments there from Rico Full. Noticing the bowler just not settled, is he? Omar Ali, and his nerves or trying a bit too hard. But I mean, look, this over is only gone for 9. It's not a total disaster, but yeah, an important boundary there for the 11 Stars.
And once more, not taking a single now. Just, you know, no backing up at all from Tabish the clubber.
Yeah, that's my man Kakoos there, just sitting on his bat at the non-striker's end. He wants to strike next over. He wants to be the man here for the 11 Stars. He'd love to carry them to their first victory in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Just a reminder, if you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, please drop us a comment, or you can also ask us a question. We'll get to as many of those as we can today. We're certainly enjoying bringing you the action. It's nice the sun's out here in Barcelona. Omar a little bit upset with himself. A couple of loose deliveries there, but still this game is on. 30 runs off 24 balls, so it's all set up. That man Karkus, while he's there, I do think that 11 Stars will be pretty confident of their chances, but if they were to lose him at this stage, it'll really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Yeah. We could be headed for another really close finish, and look who it is taking the ball. It's the captain, Riyad Chahlada.
Yeah, he's been involved in the 2 wickets that have fallen so far.
He's a real leader, Riyad. Just want to notice about him and the way he commands his players. And he's been telling us about how hard they've been working over the winter here in Europe, particularly working on their fielding and their skills that are specific to this game, because they know it's a big opportunity for them to develop their cricket. And it's great. They love being on ECN in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
He comes on small, Halada. Slower ball, well bowled. That's really
well, he deceived all of us, didn't we? We thought that might have gone over his head, but it was well disguised and just dropped at the right moment. And Halada, this is a key over for me, because if you can keep this to something, you know, a 6 or less or something like that, that run rate can start to creep up. And the 11 Stars, this game is not a foregone conclusion at all.
Davish Kakus, I think he's going to go here, and well, yeah, didn't. Gets the wide. You know he's looking to hit big. He's been a little bit quiet for a few balls. He's had a few dots, a few singles. That's not his style. He wants to get hold of it. I just wonder if he's going to walk too far down the leg side and leave his stumps open. Oh, balle, balle, balle. In fact, he does the complete opposite. Steps outside the off stump almost, waits for the ball to come, gets right under it, smashes it right over, and that's 6. Brings up his 50. That's absolutely fantastic. 50 in 22 balls. That's a master blaster if there's ever one.
Well, take your hat off to Tabish Karkus, and he gets another chance now. Oh, just misses. And look, Riyad Chahlada, you see, the 2 balls ago, it was a wide outside off stump, and he just overcorrected, didn't he, Rico? Just got on his pads too much. Didn't Karkus love that, as he sent that well over the boundary for 6. But again, this game, run a ball now, game in the balance. Karkus seems to have it in hand. But anything could happen, especially if the Stars were to lose that key man at this stage.
Coming down the track, and he's gone! And a cry of relief from the captain. He's got another wicket. He took the first man, he took the catch to take out Amir Hamza, and now he's clean bowled the danger man, Damish, because he's done a good job for his team, but really he needed to see it home. Yeah,
and he just got a bit excited there after passing the half-century mark, didn't he, there, Tavish Karkus. Riyad Chahlada, again, very clever, slower ball. And I tell you what, that was a charge and a half. It was 2 charges and a half, wasn't it? He was almost shaking his hand as Riyad Chahlada let go of that. And that one just straight enough, deceiving the batsman. A rush of blood at a key moment in the game, leaving the 11 Stars still with 21 runs to get. And just a tick over 3 overs to go, so that could be the moment. And Rico, we've seen it all the time in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Every time you think the game's going one way, something can happen and it can go back in the balance.
Yeah, 84 for 3. This is a ball to come in this over, and the only thing the Stars will be thinking is, well, at least there's only one more ball from the captain to be bowled, then he's spell finished. But what have they got left?
At least a huge delivery here. Last one for the captain, Chahlada.
Ooh, almost caught him bowled. I think his bat was his bat in the air. He's asking a question. I'm not sure the umpire was. Well, he had his eye on it all the time. His positioning probably was. Well, he's probably taking evasive action there.
Well, I mean, it's not easy to make a decision when the ball's coming at you at pace. Let's have a look. And again, it was good. So almost a return catch. Turns around. The batsman just had a shot there. It was very close. It's something you could tell from that. We're going to have a look at another angle here. You can see this almost came back to Howlatter on the full. Oh, and I'll tell you what, it was very, very close. The umpire, you can see here, it wasn't easy for him because he's trying to look at the stumps. He's also needs to know where the bat is. So that's one of the times that it's very difficult. You can't be looking at two places at once. But still, the main thing is it's a dot ball. Well, that wicket would have been very, very handy because it would have been the end of Asif Mahmood, the captain of the 11 Stars. And we're all set up for another finish. And how's my double golden ball looking, Rico? Let's run that slot machine again. And give us another golden ball. And look who it is. Hassan bin Hakim bowled a very good first over. Only went for 4 runs. And he has the responsibility of bowling the 7th over here. Pardon me, this is the 8th over, so 3 to go. And just a single out short cover.
Yeah, these batsmen now, they've got to keep their nerve, keep the composure. They just need, we're looking at about 7 and over. They don't have to throw their bat at everything. Even if they keep taking a runner ball and wait, the odd wide, the odd extra, the bad ball which they do put away, that's what they've got to be thinking here now. They cannot throw this away.
Well, I tell you what, every ball that a boundary isn't scored off, the pressure is going to build for 11 Stars. And we saw they couldn't quite hold their nerve and chase 64, and they were in the box seat in this game. They'll get 1 there. I don't think they'll get more than that. So I think we are. Look, on paper, it seems like they've got them on toast here. They're only 3 wickets down. They need 19 runs off 16 balls now. So you'd say that it seems easy enough. But tell that to the 2 men out in the middle there for the 11 Stars. Maybe their hearts would be beating. This is what it's all about, the tension and excitement of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
It's well hit.
Field well placed, though. I like that. He's obviously got a plan. He's got plenty of protection. He's got 5 men on the offside. Oh, no, and an extra from Modelab. And you can see that the young man, just the pressure getting to him there, and 2 runs.
Yeah, I think he made a good stop. And because he held on to the ball, everybody's screaming and he get the ball in. And under pressure, he overthrew it and they come back for 2.
He threw it away. Hopefully that doesn't come back to cost Bengali too dearly, because this is Bin Hakim again.
Well bowled, flighted it up after bowling a few outside the off stump where the batsmen have gone back and played on the off. He's put one right up there.
And that was good running by Asif Mahmood there at the non-strikers end. He did want to hustle back for 2, but there was no chance. So with 2 overs to go, this game is all set up for another exciting finish. The Stars are 90 for the loss of 3 wickets, requiring 15 off the final 2 overs for victory.
Yeah, now this is the important part here. Who's going to come on to bowl here? He needs somebody to, 2 men to deliver 12 good legal deliveries.
What do you think on YouTube chat? Who would you rather be at this point? 15 off 12. See, normally I would favour the batting side, but we saw the Stars earlier. They just got the staggers at a key moment of their chase. And so I feel this is a little bit more even than perhaps the scorecard would suggest.
Looks like it's going to be Mushraf Hussain.
Yeah, Musharraf is the kind of man who can handle the pressure, but let's see how he goes as he begins the 9th over. 15 runs off 12 balls, all set up. ECN, wherever you're watching around the world, it's great to have your company. If you are enjoying this, make sure you tell your friends about ECN. If they enjoy cricket or enjoy sport in general, plenty of entertainment on offer here every day.
Well bowled, well played as well. It's very important for both these batsmen. Take something of every ball. That'll keep the pressure on them.
I tell you, any game that goes down to the last over, Rico, I don't care who you are, it is pressure, and people feel the pressure. And here we're set up 14 to go. 11 deliveries remain.
Just come down the track to give himself a bit of room. What he can do is push it out. Omar Ali doing the fielding.
With 13 off 10 again, singles. So singles keep them in the game. So I feel like a single is kind of a stalemate between the teams at this stage. If it's a dot ball, well, obviously swings it towards the fielding team. If it's a 2 or more, I feel it swings it towards the batting team. So every ball crucial at this point in the match.
Oh, that's going to be a wide ball, and that's what they can't afford to do.
Yeah, so now 12 required off 10. And you see the batsman here. What I would think at this stage if I'm batting is I want a minimum of 1 off every ball. That's what I'm thinking. If I can score off every ball, then we're not going to lose the match. We'll get a 2 at some point. We'll get a wide. But what you don't want is dot balls.
That's what bowled. That's better.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about there. Knew you couldn't do too much with that. And look, sure, Rico, if you get a ball that you think you can hit, you get a big juicy full toss or something like that, then obviously you take the boundary. But, but I think the batting team, they have to lose the game. I think that they have to make some sort of error to lose the game from here. And the error would be probably being a bit too aggressive, going for boundaries and risking dot balls by missing the ball or risking wickets. So here we go. Well, and just what I'm talking about there, not able to make contact. Can I make that 10 off 8 balls now? Might be wrong. I'll just check here with my notes. I'm a bit excited, but you can see there, 8 balls to go. Might be 11 required actually for victory.
Oh, that's very good bowling indeed.
Oh, and again, wasn't it? It was...
And that's exactly what you were talking about there, Vinny. You know, you've seen the batsman at the other end is very, like Amir Sohail, he knows the situation, bat on ball, take the single, and yet his partner at the end is trying to hit big, as if Mahmood, not making contact, dot balls, and that's costing them. Yeah, look, an 11 off 7 now, just confirmed. So last ball for Mosaraf's been a very good over, keeping his team in the game. Does he want the single? They're going to take it, but he probably didn't want to do that. And that, again, we talk about you've got to play smart cricket. That is not smart cricket. He's got to just see that one through, say no, he's not going to get there, don't get out, because at least if he's down the other end, he's got a chance. That's put a lot of pressure on him. Yeah, well, that's right. He's just failed to score the last couple. This is the captain there, as if Mahmood, and now it's all on him. Look, it's a tough one. You have to make a quick judgment, don't you, about whether you think that you're the man that can do the job. It looked like Amir Sohail who has sacrificed that time, so the captain could take strike in the last over, but that's the pressure of the situation. I mean, it's not easy to say no after you've had 2 or 3 dot balls, and an excellent over there from Mosharaf Hussain. He only conceded 15 off his 2 overs today. Also shout out to Hassan bin Hakim. He didn't take a wicket, but he only conceded 10, so only 5 runs off each of his overs, 5 and over. So we're all set up for another great finish, and we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain, and what a finish we have set up. It's 10 to tie, 11 to win off the last over. Oh, Rico. Oh no, and look, it's Omar Ali. It's Omar Ali who his first over. This is went for about this much, didn't it? Yeah, a lot of pressure on the young man. I mean, the thing with Omar Ali is, again, look at his run. Look where he's running from now. He's changed it again. That's hit hard. Now, what will the batsman do? Will he try and come back for 2? Well, I wonder how confident Raheed is, because Raheed Islam, the new batsman, he was very keen to get back to the on-striker's end. You think of this young man, his first time playing on global television to an audience, over 1 million viewers we have for these games all around the world, and he is now in the position where he has to take 10 runs off the last 5 balls. And look, the thing is here, can't have dots, okay? Minimum 1, put it back on the captain, okay? We're not expecting a 6 or anything here from Raheed. See what happens. Omar Ali comes in. Running. He'll get a single there because the keeper just off balance. It was to his left, to his wrong side. So 9 runs off 4 balls required. What a situation here. Yeah, Omar Ali, what's going through the young man's head? He knows he's not had the best first over. He struggled with his line. There was the no ball there off height. There was the wide ball. And now he's adjusted. Not only has he cut his run up, he's not bowling round the wicket. Yeah. He's bowling over the wicket. And to do that all in the last over, well, Rico, they need a boundary from somewhere.
They need a boundary from somewhere. They need 9 or 4 balls, okay? So you're not going to be able to do it without finding the boundary. You need at least one. Okay, 1 boundary, it's close. 2 boundaries, you win the match. No boundaries, you don't win the match. As simple as that. Omar Ali just needs to keep the ball in the ballpark. Here he comes.
Hit hard, it's in the air, it's going to go all the way over, it is! Volley, volley, volley! Well, Mr. Maximo was talking about needing a boundary. Well, they provided that boundary in the form of his namesake, Maximo!
Well, and didn't the captain deliver at the right time? We wondered about his decision to go up the striker's end at the end of 9th over. He sacrificed his teammate to do it, but look at that one. It was up in the sky. The wind carried it over the long on boundary, and now the equation very simple for the 11 Stars. They need 3 runs off the final 3 balls for victory. Rico's just written golden ball down in front of me. I don't think it'll be a golden ball. I think he's got it covered here. Let's see what happens to this ball. Oh, there's not going to be a run there. There's going to be a run out. Oh, my word, Rico. Oh, Omar Ali, and nice composure from the young man. I tell you what, I hope you've all taken your heart medication if you're watching this, wherever you're watching around the world on the European Cricket Network. And the captain, after launching a ball into the Stars, the captain of the 11 Stars hit that one straight back to the bowler. And look, the run out pretty much inconsequential at this stage, but it goes down as a dot ball. And now they require 3 off 2 balls, and that's the most likely golden ball scenario. Because if they scramble 2 singles, that's a tie. Back-to-back golden balls. You'll say, where were you? Where were you the day that there were consecutive golden ball matches, Rico?
Well, what does he do here, the captain? I mean, he knows the situation. If there's a single on here, does he take it? So it's going to be 2 needed of the last, or does he say, no, I'm going to try and do it myself?
You take runs at this stage. I think you're that close. That run is actually very significant. Okay, and if it puts it on whoever that is that's come out on strikers, I'm not actually sure at this stage. But if you put it in, it looks like Umar Riaz, okay? If it means, that means he only needs 1 off the last ball, which is a big difference to needing 2. Here we go, 3 off 2 required.
He's got the wicket! Would you believe it? Take that, Omar Ali! Well, is he going to be the hero here for Bengali CC? The captain has had his castle smashed all over the place. He's on his way back, head down.
Well, blow me down with a feather. Rico Full, would you believe it? We've seen everything this over, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the young man, Omar Ali. He hasn't had the easiest time with a ball in this Fanco European Cricket Series, but he delivered at the right moment. And here we go. We need 2 for a tie, 3 to win on the golden ball, and this is a time you don't want to bowl it wide because that could make all the difference. Got a brand new batsman, that makes a difference as well. And he's not noted for his batting. Looks like Ali Ahmed, and I tell you what, his heart rate would be about 400 beats a minute right now, Ali Ahmed. So he just needs to make enough contact. Now needing a 2, it's not easy to get 2s, but you know that his partner there, Umar Riaz, who's at the non-strikers end, he's going to be off to the races because they need 2 runs to tie, 3 runs to win. So it's all set up. Omar Ali just doesn't want to bowl it wide as well, but we are all set up for another last ball finish. The unparalleled tension and excitement of the Fanco European Cricket Series. 2 to tie, 3 to win. And Omar Ali just having a false time. I think he wanted to see what the batsmen do if he would premeditate or something like that. Rico, who's your money on here?
Well, I'm going to stick with the young man. I have to. I know Omar quite well, and I think he's going to put it right up in their block.
2 to tie, 3 to win. No call from the umpire. That is a dot and the end of the match. It was borderline, but Omar Ali snuck it inside. And in a thrilling game, it is Bengali getting over the top of the 11 Stars, 104 to 102, right here on the European Cricket Network. Well, we saw that one, and everyone around the ground was waiting for the call. Let's have a look on the replay. And I think that's a good call.
That's a very
it was
good
more
call
of the ball inside the line. It was very well bowled by Omar Ali. And you see the batsman just shaping away to leg stump. Probably made it look a bit wider than it was. Almost appealing. He saw, keep your arms down, umpire. And by 2 runs, Bengali get their 3rd win. They are still undefeated in this Fanco European Cricket Series. Spain, take us through the highlights. Rico Full.
Wow, what a game. What a game indeed. One of those ones which like quite often does in these T10 matches. You never know which way it's going to swing. It goes one way or the other. And in the end there, we thought the Stars had done enough. But well, it wasn't to be. Omar Ali, bit of a gamble maybe. He came on to bowl, changed his style, changed everything, but it worked for him. He did the job for his team. Well done, Omar Ali. The young man needs to be taken about there, and will be happy there at the end.
Oh, why wouldn't he be as well? Because he hasn't had the easiest time here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And I tell you what, for me, Tabish Karkus, he'll be in the Hall of Mirrors at the moment in the change room, because he'd be having a good, long, hard look at himself. Because he got to his half-century, threw his wicket away at a crucial time when they still required about 20 for victory to run a ball. And although the captain tried valiantly, Asif Mahmood pulling out the big maximo in the final over, but then he fell at a crucial stage as well, leaving it to the bowlers to do the work, and they couldn't do it. Omar Ali sneaking his way to a victory, and Bengali, aren't they happy about it? And I was just telling him that I was enjoying their work as well here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We've seen some stumps flying. Tanvir at the start of the innings, he's had no luck. Facing only 3 balls, 2 of them have ripped his stumps out of the ground. It's not a great day to be a set of stumps here in Barcelona, because they're getting a lot of punishment. And you see here at this stage, Rico, it looked like the 11 Stars had the game on toast, and Bengali, they had their chances, and Modelab there letting the catch go, and a few went down. You just felt that they shot themselves in the foot one too many times. But at this stage, Karkus, the way he was going, and along with Hamza as well, they had the game in hand, but they threw it all away.
They threw it all away. I mean, look there. I mean, you look at that last over. At one point, 3 balls needed 3 runs. I mean, you know, you just do it in singles. They blew it. The Stars blew it again. I mean, give them credit, a massive improvement from them, you know, from their first game to see where they were in that game to where they are now. I mean, it's a massive learning process as well, isn't it, in this, for the new teams that are making their debuts. They're learning all the time, and well, they've learnt a lot, but one thing they've learnt there is, well, it's almost like they've learnt how to lose. You had that game in the bag, and you threw it away.
Oh, well, how is this, though? I mean, we've never seen anything like the Fan Code European Cricket Series. I don't care where you're watching around the world, but this kind of cricket, and the fact that we could have 2 such close finishes within the space of a couple of hours, and this is the moment. Omar Ali, and the captain, he was really upset with himself. He went for the big shot, wanted to win the game, that ball, when really he probably just need to score something of it and take the game down to the wire. And this was the one that everyone had their hearts in their mouths. And look at that, and the umpire under all the pressure, and you can't really blame the batsman there letting it go. He was hoping for a wide. He didn't want to hit it if it was a wide, because that would have made the equation a lot easier for him. But Omar Ali, the young man, still a teenager, and he's a lovely young guy as well. And I'm very, very happy for him. He has taken Bengali to their 3rd win of the Fan Code European Cricket Series, after only winning 1 game in their previous series.
Yeah, qué guay. Felicidades, Bengali. Sí, felicidades, Omar Ali. Qué partido.
Well, we'll have a look at my fantasy dashboard for the next match, and we're going to get a look at Fateh, who had both their matches washed out on Monday, and they'll be led by their captain Manjinder Singh Lovely. I think he'll bat up the top of the order, and they have quite a strong top 3, I think, Rico, and Manjinder, as well as Happy Singh and Lakvir Singh Vinti. Well, for Gracia, well, there's a big in for them. The news from the toss was that Kuldeep Lal is leading them out, but Mukhtar Singh, the national representative, he will come in, and I'm sure we'll see him probably at the number 3 position, perhaps opening with Kuldeep, depending on the game situation. And the news from the toss there is that Gracia, they won the toss, they've elected to bat first, and Kuldeep was very confident that the inclusion of Mukhtar will be a big boost to their batting unit.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be very disappointed with Gracia. I mean, they almost got a win of their first game as well. They haven't had a good start to European Cricket Series as well. And, well, to lose on the golden ball, it's very tough. It's all about who will absorb the pressure better. And in the end, Vicky Sandhu, well, he tried something different, tried something unique. Yeah. It failed. I mean, everybody's going to be down his throat. But when you're in that position, it's the pressure.
Yeah, so Vicky Sandhu, one of the great things about this format is that Vicky Sandhu, he's been thinking about that, I'm sure, in the change rooms for a couple of hours, but he's got a chance to go out there and make amends. He can make amends for it in this game, and there's quick turnarounds, there's a lot more cricket, so he can't dwell on it too much. But I tell you who I'm really looking forward to seeing in this Gracia lineup, the Hark Hogan, Harkamal Singh. This guy has just bludgeoned a ball like I've never seen one hit, and he's listed to come in at number 5 there. I would love to see him come out and smoke some more Maximos here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. So we are all set to take a little break. We'll be back in a little bit over 10 minutes to bring you into the fourth match of the day between those two teams. We hope you've enjoyed the last couple of games. There's been some really close finishes, and don't go anywhere. Make yourself a little cup of tea, but then come right back here. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, and you are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series here on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you soon.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. It's almost time for the fourth match of the day, match 14 on the calendar here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Spain is between Fateh, who will get their first chance to hit the park after both their games were washed out on Monday. They're taking on Gracia, who will be staggering after that golden ball defeat in an incredible match 12. The match referee is with the two captains.
Heads is the call, and it is head. Gracia won the toss. What would you like to do?
We want that first.
Gracia have won the toss and elected to bat first.
So, Gracia captain Kuldeep Lal winning the toss, electing to bat, and he was very keen to put some big runs on the board to assert their authority. They think they have what it takes to top this group and make it through to the next stage. They have a big in this game. Mukhtiar Singh, he didn't play the first match, but I think he'll come in and open the batting with Kuldeep and provide invaluable support at the top of the order. So, Gracia winning the top, electing to bat. Well, Fateh, they haven't been on the park yet, but their captain Manjinder Singh was telling me he would have liked to have bat first, but also they do have a strong batting lineup. So whatever Gracia said, if they do have to field first, then they are confident of chasing it down. Let's head over to Rico in the box as we get ready for match 14 of the European Cricket Series.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yes, and I agree with those observations there from Vinny. I think Gracia, they're a strong outfit already. Yes, they will be very disappointed with the finish on the golden ball. Of course, they would have liked to have won that game, but they've got another chance here. And I think, as Vinny said, Mukhtiar Singh, I've watched Mukhtiar, or Vinny, as he also likes to be known, watched him play a long time, and I just think he's one of those guys, if you've got him in your squad, he can change a game for you. He's a very explosive batsman, a very, very good clean hitter. We're just seeing on the dashboard coming up there now with the names on there. He's a good clean hitter. He's superb in the field, and I think also he's sometimes underutilised as a bowler. He can bowl a good line and length, varies up a bit, so he's a good one to have in your squad. Gracia, of course, will be so determined to win this game. Well, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat first. They've got to put the runs on the board. Fateh, when I was speaking to Manjinder Singh Lovely, the captain, the other day, they weren't able to get the games in because of the weather. 2 games of theirs were abandoned, so they've got a point for each. But he was telling me that he has been able to strengthen his team from the European Cricket Series number 2 in Barcelona, and he believes that new players that are in have certainly going to make his team stronger, and stronger in the sense of the batting. It was the batting where they had their weakness. They were relying too much on him and Happy Singh. Well, he believes that he's made that change. So certainly in terms of when they're in the field and the bowling, it's very tight normally. It's very good. Happy Singh is a key player for them, not only with the bat when he can get going, he can score lots of runs, but also in the field. We've seen him take some fantastic catches, and he would definitely be where he always is, I think, in that mid-off area on the boundary, and he'll play a big part in this. And the other man who's going to have to play a big part in this game is Kuldeep Lal, the captain of Gracia. He's got to pick his team up and also himself and score some big runs and hopefully score more than what Fateh can do. It's as simple as that, this game. And here we go, Vinny coming back into the commentary station. Vinny, how are we doing, buddy?
Yeah, well, it's been a heart-stopping couple of games, hasn't it, Rico? Through matches 2 and 3 today. Of course, we have 5 matches today. T10 action, 2-hour time slots here on the European Cricket Network. We have matches for the next 4 weeks after this, so it's a 5-week tournament every day beginning at 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe, and it's 1 p.m. in India. And Monday to Friday, you don't want to be anywhere else if you are a lover of sport and a lover of cricket and a lover of entertainment. The Montjuic Olympic Ground has hosted some very, very tight contests today, that's for sure, and it's going to be great to see Fateh finally able to get out there. The sun's out, and we've hit 14 degrees here. This is Iqbal Wajid with the first ball. He worked away, and immediately 1 run to the total. It is a leg by. That is Kuldeep Lal, the captain, who faced the first ball. And look who it is. It is that man, the big in for the Mukhtiar Singh at the other end. Very talented player, as Rico was saying. Rico, of course, heavily involved in the Spanish setup here and providing some expert insight. And Mukhtiar, well, let's see if he's got any cobwebs on. It's his first match of the series. Didn't play the earlier match today. This one is turned around the corner, so a nice little sider there for Mukhtia. And Iqbal Wajid, I tell you what, Rico, he's another one. He's got long arms, doesn't he? And just kind of propels the ball. Left hand as well, so a little bit awkward to face, I think, especially with a new ball. But get a bit of movement either way.
Yeah, he's been a good addition to their side.
Oh, this one is cracked through the covers. Kuldeep Lal, a very correct cricket stroke. He was all over that, slightly over pitch from the bowler, but that was blasted through the covers. It wasn't an easy shot as it was coming back at him, a bit of shape, but you see him just holding his balance and placing it perfectly. So an excellent start here. Kuldeep wasn't able to carry his team to victory in the last game, but he is determined to put a big score on the board here in match 14 of the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. Lovely, sweet, through the gap.
So you wonder if Iqbal might pull his length back a little bit now. And he does. And nice bowling. And I like a good contest between bat and ball. And just a reminder, guys, if you are watching on our YouTube channel, why don't you jump into our live chat? You can ask us whatever you like. We'll get back to as many of them as we can. And obviously your comments are appreciated. Hope you're enjoying the action here from Spain.
Ooh, that was well bowled. I think a bit of batting there saved him.
I think this may have just been going down the leg side. We'll have a look on the replay. See this bit of swing there, possibly an inside edge as well, but that's what we're talking about from Wajid, and so important if you can have an opening bowler who can move the ball. It just creates another layer of difficulty for the batsman. This one stays down a bit, doesn't it? See, that's the difference. That one didn't really move at all, but after you have one swing into you, this one that's straight is actually quite a dangerous ball for the left-hander, and that's the end of the first over. A nice boundary from Kuldeep, but after one over, Gracia 6 for no loss.
Yeah, nice tidy over, like you said there, Vinny. So one shot ball up 4, which means that the other balls are only able to pick up 2 runs from. So they'll settle for that.
And a few people in the live chat asking, where's Luke Belgium? He's a treasure trove of information. I think Luke gets expert status, and he does watch a lot of the European Cricket Series, that's true. But Luke also has a job, and he has to try and keep it. So occasionally, I think when the boss is wandering past, he has to quickly shut it down. He's got some sort of stealth browser in his work window, although I know he might be working from home at the moment, so might be able to get away with it a little bit more. Big appeal, and given. So, immediately a wicket, and the big in for Gracia. He has to go as Mukhtia Singh isn't able to have too much of an impact on the game with the bat in this match. And you see this one, it was a big appeal. And obviously the bowler heard something, and umpire Salim perhaps just catching the very toe end of the bat. Obviously a sound, and Mukhtia disappointed, but he has to go. So let's see how that affects things in this, what is, I think, a pretty even contest between two fairly strong batting lineups, and wouldn't be surprised if both these teams can score something between 80 and 100 or something like that. But I mean, Fateh coming in, they've been either really great or really terrible, haven't they, before? I know they hold the record they don't want to hold, which is the lowest score of 35, but I expect they have, especially with their top 3, the ability to score quite a few more than that today. So a great start there by Tajinder Singh.
Yeah, what a brilliant start. First ball, getting a wicket, and an important one too.
This time called wide, and wasn't there drama in the last game? And we loved watching that last game. 11 Stars, well, they've had a very memorable first day in the Fancode European Cricket Series, haven't they? As they got within about 11 runs, I think, in the first game of victory, and that one just falling a couple of runs short. This is well bowled. He's got natural outswing movement to Jinder. He comes from a nice high release point, and not easy for the new batsman who's come in there, Kulwant Singh Katur. Is another experienced campaigner, but again, not easy coming out against the new ball. And it's nice to see some movement extracted by these bowlers. You've got Tajinder, also have a short run, but he really works hard to zing it down. This time defended away, so fairly subdued start here for Gracia, and you can't blame them after losing that wicket. Mukhtia will be a big shock to the system. I knew they were think we're tossing up whether to bat him at number 3 or whether to throw him out there to open. I think the last minute, as I was walking past, I heard them say, "Hey, Vinny, you're in." But unfortunately, it hasn't paid off for them, and they have a bit of work to do to rebuild their innings here.
Yeah, I mean, the bowler here, Tajinder Singh, he's given it everything, isn't he? Look at his follow through, look at the action, there he goes. That's gone up in the air, could be another one. He's begging for his fielders to take the catch. Tajinder Singh, lovely, the captain. Well, going round and round, he's going to get dizzy after that. He's still standing, I'm sure.
Well, that was entertaining. He's the human frisbee. The kind of revolutions he was getting there. Look, he does the 360. He does the 180 back. Tajinder Singh, lovely. He wanted to be anywhere else. And look, it wasn't an easy one because it was swirling around in the breeze. Look, he turns one way and then he turns the other way. Well, I find it somewhere. And no, just out of his reach. But that would have taken some catching. Almost the other fielder might have had a better angle on that. He came around from mid-off, but I felt like it was always going to fall safely.
Fuller ball, well bowled. He's getting good movement, isn't he? He's getting that swing away as well. And, well, the batsman got no option really but to play respectfully. Kuldeep Lal on strike.
Yeah, that's right. It's Nagman Hussain. A correction, this bowler following the second over for Fateh. It's well bowled as well. Some aggressive fielding there, but nicely backed up. And you have the confidence to throw at the stumps, don't you, Rico? If you're confident the fielder backing up is in the right position, then you can have a go and you're not too worried about the overthrows being an issue.
Well, what a good over that was. Gets a wicket off the first ball, an important wicket as well. 8 for 1. 2 overs gone.
Yeah, so early wickets and wickets key, and the power play so important in determining the kind of total that ultimately will be chased. Let's have a look at some of the comments in the YouTube chat. Yeah, some conjecture about the court behind. Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, I would say it didn't look like he got the outside edge of the bat, but the toe of the bat was pretty close to it. So the umpires, of course, been a lot of good umpiring this week and in the hot seat, aren't they? So the batsman not always going to be happy with the decision, but in this game the umpire's got to call it as they see it, and we do appreciate their work, and we do appreciate you viewing wherever you are around the world. We hope you're enjoying the Fan Code European Cricket Series live from Barcelona, Spain. This is match 14 between Fateh and Gracia.
Mandeep Singh Dade just getting his field set before he comes in to bowl to Kulwant Thakur.
Just still getting his gear back on was the keeper, Lakbir Singh Vinti. It's the last over the power play, so with only 8 on the board, you'd think that Gracia may have a go here. 2 back on the leg side, straight.
Nicely played. He's timed that quite well. I think the ball is going to beat the fielder there. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot there. And didn't try to overhit this. If he finds a gap, it's always rolling away for 4. You can see it's slightly over pitched. And nice footwork as he brought his front foot out to the pitch of that ball and just stroking it through the covers. So Gracia, a welcome boundary. It's only the second of their innings and they move along to 12. We see Randeep Singh Dade come in again. Oh, and it's well bowled. I'd like to see Lakbir Singh Vinti up to the stumps as well. It's been a tactic that's been employed by a few wicket keepers, and it's something we haven't seen a lot of, I think, in the European Cricket Series so far. Last year, the keepers often decided to take a few steps back, but I think you can get up there and gamble for a stumping. Don't let too many through for buys. It's a good tactic. This next ball is taken away, but there's a huge mix-up here, and surely he's going to be run out, and he is. So a disaster as Kuldeep, he went on the hit, and Kulwant not happy, ended up sacrificing himself. You see here Kuldeep just going on the hit, not waiting for the call of Kulwant, and in the end, Kulwant had to decide whether to try and send Kuldeep back, but in doing a selfless act in the end, deciding that he would be the one who would be on his way back to the pavilion. So that's the pressure, I think, of a low scoring rate for Gracia. Kuldeep just desperate to get down there before the end of the power play, and in the end he has run his partner out. Rico full.
Yeah, I mean, this has vibes about Gracia in that first European cricket series they took part in when they just weren't themselves. Things just weren't happening. Everything was going wrong. And this is the sort of things that was happening then. And they're repeating it. They're putting themselves in a lot of trouble here.
So Kuldeep, he has only that boundary off the 7 balls he's faced. He's been facing 6 other dots. So Randeep Singh Dayed this time is hit very well. That'll take some stopping, and it isn't stopped by the fielder down there, Kuldeep Singh. And Kuldeep to Kuldeep, and this time it's Lal that takes the honours, and 4 runs for Gracia.
Yeah, he's taken out a little bit of aggression on that Kookaburra ball there. And he's got to be careful here, because obviously that run out and the position that his team's in at the moment is going to be affecting him. He's got to try and get by that, because he's got the talent and the class. If he can stick around for, you know, it's going to be about 7 more overs. If he can stick those out and be there, not out at the end, the runs will come, and he can rescue his team from the position they're in at the moment.
Yeah, well, he has all the responsibility now. He's got blood on his hands, but let's see if he can take advantage into this power play, and that one is a wide. Nice bit of keeping there by Lakbir Singh Vinti. That's what we're talking about there. Just adds that extra element. And it says you have to keep, they often say it keeps the batsmen in their crease. It doesn't so much keep them in their crease. They can still advance, but there is that risk if they miss it. So you'll see some batsmen will still take it on if they're feeling confident, but if they miss it and you're able to pull off a stumping, well, that'll be the end of them. Just going to the YouTube chat here. Pavana Shetty says, nice commentary, guys. Well, thank you, guys. That's very nice of you to say. Pavana, we hope you're enjoying the action. Let us know where you're watching, wherever you are around the world. And Mark Lovell asking, can we reach 3,000 live viewers? Invite your friends, all in capitals. I don't have to turn your caps lock off there, Mark. This next one is hit over cover. There's no one back there on the offside. And a nice shot from Kuldeep there. He missed that last one, but he didn't miss out on that one. Slightly over pitched by the bowler, and that is blasted away to the cover boundary for 4.
Yeah, he's doing it in boundaries at the moment. But good shot to play. That's a good shot in the power play. You know the men are in. If you can lift it over the top, you know you're safe. 4 more to him, 4 more to the total.
Well, can't get too short to Kuldeep or too full. This next one is similar area, and there's still no one back there on the point boundary. That's going to just stop and plug. They'll get a single in the end, and so, in the end it's just rolled into the rope, so they will get 4. Kuldeep just putting enough on that to get it into the rope. So after 3 overs at the end of the power play, Gracia are 25 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very key over. I mean, you said, Vinny, what they're going to do, the power play, there was only 8 runs for 1 of 2 overs. They needed something to happen. Well, in the end, Kuldeep Lal, so both batsmen there down on the ground having a little conversation in secret. In the end, did score some runs, but they did lose another wicket, and it was, well, they didn't so much lose it, they gave it away, didn't they, Vinny?
Yeah, well, that's true, and Kuldeep, you know, he'd be kicking himself, but at least he did cash in with a couple of boundaries. It was a clear case with that run out of Kuldeep just being desperate to get down the striker's end, and he went on the hit. It wasn't his call, and poor Kulwan, he had the decision to make. In the end, he decided that he would be the one who would sacrifice his wicket. And look who's come out to bat. It's Vicky Sondi. And look, Rico, there's a lot of chat in the YouTube chat and around the world about his decision to try and ramp that golden ball. And look, it's very easy when you are watching on television or watching from a distance, but it took a lot of courage. He decided that was his tactic, and he would have been a hero if he was able to get some bat on it. Then it probably would have run away for the 2 runs or 4 runs even that they would have required to win the game, but unfortunately it didn't come off for him, and he gets his chance to make up for things in this game, and he's off the mark immediately down to backward square leg. So I certainly wish him the best. And let us know who your favourite players are here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. This is Nagman Hussain, who's going to bowl his 2nd over. So many characters here though, Rico.
Yeah, there's so many, and Vinny, as you get to know the teams, as you will, you'll be seeing him on a regular basis. Such lovely guys as well, and that's the thing. You know, you talk to these guys, they're lovely. You find out about the past history, where they played cricket, and etc., etc. Very, very entertaining stuff.
Absolutely. This one's up, it's high in the air. There is a fielder back there, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it. He's going to just cut it off in time, and Kuldeep, well, he's living dangerously, isn't he? And we've seen him, he can go big. You know, he was the leading run scorer, like you said, in the first ever European Cricket Series back in Alicante back in March 2020. Underperformed, I think, a little bit in October in the series then. But then he came back with a huge century, and you see, you never know quite what you can get from Kuldeep, but he does have the potential to take the game away from the opposition. This one is hit very nicely down the ground. I don't know if the fielder's going to be able to catch that. It's gone all the way for 4. A beautiful stroke straight down the ground, and 4 more runs to Gracia.
Yeah, happy सिंह ने बड़ी कोशिश की थी, बड़ी अच्छी डाइव सीगी, पर चौका हो गया. अच्छी टाइमिंग सी, lovely shot, well timed, 4 runs.
Yeah, it's nice when we see what we call more traditional cricket shots. And the batsmen who've played straight have had the most success. I've noticed that so far. The batsmen who are trying to hit across the line all the time, this pitch isn't doing them any favours. Nagman gets a chance for his revenge, and he almost does it. That zings past the off stump, and a little bit extra on that, and getting something out of this pitch.
It's a very, very good delivery.
Yeah, so Vicky Sundhi has a chance to make up, as we said, for that golden ball in the last game. Here comes Nagman Hussain. This is up and it's in the air. The fielder's coming in. Oh, and he spilt it. Yeah, it wasn't the easiest chance. It was up in the air a long time.
Never looked comfortable, did he? If you see him earlier, once the ball goes up in the air, he's all over the place. It's not well balanced. You look at him here, coming in here, it just never looked like he was going to take this catch.
Yeah, and did well to make the ground, but yeah, holding on was the important bit. That's the end of the 4th over. After 4 overs, Gracia 32 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, so a change there in the field. A little bit of move around, having somebody else patrolling. And that's a good call, actually, because we've seen both batsmen are anything on the off stump, on the offside, when they are making connection, trying to hit big, it's going aerial. They're not clearing the boundary and they're giving chances. I mean, I would be inclined to maybe push one more out there and try and take a wicket here. You can take a wicket. These two we know are key. They bat well. They can score runs. And if the two of them get going, well, you know what? They could quite easily be, 110, 120. We've got to break this partnership. That's what we're going to try and do.
Yeah, well, I mean, these two, they're not cross-bat sloggers, are they? And I think that's why I think some batsmen you can put 4 back on the leg side and just be fairly confident the batsmen are still going to try and clear them. But these guys, they do like to play offside strokes. If they don't time them perfectly, then there is the opportunity for a deep point or something like that to come into the game. And so we've seen always some debate about a change of bat. Might be a nice moment to talk about the European Cricket League, which is planned to start on the 31st of May with the champion teams from 15 European countries, as well as the reigning kings of European cricket, VOC Rotterdam, to take place right here in Spain. So make sure you subscribe to the European Cricket Network. That is a fantastic tournament. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold it last year because of the pandemic, but 2019, plenty of great memories. We're going to do it all again in 2021.
That's a delightful shot. They have changed the fielder out there, but he's not going to be able to get that. Played it so well. 4 runs. Yeah,
Tajinder Singh coming back into the attack, and it was just short and wide. And they've got that deep point back there, but it was well placed by the batsman. Go all the way for 4, and so Gracia, they're just getting enough done at the moment, aren't they? They're going at 8 and over before this over. Could be one of those totals in the Grady 80s, but Kuldeep's there. I think they might get a few more if he stays there. This time is short and wide, and it's too wide. That'll cost him an extra to re-bowl that. Let's have a look. And Jesus Zach saying hello. I am watching here from Spain. Well, Jesus, that's great. Where are you in Spain? Let us know. We are in Barcelona and the sun's out and having a bit of fun. This time it's come to the deep point again, and this time the fielder holds on. So we talked about that. It's a key position, and Vicky Sundhi, unfortunately, is on his way back, disappointed to the dressing room. And Tajinder Singh, he's persisted with that tactic, wide of off stumps, a little bit short. You can't blame Vicky Sundhi for going after it, but that time he chanced his arm one time too many, and that's the end of Vicky Sundhi.
Yeah, that was a good call from Tajinder Singh, lovely to make that change in the field. He saw what I was seeing, that anything outside there, the off stump, that was the shot that was being deployed, and well, it wasn't connecting the middle of the bat, it wasn't going over the ropes, so he needed somebody there who could take the catch, and that's exactly what they did. Fantastic work from them, and really, we were talking about how important that partnership. They've done the partnership. They've broken it up, and it was Randeep Singh taking the catch.
Yeah, Randeep Singh did well to hold on to that one. The batsman crossed, so we've got Kuldeep on strike here, and that is wide of the off stump again. But I don't mind that because, look, no one likes extras. But I said this before, if you can sneak one in, we saw the importance of we saw the new batsman coming in, Harkamal Singh, but we saw the importance of being able to sneak a ball in the off stump kind of area, just inside that wide line. And look, Rico has just alerted me. I wasn't watching because I had my eyes on Kuldeep, but this is my new favourite player, Hark Hogan, Harkamal Singh, the incredible Hark. He hit one of the biggest sixes we've seen, and this is a pretty big one from Kuldeep, but he goes aerial all the way over the fence. That's up Maximo.
Adios, pelota. He's gone out of the ground into the practice nets area. That's a good shot. And you know what? One thing that Gracia seemed to do a lot, Vinny, and is they seem to press self-destruct a lot. You just think if they could just calm down, you know, it's like a teenager. If you can calm the teenager down and say, look, just think about the things you're doing, everything will be hunky-dory. But they seem to press self-destruct, put themselves into difficult positions.
Well, this is sensible cricket from Kuldeep because the next ball was pitched up and on the off stump, and that's the kind of composure that he should be showing as captain. Not trying to blast that one out of the ground. And we just got some replies. Yeso says he's watching from Madrid. So, hope you survived the snow a little while ago. Yeah, we also got Mohammed Ismail watching from South Africa. That's great. But look who it is. It's the Hark. And you know the first ball is going to be swung on. And it is. But it's only going to be down the ground for a single. Mohammed Ismail, would love to know when you are in South Africa. I was there playing in Cape Town. Just pre-pandemic. Remember when travel was a lot easier and there was more sport on. It's great that we can bring you this cricket, of course, from the Fan Code European Cricket Series. That is the end of the over, and Gracia 46 for 3. And let's talk a bit about the Mook. Okay, he has been amazing. The Hark, I should say. Muktia Singh, unfortunately, the Mook has failed today, but the Hark Hogan. Just swallowed my tongue in the last 2 minutes, but that's 6. It was the first ball he faced, Rico. It was the first ball he faced, and it went all the way out of the ground and just didn't seem to have a care in the world. It was a pressure situation too. Colville's watching from Barbados. Gee, I tell you what, I'd love to be in Barbados right now. It's a little bit warmer than it is here. Thanks for watching, you guys. Hope you're enjoying. We've got Nurizaman Nura watching from Bangladesh.
Iqbal Wajid.
That's a wide. Oh, look at this. The Hark. I tell you what, I think the Hark could be on some t-shirts before the end of the day. This is Iqbal. He's got a bit of a challenge here. Iqbal Wajid, one of the most recognisable bowlers from Fateh. He'll take some hitting, but if anyone's going to swing at him, it's going to be the Hark. He does. He smashes this through the offside. That's going to go all the way for 4. So what a stroke from Harkamal Singh, and 4 more runs to the total for Gracia, and that brings up their 50.
Es impresionante, ¿eh? Este hombre está muy fuerte, tiene mucha fuerza y vale. Con suerte, él con capitán Kuldeep Lal puede ser montar mucho carreras y quieres, yo creo más de 100, necesita más de 100.
Well, we've got a comment which you might come to after this ball, but my eyes are perfectly focused on the Hark, this ball, Hark Hogan. He smashes this one, even when he doesn't get him up in the air. They hit very hard. Got a comment here, one for you, Rico, perhaps. And we have Shahid Akram saying, hi, he's recently moved to Barcelona from the UK. How can he join any cricket club here?
Wow. I mean, there's so many clubs here. First of all, thank you for getting in touch. Just see this delivery here.
There's Kuldeep on strike. There's cut away. I think it's missed by that backward point, and that's going to cost them to the tune of 4 runs. So Kuldeep, tell you what, you shouldn't be doing him too many favours. A nice stroke from Kuldeep. 4 more to the total. But Rico, Shahid,
yeah,
new to Barcelona?
Yeah, I mean, get onto the Cricket España website, cricketspain.ce. Get onto that, and you'll see all the information there, how to contact clubs. Or, of course, I'm sure the Federation of Cricket Barcelona, they've got their own website as well. So get in touch, and all the information will be there for you.
Yeah, it's great to get involved. And there's another question there from Jesus. Are there any local players? Well, there's not so many native-born Spanish playing the game at the moment, but like we were saying earlier, if you're watching our telecast, a lot of schools playing some of the game, and I think something like this, the 10 over format, is a nice, easy introduction for people. It's not too many rules, and I don't like when we get bogged down in necessarily the technique or the more complex tactics straight away. It's very simple. If you're watching for the first time, I was saying yesterday, if I'm explaining to someone that's never ever seen cricket, for example, have been travelling around North America and some of these places, say one team will throw the ball 60 times and the other team tries to hit it for as many points as they can, and then the other team will try and beat it. And that's pretty much what cricket is, if you have to say it in one sentence. And obviously it's not thrown, it's bowled, but then you get all sorts of other questions like, where do you get the bowls from? Do you get it the same place you get the platos? You know, and with the forks and spoons at the same time. So it's fun, and you know, I've travelled all around the world and explained cricket to people, and it's so great to see the global footprint of the game growing all the time, as we see Iqbal Wajid getting this one through the keeper. It's luck fishing Vinti, and it's going to be a wide plus an extra, so 2 wides.
Yeah, what's also nice, especially here in Catalonia and especially Barcelona, is the support that they're getting from the sports consulate. They're involved with the game. I mean, just recently at the sports centre, the Marbella Sports Centre, so we watched this delivery.
This one has worked away for more runs. The chase is on, and the ball's going to win this time. Rolls in the rope, so 4 more. The boundary's flowing now for Gracia. The innings gaining some momentum with a ball to go in the 6th over. They are 61 for 3.
Yeah, majestic stroke there from Kuldeep Lal. But yeah, I mean, in Marbella Sports Centre near here, towards the end of last year, 200 kids took part in playing cricket and being introduced to cricket, and that was fantastic news for Spanish cricket.
Last ball of the over, it's pitched up, and a bit fortunate to get that one away behind square for 1 is Kuldeep Lal, but he'll keep the strike. And after 6 overs, Gracia are 64 for 3. Let's have a look again in the chat, and we've got plenty of chat. It's great. We've got Shakil Absar watching from Uganda. Wow, it just shows you people all over the world are tuning in. We know Uganda, there's cricket's growing there all the time as well. Keep track of them. They've had some good performance with their national team recently. Masjid Butt, Barcelona says, hello Rico. Pagi, see you on Monday. Ehsan Khan watching from Pakistan. Saiful Malik from Bangladesh. Amit Kumar also from Bangladesh says, cricket analysis is my hobby. Well, Amit, there's plenty of cricket for you to analyse here in Barcelona. We have 124 matches. Fateh CC, best team, says Tanvir. Well, at the moment, they desperately need a wicket to break this partnership. Mohammed Ismail says, I love cricket, any format, I watch it. It's good for entertainment. Well, you won't find any better entertainment than you'll see here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. New over starts, it's too short, and this one is not coming back. That's 6 runs to Kuldeep, another Maximo.
That's a great shot. Well, the new bowler, I think this is looks like Happy Singh to me, and he's not going to be too happy with that. It was too short, and it's been blasted away. Top quality shot, that 6 runs. Went a long, long way, that one, Vinny.
Yeah, this short of a length has been effective at times. That was just too short at that pace. It just sat up, and Kuldeep executed the stroke well. He's got to get all of it, otherwise there are fielders in play, but Happy Singh, see if he can try again. This one, it's gone even further. Straight into the Gracia dugout for 6 more, and back-to-back Maximos, and Kuldeep is starting to gather some steam at the top of the order for Gracia.
Chalo, chalo, tol bajao, patake shuru ho gaye. Kuldeep Lal hitting it big. He's enjoying himself here now. Happy Singh needs an answer. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
Well, he's moved on to 46 off only 21 balls, and Kuldeep, we've seen, you've got to get him early, got to take your chances with him, because he has made some big scores in the European Cricket Series. 3 in a row, he tries, there's a chance for the fielder, he comes in and he holds on. So a key moment of the game, Kuldeep Lal tried the 3rd time, and I tell you what, they say the definition of stupidity is doing the same thing again, expecting a different result, but that's exactly how it worked out for Happy Singh. On the 3rd attempt it was short, but this time Kuldeep couldn't get all of it, and the catch taken, and a key wicket at a key time for Fateh.
Yeah, that's a good catch. I mean, I have to say, I saw him running in and he was trying to take that. Well, he did take it crocodile style, I would say, but it started taking the catch. Kuldeep Lal maybe there, trying to hit a big one to get into his 50. He was on 46 of 21 balls, but he's perished. He's gone now. What a difference that will make to the rate these runs are being scored at the moment.
Well, that's a huge wicket for Fateh, just when they needed it. Looked like Kuldeep could be on for a 50 or even more the way he was going. And this looks like Paramjit Singh, who's come in to replace him. But my word, exciting stuff here from Spain, like no other kind of cricket I've ever seen. You won't find it anywhere else in the world. This one placed very nicely. I think that'll beat the long on, and that's 4 runs. So a nice stroke from the Hark. I just can't get enough of the Hark. Hark Hogan, those big guns. You should check those weapons at the gate because they are dangerous. And he's put it into good use here in the 10 over format. Plenty more people in the chat. Rico, what else we got? MS Jedbutt saying, am I enjoying the weather of Barcelona? I actually am now. But I will admit I'm wearing a few jackets just as a precaution. But I'm nice and toasty here in the commentary box. Naeem Pradhan saying he's also from Bangladesh. We've got Nandra Khan saying, skipping work because this is so good. Wow. I'm very lucky that this is my work because I'm constantly entertained by the cricket. This is short again. Tell you what, happy. He's happy when he digs them into the pitch, isn't he? I tell you what, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I don't know if I would have been bowling the third short ball after a couple of broken windows over there after the first. But that's the end of the over. It's 81 for 4 with 3 overs to go. So after 7 overs, Gracia in pole position to take this score 100 and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they've got to focus on. They've got to, it goes back to what we've said a few times. They've got to make sure they make contact with the ball. They've got to make sure that they're not just trying to hit boundaries, and as a result of that, playing and missing too many, because joining the dots up is not going to help their cause. They've got to keep going. They've got to keep running. They've got to look for the ones, turn the ones into twos, and by doing that, yeah, the 100 plus should be on, but they have lost some key wickets. Kuldeep Lal also gone. So, Harkmal Singh, well, there's a lot of pressure on him. He's got to perform, and he's got to put a bigger smile on Mr. Maximo's face.
Well, he absolutely will as he faces Ranbir Singh Dayed. And again, he's always looking to attack. He'll have to put his skates on here. It'll be okay. It's great to see some more people. We've got some people watching. We've got Sasi watching from Malaysia. Well, selamat datang. Actually, my Malay's better than my Spanish, actually. I do have some family in Malaysia. They're from Taiping. Where are you from in Malaysia, Sasi? Let us know. And Mohammed Hamza say, want to play cricket there? Anyone help me? Well, if you can make your way to Europe, there are more and more clubs happening there all the time. This one is slight deception. He's going to have to run. He'll be out if he hits, and he's
on
gone.
His way, I think.
Yes,
yeah.
an easy decision there for umpire Salami, as they like to call him. And a direct hit. And again, great fielding. Look, there's been a lot of chat about the fielding in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, but you see another direct hit. We've seen a lot of good catches and a lot of good run-outs so far this week in Barcelona, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the best of running. First of all, he stopped his shot, didn't he, Paramjit? You just think if he followed it through, he probably could have cleared the boundary, stopped his shot, went to the fielder, and didn't run quick enough. And in the end, a direct hit, and he was always going to be on his way. Well, he's run out for 0. And this is exactly what we're talking about, because not only have we seen dot balls, but a wicket is also a dot ball. They're putting pressure on themselves again. They cannot press that self-destruct button again. They've got to carry on from here. They've got to go over 100.
Yeah, that was selfless batting, though, because the Hark is on strike. Let's see if he can take advantage. That was almost a defensive stroke from the Hark, which would have been the first one all day. But the new batsman is Mayank Dayal, their keeper for this match, their regular keeper. He didn't play the first match, but he's come in and gets his opportunity now. Looks like a strong gentleman. It's a great time to come in if you like to clear the boundaries. Just under 3 overs to go. This is Ranbir Singh. This is clipped off the pads. A nice stroke from Mayank to get him going. That could go all the way, and it does. So 4 runs. The boundaries keep coming for Gracia as they edge toward this century.
Yeah, nicely played shot. There was maybe a sniff of a chance there. The man that, well, backwards go. We just see that there. He's just out of the picture, just coming into the picture there late on. But I think the ball had already passed him. Nicely timed shot.
Wow. Can the bowler come back? This is a good comeback, actually. He was on a good length on the stumps. They'll get it away for 1. So sensible with that batting there from Mayank Dayal. If you don't get a boundary ball, make sure that you get something. And he's going to put the Hark, the incredible Hark. I tell you what, that was almost a defensive shot from the Hark. And I'm going to put my money that this one won't be. I think he's going to try and launch this one into outer space. Well, he tried. He shaped to do it, didn't he? And he didn't have any choice but to jam down on the ball and preserve his wicket because it was very expertly bowled by Randeep Singh Dade.
You got to stop making these predictions. But
Well,
I tell you, I got a genuine question for you. I mean,
Please.
you're a man of stats.
Well,
So can we look up to see if this is the most sings we've had in the European Cricket
let's
Series
count
game?
how many.
There's quite a few, isn't there?
5, 8. I've got 8 out of 11. And for example, there's quite a few that I think they are singing. They're not necessarily listed that way. But no, it's fantastic that we've got people from all cultural backgrounds. Really, obviously, the particularly Punjabi kind of feeling to this Fateh team. But cricket is sport for everyone, and there's a lot of questions about getting locals involved. And as we said, it's something that'll happen in time. It's just great that there's cricket being played, and of course, how could you not be entertained by this cricket? Kuldeep Singh, the new bowler. This is hit straight down the ground by the Hark. And just the one run. What else we got in the chat? It's great we've got so much chat. We've got Muhammad Ismail saying he's watching from the first game and really enjoying all the matches. Amir Pervez saying his brother Adil Shazad will play on Monday representing Skyways. Another new team to the competition. This next ball is hit into the leg side. Just be the single. And we've got MS Jedbat asking, do you need some cha? Do you feel like a cup of tea?
Yeah, masala chai, but only if we have a couple of aloo paranthas to come with it. That would be heaven.
That would be good, actually. Oh, this one is hit, and it's hit nicely. It's going all the way down. He's going to have to get his skates. Could be in trouble here, and could be out. Umpire Salim. And the decision is that he's gone, yeah, and you know he was already on his way, and that's the Hark. And this is how small these grounds are. When you hit him as hard as the Hark, he sat and watched it for a bit too long, and you can't really blame the non-striker on that occasion for setting off from the run. But you look, he really admires his shot just a little bit too long, and what a good bit of fielding. We talked about it before. The fielder was alert to it. He saw that it had taken a long time, and still the partner was 3/4 down the pitch, and yeah, he was just kicking himself, the Hark, and again, that's a bit of a waste because he definitely had a few lusty blows left in him. But Gracia losing another wicket at a crucial time. In this, the 9th over. That was Kuldeep Singh, the bowler, doing well to gather that throw.
Yeah, I mean, important now for Gracia here that they just keep adding to that total. We're in the 90s.
And it was Randeep down there who's contributing again. He's been in all the action, hasn't he?
So Karan Deep Singh, the new bat.
Let's see what he can bring to the table. Well, he does make some good contact. It'll go down to Randeep again at long on, and just a single this time. But we've seen that a couple of times, haven't we? And again, because it's a different kind of cricket, there's some different dynamics in this game. That normally, if it's a bigger ground, the long on will be a bit deeper, and you've got plenty of time to, as I like to say, Arjuna Ranatungarat, which is just you take 2 or 3 steps as a jog and walk the rest, but not in these 50-metre boundaries. And this is trouble for Fateh. It was down the leg side, but there's a man positioned there almost specifically for that occurrence. And it's difficult for the wicketkeeper down the leg side if they're up to the stumps. The body of the batsman obscures their view of the ball, so it takes a little bit of technique and instinct and a bit of luck to stop those ones. Luckily they had someone there to stop the extras. Next one's just behind point and just the single. So yeah, I feel like this total for Gracia, they get about 100. Looks like they might get a few more than that. It'll be a very interesting run chase on our hands at the end of 9 overs. The score is 96 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 1 over to go. 6 has got to be a must to get them to the 100. To go back to the field in there, Vinny, I mean, one thing before that run out, the ball before that went out to the fielder, what was great to see was the way that the fielder attacked the ball, running in, clean pickup, and the throw in straight away on the bounce to the bowler. And straight away, they're showing their intent. The batsman knows in the back of their mind that they're not going to be able to poodle along because the fielders are attacking the ball. And because of that attacking mindset, that's why that run out came about. Now, this for me is a risk, you know. Majinder Singh, lovely, he hasn't bowled yet is coming on to bowl the last over. He's got to get it spot on. He knows they're going to attack him.
When he comes, the key moment, it's fairly well bowled. There's a chance if the keeper, if he hits, but he decides, he puts the fear of God into the batsman as he struggled to the other end, Karandeep Singh, but the keeper, Lakbir Singh Vinti, deciding he was going to hold on to the ball. And you see here, I don't know, there was a player backing up, but I think at this stage they think, well, willing to concede the one for that ball. What would you have done at home? Let us know. Next one's a swing and a miss, and so far the captain doing the job, Manjinder Singh. Amir Pervez says, thanks commentators live from Pakistan. Well, glad you're enjoying the game wherever you are around the world, and obviously it's not quite the kind of cricket you might have seen before, but it is very, very entertaining and addictive. All our viewers agree about that.
They're going to put the skates on. This is going to be a good arm, well thrown. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Right on cue, running in, getting to the ball quickly, showing intent, getting the throw in. No chance of two there.
And you know what? What I really like about this is that the fielding last year was a bit substandard as we watch this next ball. But this is up. It's up in the air. The fielder's in the game. And it's taken by Iqbal Wajid down at long off. Illustrating my point perfectly is that these players have gone away. They've worked on their fielding. And of course, it's not perfect. And you see mistakes at any level of cricket, and they're not easy conditions to field either. It's quite cold here. The sun's out, but still it's only 15 degrees, and you know, it might not be beach weather in Barcelona, but these guys, they've worked hard at their fielding. You can see the improvement. You definitely see it. And look, this is only the second year we've played the Fan Code European Cricket Series. So you think if you extrapolate this out year after year, the improvement. And Manjinder Singh, he's done great work there to take a wicket. Next one on the back foot, and there could be a run out here. No, it didn't take the ball, I don't think so. Fairly inconsequential, wasn't it? Just go down as a dot ball. But you can see that the striker trying to take control of the situation. Mayank Dayal, I think this will be the last over, so the last ball, pardon me, of the innings with Gracia at 98. Can they crack the ton off the last ball? Well, it's up, it's in the air. They'll get more than that. They'll get 100 plus 4. That's 6. That's a Maximo. And after 10 overs, Gracia are 104 for 7. Mayank Dayal, well, will that prove to be important in the end as he sends Gracia past the 100 mark? So 104 the total for Gracia. And Fateh will require 105 to win off their 10 overs.
Yeah, again, another evenly poised game. We saw the last game very much the same sort of scores, and in the end, Gracia, what they did and what they did well this time round is when those key wickets went. I mean, Bhutta Singh going there early on, Kuldeep then put a little bit of a partnership together with Kulwant Thakal, who stuck around for him. What they've done is when the wickets have fallen, they've rebuilt, they've kept going. It hasn't got to them, and by doing that, taking the singles and playing good smart cricket, is they've got to a target which they can defend. And you know, with the bowling that we've seen that they've got, and with a couple of new players coming in, we said they've got their main wicketkeeper in now as well. It's going to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that had a few twists and turns. Every innings is an adventure in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, and we hope you're enjoying the action at home. I was quite impressed with Fateh for the most part. You did see a couple of chances go down, but there were plenty more that they took, and they just had enough in an innings where it looked like Gracia might get away from them. They just took those key wickets at the most important moments, and you see here, this was a nice bit of work, another direct hit, and what's been made of the fielding. But for me, anywhere in the world, I haven't seen that many direct hits in a while. And wasn't he happy about it?
That was a celebration and a half.
Well, these celebrations, for one, they can still be a lot of fun. And here's a bit of lazy cricket from the Hark. He had too many muscles, and he wasn't built for speed. He was built for power. And he found himself short, an embarrassing dismissal. Not the first time we've seen this week. And then in the last over, Wajid taking the catch. And then almost to run out of mention and say he wasn't particularly happy. The Dial hit the last ball for a big Maximo to take them past 100. So Gracia with 104. And Rico, what do you think? I'm going to ask you for a prediction because you're always into me for my predictions. Do Fateh have what it takes to chase down 105 for victory?
I think they have what it takes, but I think that Gracia are going to be smart. I think they've probably looked at what Fateh have got. They've done their homework, and if they execute their plan, that they've got on paper, well, I think they'll end up victors here. But Fateh, for me, happy seeing. If he gets going, it's curtains.
Well, don't go anywhere wherever you're watching around the world. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the run chase. This is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with my colleague Rico Full. This is the European Cricket Network, and you are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain.
Bienvenidos al campo de béisbol aquí en Montjuïc, Campo Olímpico. Welcome back. I hope you've filled up your refreshments and you're sat comfortably. Your masala tea, maybe a few bhajis of some sorts, onion bhajis maybe. Some pakoras, what do you prefer, pakoras or bhajis? I think I'm a pakora man myself. Or if you really want to spoil me, entice me, samosas. I love those triangular beauties. Anyway, hope you're comfortable because I think we're going to have a real run chase on our hands here. It's going to be a very good game. Gracia, they did very well in the end. I think they kept going. 104 they scored, so a target that Fateh have to chase down if they're to register their first win. Remember, they're unbeaten in this series. Both of their games were abandoned, so they're 2 points. They started the day on 2 points, 2 behind Bengali CC, who had won both their games, so were on 4. And now this is the first game that they've had the chance to play. The sun is shining, it's a beautiful setting, and let's see if they can get to that magical figure for them to win this game. And remember, just to remind you, 105 is needed. Kuldeep Lal, the captain, is not messing around. He's going to bowl the first over.
Yes, thanks Rico, and I've made my way back to the commentary box just in time to catch Kuldeep Lal, the captain. Batted very well and just fell at a key time. He felt like they could have got a few more than the 104 they ended up with if he had stuck around for another couple of overs, but he will be opening the bowling and has a big responsibility to try and make some early strikes for Gracia as he comes in. This one is blasted. The fielder thought he was in the game for a second, but it's well over his head. And what a start to the innings from Fateh. That is 6th of the best. That, Rico, is a Maximo start.
Well, that is a killer blow. Well, it's the battle of the captains. Majinder Singh, lovely jubbly, I would say to that. What a beauty.
Well, wasn't it? And Kuldeep gambling a bit in the short ball, hoping to force an error, perhaps a cross-bat stroke, but it was kind of flat-batted all the way over mid-off, and you'd have to say it was expertly done, using the breeze as well to carry that one over his head. Kuldeep has to come back, and it's fuller this time. It's up, it's in the air, half a chance, and the fielder takes it. And what a catch it is out there. It's Karandeep Singh. He's a tall man. He needed every centimetre of that height as 6 and out for Manjinder Singh. Lovely, and Fateh lose him early, and after 2 balls, it's 6 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And look at the reaction there from Kuldeep Lal himself, not getting excited, just keeping cool. He didn't want to react to that. He's got his man. He's been hammered for a massive 6 by his opposite number, Captain Manjinder Singh. Lovely, but on his second ball, trying to hit this one over the leg side boundary, he finds the fielder who's outstretched and taken a very difficult catch. Made that look easy.
Well, they say on the lottery ads in Australia, I remember, that your luck can change in an instant, and wasn't that the case for Manjinder Singh? Lovely. He bowled pretty well in the last over, except for conceding a 6 off the last ball of the 10th over. Then he was able to hit a 6 off the first ball of their innings, but then off the very next ball, he hit it. Looked like it would get over any other fielder, but Karandeep Singh is a tall man and was able to take the catch above his head. So Kuldeep, he's a charismatic character. And he's in again. And he's bowled! Oh, and 2 in a row for Kuldeep, and he's that kind of X-Factor player, and he finds himself on a hat-trick. So after a disastrous start, 6 off the first ball, he's come back with 2 consecutive wickets, and it's a first baller. Kuldeep, isn't he happy about it? Socially distant celebrations here from the Montjuïc Olympic Ground in Barcelona, Spain. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series, and we hope you're enjoying the action. You won't find any better cricket action anywhere in the world. Something happening all the time, and Kuldeep, isn't he happy about it? A huge wicket, and Fateh in serious strife now at 6 for 2.
Well, we didn't want to celebrate the first one too much, but that one, he couldn't resist. What a beautiful delivery. And like I say, a new batsman coming in when the ball's there and you're going to have to play. He got a little bit of fizz behind that. He put a little bit of extra into it, and he gets his man. And now Fateh in trouble.
Well, we talked about their big three, didn't we, Fateh? And there's two of them, and they're falling like dominoes early here. It's a disastrous start for them. And Kuldeep, he's on a hat-trick. We saw one yesterday. Could we have the second hat-trick of the series? Oh, and that's nicely timed away. Just got a little bit outside the leg stump. And what do you think in the chat? What a start we've seen to this innings. And I just think for the quantity of cricket action and the consistency of cricket action, you won't find anything like the fan code European Cricket Series anywhere in the world. If it's your first time turning on to us, welcome. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. Why don't you tell some of your cricket friends and sporting friends about ECN as Kuldeep's in again, this time again, straying onto the legs. Catching a bit of powder, I think, and they'll get through for a run. Actually, maybe a little edge on that one, given a run off the bat by the umpire. So, wow, what an over. So let's talk about how you'd approach this total, Rico. You know, needing 105 for victory. I think you do need to stay in touch all the way. So again, these benchmarks, not trying so hard to get them at all costs, but you do want to be about 10 runs and over. You can see here, they're edging towards that mark in the first over, but this is an important ball.
Yeah, and that's well played, Vinny. You're absolutely right. It's very similar to the situation maybe that Gracia were in early on. They lost that early wicket, and it's all about building. They could have collapsed, couldn't they? And the second wicket then also falling quite early, but they needed a partnership, and that partnership was built, and that's exactly what these two were thinking. Happy Singh, I said before even the start of the innings, he is going to be key to them now more than ever before. The only problem is, Vinny, Happy Singh, for me, only knows one way to play. If he tries to change his style, I think he gets himself in all sorts of trouble. So, well, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, well, I mean, 2 wickets, they're not helping, but I think the batsmen remaining, they can't concern themselves with too much. There's still plenty of wickets in hand, and the second over begins now, and this is a thick inside edge down past the square leg. They'll stop just inside the boundary. The batsman will scramble back for 2. And this is Harkamal Singh, the Hark. And he'll be kicking himself after running himself out, hitting the ball down to the long on earlier in this innings. But let's see if he can muscle a few balls down there. Hark Hogan, definitely one of my favourite players to watch. Just getting confirmation that was stopped inside the boundary, but it seems to be confirmed now as 2 runs. And Harkamal in again. Oh, this is up. It's in the air. There's a chance. It'll be a difficult take. Oh, and it's taken. What a great catch. And he's done it again. It's the same man there. What a great catch by Karandeep Singh. That looked to be falling into no man's land in between the 2 fielders there on the leg side. But he was incredibly skillful to feint out those distractions and take that catch again. So his confidence is high. He's showing some great fielding skills. Happy Singh is the man that has to go. And Fateh in desperate trouble here. Now they've lost their 3rd wicket with only 9 on the board.
Wow, what a moment that was. What a catch that was. I mean, again, we've seen a few like that when you're not only you're keeping your eye on the ball and it's not an easy catch, but you're being distracted by another player. Oh, that was awesome. That is one of the top catches we've seen.
Absolutely. I thought my money was on the ball all the way. What do you think, guys? If you're watching on YouTube, here's the new batsman again. I wasn't shy to have a go, and I tell you what, coming in at 9 for 3. What a day's cricket action. The sun's out here in Barcelona. There's nowhere you'd rather be. Here's there, Rico. I know that you've spent a fair bit of time in Spain. How long have you lived here now?
22 years now, pal. 22 years.
Oh, since you were a child.
Yeah, not far off that.
Here's Harkamal the Hark. Oh, it's well bowled, isn't it? It's a heavy ball. I think Hark probably has some very heavy weights in the gym as well. You don't get a body like that unless you work out. And I don't think I'll ever forget that first ball that he faced in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. I don't even think it's landed yet. It's left this earth. Harkamal Singh, he's come out firing, and they can really put things to bed with a couple more quick wickets now as he comes in again.
Swing and a miss.
And so, Fateh, well, they do hold the unfortunate record of the lowest ever score in a completed European Cricket Series innings of 35. I tell you what, they don't want to be record breakers when it comes down to that one, but with a start like this, nothing's off the table. There's a lot of people out there, big fan of Kuldeep Lal on the YouTube chat. Oh, that's bold. And again, attacking the stumps is Harkamal Singh.
By the end of another over, and well, Fateh, you're wondering where these runs are gonna come from.
Yeah, absolutely. And you wonder if the ball Kuldeep Lal out. I don't think you get the ball out of his hand at this stage, and he's the one that makes the decisions anyway, isn't he? So he's having to think about it, and actually he's going to hold himself back, I think, perhaps for some sort of emergency. But I'll tell you what, I'm a little bit surprised by that decision. He took 2 for 7 in his first over, but just going to hold himself back and see what happens. Thinks it might be a good chance to sneak a few overs in, and Trilochan Singh's going to bowl, and he's no slouch with the ball either for Gracia. It's the last over of the power play, but it seems like a powerless play so far, except for that first ball. Trilochan comes in. This is too short, and I think this might go the journey. It's gone all the way over fine leg, and that is a Maximo.
Yeah, it was, well, as we would say, Gandhi ball, see, dirty ball at worst, and he got put away. He's got to do better than that. He's already had there's no excuses for him. He's played one game already. Can't say he's rusty. The sun is out now, and it's quite warm out there. He's got to get it right. Then he comes.
Well, letting the pressure off was Trilochan Singh. He has a chance to come back. This time it's up. It's in the air. There's a fielder under it, and it's taken. And another wicket falls for Fateh. And look who it is. It's my man, Harkamal Singh. Not easy to get your hands together when you've got arms that big. He's got the big muscles, but the Hark Hogan, he is the man that takes the catch. And Fateh, well, now they're in real strife as they lose their 4th wicket with the score at 16.
Yeah, once more, Vinny, we see a catch being taken after the ball before has been sent packing for a boundary, a maximum. And, well, that's twice. We saw that with Kuldeep Lal. Majinder Singh Lovely smashing him for 6. And the very next ball, him getting out there again. And it goes back to say what we said before, is not really very clever cricket.
Tajinder, new batsman, but he's at the non-striker's end. It's a big shout, but it's going well down the leg side. And, well, it's not an easy situation to come in, but you'd have to say the run rate already creeping up towards to a ball, and you can't afford to take too many balls to get your eye in. I think you almost have to gamble that you're going to get away with a few. We're still in this 3-over power play, if you can believe it. And now Kuldeep is going to come up into the circle at mid-off, and he's going to push the deep mid-wicket back, so perhaps a short ball coming. No one back on the offside. And this one's a thick edge, and the third man fielder is able to run away and get it, and there's one run, some confusion, no one backing up, and again, it was absolutely pegged there, wasn't it? Who was that? That was Paramjit Singh. Oh, it's releasing a bit of frustration there. I don't know who was backing that up, but they might have a big bruise when they have a look at themselves in the shower tonight. It raced off the pitch, didn't it? But in the end, 2 valuable runs, and Fateh, they're the kind of risks they might have to take if they're going to get back into this match.
Yeah, Manoj Kumar was the man backing up. He quietly had a look at his fingers as he walked back to his position.
Well, might have to count them, make sure they're all there as Trilochan comes in again, and he's bowled! Trilochan Singh! Kuldeep made the change, and it's paid off handsomely, and he's so happy about it. It's good captaincy and good bowling. Trilochan is a bit loose earlier in the over, but that one was bowled neck and crop.
Yeah, what a beauty. And that's a great sight for the bowler, and so he should be happy. You know, he's come on, and his very first ball, a real loosener. Gandhi ball, I said it was. It went smacked away for 6. Since then, he's put it together, and he's taken a 2nd wicket in this over. Well done, Badia. Shaba, shaba.
We saw Gracia losing on the golden ball earlier in the day, and often that will spur them onto a special kind of performance. And that's what we're seeing in the field from here as Fateh fall to 18 for 5. And I tell you what, that lowest ever total of 35 looks in reach at this stage, especially the way that these Gracia bowlers are attacking the stumps. Here comes Trilichan again, and that was could have been quite easily a 6th. That's the end of the over. 18 for 5. And wow, it's been a merry-go-round of action, hasn't it, in the Fateh dressing room? There's all sorts of scrambles over there. There's pads and gear flying everywhere. But what a power play. They're only able to manage 18 runs, and they've lost 5 wickets. So just a bit of time at the moment where I'm just catching the keeper. Mayank Dayal just missed the pad slide. It's no fun, actually, when you're the keeper. But you've got to have that mentality. As the keeper myself, you've almost got to enjoy getting hit by the ball. Take him on the body, get the body behind him, especially that second bounce. It can really do anything, so you have to smother it. Not like these baseball catchers with their fancy chest pads and all that. Gotta take it on the body and say that you love it. And look who it is, it's the Hark. He's going to bowl out. So he had a great over, only conceding 3 in his first over, picking up a wicket. Fateh already, that rate is out. It's over to a ball. See what the Hark can provide. Oh, that's very close. Oh, I tell you what, maybe just slipping down the leg side, but I would have been screaming for this one. Let's have a look from this angle. Well, Rico's saying hi, but that's probably why they don't let you umpire anymore, Rico. That wasn't high. If anything, it might have been missing the leg stump.
You saw
below the knee roll. I don't know how tall you think he is.
It popped up. You didn't see it pop up. Anyway, good decision for me.
I'm not surprised you're saying that. This time, he'll get away with a dot. And, not there. Batting in quicksand at the moment.
People will start speaking and wondering about you and Hartmore, you know. I mean, you're making reference to his muscles.
Well, I'm just calling it as I see it. And Hartmore, tell you what, could be the world arm wrestling champion. Getting a look at him. And here's Hark Hogan again. This is up. It's high. It's in the air. There's nobody back there. It's going to run away, I think, all the way to the rope for 4. So 4 valuable runs for Fateh. And you'd have to say, well, that run rate's quite difficult, and to have any chance, they need to take some chances now. They're not going to win the game by nudging around. Almost certainly it's a hopeless cause, but if there's any chance, they need to keep scoring all the way through the innings. And does just that, and that's going to slash. That's slashed over backward point again for consecutive 4s. So I think you'll see that'll force a change now. Kuldeep Lal is going to bring somebody up to put somebody back there. It's 2 balls in a row, and the way the batsman swing at the ball is every chance that it'll fly over that backward point region. And they've brought up the deep square leg into the circle, so now they have a wide third man as well as the sweeper out there on the offside.
Very similar to when Kuldeep Lal himself and Vicky Sandhu were batting. A couple of balls went up there in the air. They made the change and then were rewarded with the wicket.
This is well bowled by Hark Hogan again. And he'll come back and he'll have 1 more ball left in his spell. He's got 1 for 12 so far with the ball to go in his 2 overs. And he did make that mental error, didn't he, when he was batting, getting run out after blasting a ball at superhuman speed down to the long on. But he's come back strongly, and he's been a key cog of this bowling unit that's put Fateh on the ropes as he comes in to bowl his last ball. That'll be worked away, just the single, so he'll finish with 1 for 13, and the score after 4 overs for Fateh is 29 for 5.
Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do, haven't they? And well, you're just seeing Tajir Singh there, seeing his style of batting, sort of shuffles right in line with the ball, doesn't he? And plays it very much straight. And you just get the feeling, and I'm sure the bowler's the same, that if you can just beat him, outfox him perhaps with a slower one or get a quicker one in and wrap him on the pads, you'll be going up, because he is right in front there. But at the moment, he's still there. He's trying his best to build up a partnership with Rajiv Singh. The 2 of these, well, what a massive ask it is. But this is T10. Anything can happen. We've seen it happen time and time again. They're not out of it yet. A good partnership here. And who knows what can happen. Looks like there's going to be a change of some sort. Is it gloves?
Yeah, so I mean, it's incredible to think actually. It's only been 4 overs in Sydney. We've seen so much action already. But 4 overs, I mean, 29 runs. It's not fantastic, but it's not nothing. And that rate of 12.66, if you can get one big over somewhere, just get one bowler you can get hold of, perhaps get a run like perhaps 20 or something off an over. And we've seen it happen before. A batsman gets on a hitting run, that score is within reach. So it's not like Gracia scored a 140 plus total or something like that, which I think at this point the game would be over. But unlikely as it might be, Fateh need to think they have a chance. They can start hitting a few balls out of the park. This will help. It's a wide down the leg side. And Manoj Kumar starts with an extra. And what about some of these players we're seeing today? Abhishek Borika, he's one of my favourites, the money man. And today he won that golden ball for his team, the men in blue. Obviously, Kuldeep Lal, very popular. Let us know your favourite players in the YouTube chat if you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. As Manoj Kumar, he won't release this time. One thing we haven't seen, which is actually good, Rico, we haven't seen too many time penalties so far. We haven't seen any, to be honest. Of course, the teams have 45 minutes to bowl their overs, otherwise they're penalised. 5 runs every over they're short. So it's nice that the teams are hustling through the overs and don't want to give away runs needlessly, do you? Here comes Manoj Kumar. This is dug in short, but it doesn't get up. I'm not sure if the batsman got anything on that. We'll wait on the umpire for this one. And it's given us wide, so down the leg side, and these are all going to help for Fateh. Kumar just struggling a little bit for his control early in his spell. Yeah, Rico, there was a time where the players took a bit of time to adjust to the fast-paced format, wasn't it, in the European Cricket Series? But it's nice to see the overs getting bowled in time these days. Just pushed out the offside for a single. Yeah, it's amazing how fast they can move when there's the time penalties are in play, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to go on to say there, I think what a lot of the teams have learned, and you see this in all sorts of club cricket, is that there's one captain, let him do his job. Quite often you see too many people moving people around, getting involved in chat. And that doesn't help matters, it delays time. So when you've got the one captain, he's making the decisions, becomes more disciplined, and everybody knows what they're doing. And of course, one of the reasons why we also bowling from the one end is to try and get all of these games in quickly. 5 games, that's a big ask, and on a day like yesterday, where it's a bit overcast and cloudy, the light does play a part in it, so you've got to be strict with the timings.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We saw yesterday, we're using all of the available daylight, aren't we, at the moment? We're going to get here before dawn. It's pitch black when we get to the ground, actually, to set up in the mornings, and the ground crew do a great job. The groundsman, Rob, he is a lovely fellow as well. If you saw our live telecast on Sunday night as a preview, Rob was taking me around on his cool little buggy thing. Wow, this next ball is too short and it's gone all the way. That's over mid-wicket for a Maximo. And a great shot. Fateh, just what they needed at this point in the game.
Yeah, he's doing what he's got to do, the little man. He's, like I say, getting in line with the ball. What he's done, he's got his eye in. He's moved around, he's got his eye in. That one was short and he's clubbed that away. That's a top shot.
Yeah, it definitely was. And we'll see what the bowler can come back with here. Wow, this is a wild swing. You get carried away, don't you, sometimes, especially these batsmen. They're not normally batting in these situations. They're perhaps slightly lower order players, and Tajinder Singh that time throwing everything at it, but nowhere near the ball.
Just got a bit excited there, so one ball to come.
Well, and again, strike 2. And that will be the end of the over. Fateh after 5 at the halfway point. They are 41 for 5. Now let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Central District versus Canterbury. Reddy says hello. Well, hello to you as well. Who else do we have on the chat? There's been a lot of good chat today. I always find it to see where people are watching around the world, because obviously we're based in Europe. We have a few European viewers, plenty in the subcontinent, of course. They can never get enough cricket over there. But if you have any questions or comments, please go into our YouTube chat and let us know what you think of the European Cricket Series. Don't forget, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. It's a great place to go. There's previews for all the matches. If you are following the series, the inside information, all the players. His first one slides down the leg side, and the fielder makes a bit of a meal of it. He was crawling on his knees, begging for mercy for the ball to come within his reach. And that was just off the batsman's pad, so that will be 2 leg byes.
Yeah, they've got to run, they've got to take everything. But, well, let's see if Rajiv Singh.
Trilochan in again, and this time the leg side, and out the fielder down there. That's Karandeep Singh, and you know, Karandeep Singh's 2 catches, they were crucial, and we're talking about the fielding, how important it is to get some contributions in the field. And Karandeep Singh, especially that first wicket, Manjit Singh lovely. This could be a very different game if he was still at the crease, but one of the better catches we've seen here in the ECS. Oh, this is bold, and Trilochan, 1 finger in the sky once again. He has found the timper, and Fateh, surely that will sink any hopes they had of being competitive in this match. The batsman there trying to elevate the ball, but it was Yorker Lanthan. Trilochan, he's a reliable customer. Was a bit loose early in his overs today, but he's found the wickets again. Trilochan Singh, a reliable performer for his team.
Yeah, I think that was a very good bowling change from Kuldeep Lala. I was wondering who was going to come on, who was going to go to, who was going to call upon himself as well. And, well, he didn't save Trilochan to the end. He'd already got 2 wickets, remember. Took 2 wickets in his first over after being clubbed for 6 first ball. Well, you've got to put somebody on your line, somebody who can bring you something. Trilochan's the man, bowls a good line right up there, straight ball. Well, batsman just probably trying to hit it too hard there. But, well, that's what happens. Tajinder Singh gone. Was he their last hope? We shall wait and see.
Well, Trilochan now has 3 for 9. So we wondered about Kuldeep's decision to not bomb himself for second over. It's paid off handsomely as Trilochan sniffing a 4th here. This is up, it's in the air. Could be the 4th. And it's taken. It's the Hark again. Yes, Hark Hogan. You can stand up and take a bow. That's a 4th wicket for Trilochan Singh. Now has 4 for 9. And Fateh, they are staggering at 44 for 7. And this game has been a redemption for Gracia after they went down in that dramatic finish, in that golden ball finish. But Fateh, I told you how they rely on their big 3, and they were removed very quickly. And there's been some good catching. The incredible Hark at long off. And Trilochan, I think he's on a hat-trick.
He's on a hat-trick indeed, he is. And, well, we already had one yesterday, as we mentioned. We had a few bowlers that have taken 2 in 2, haven't quite completed a hat-trick. Well, what an opportunity this is. Well, the batsman did cross, so he will be bowling not to the new batsman, but to Rajiv Singh.
Rajiv Singh will face. He's got 2 balls left. He's on 4 wickets, 4 for 9. Could we have the first 5-fer of this Fan Code European Cricket Series? In he comes. Oh, and very streaky away down to square leg. And I know the opera's probably not open, but I can hear the fat lady warbling in the distance, Rico. There's Fateh, we've seen it before. They are capable if their top batsmen fire, but they can be a bit suspect if they lose early wickets, and that's what's happened again here. They are 45 for 7. Trilochan Singh's last ball. Oh, and that could have easily been a 5th wicket for the Gracia seam bowler. But he will end up with figures of 4 for 10, so he can take a bow and be very proud of his efforts. He's taken 4 of the 7 Fateh wickets to fall, and after 6 overs, it's 45 for 7.
Yeah, what a brilliant bowling spell. What you've got to take into account there, 4 wickets for 10 runs, and 6 of those runs came off 1 shot, his very first ball. So that's absolutely superb for T10.
Yeah, well said, and look who it is. It's Kuldeep's comeback. He smells blood and he's going in for the kill. Kuldeep, well bowled attacking the stumps, but well kept out by the batsman. And there's a few comments in the YouTube chat saying Hark has definitely got big guns, says Smiley Sunshine. Well, that's obvious. Nothing wrong with your eyesight. Hark Hogan has done it again. And if you haven't seen that 6, I'm sure it'll be all over social media today, because that was one of the biggest hits I've ever seen. Next ball, Kuldeep, a bit shorter and pulled down for a single. And hasn't it been an an exciting game. Even in this game where it looks like the result might be one-sided, Rico, the fact that we've had so much action, and the reason this game is so one-sided is because Gracia have held onto their catches, they've been accurate when it's been required, and they've executed their skills very admirably. Kuldeep's in again. This one's down the leg side, and we called a wide.
Seven for 7.
Yeah, so of course 5 games every day here on the European Cricket Network. This is game 4. He's driven nicely actually through the offside, but just pick up a single. And Kuldeep was a masterstroke really, wasn't it? We talk about batting and bowling and even fielding. We haven't talked too much about captaincy. There's so many decisions, and like you said, there's only one captain, it's his decision, and I'm sure he would have been itching to bowl a second over Kuldeep, but he thought, you know what, this might be a great chance to get Trilochan on. This next ball's a slower ball. It's going to get away from everybody, but won't concede a run. But, you know, that just shows Kuldeep is a bit of a character. There's no argument about that. But he showed a good cricket brain there, and to get out of his individualism, if you like, and think about what's best for the team here. I think that Trilochan's the man to go through the middle of the innings, and he still has him over up his sleeve, and it's paid off with Trilochan taking 4 wickets. And this time, he's going to pay the penalties straight down the ground. A nice looking straight drive. That's all the way for a Maximo.
Yeah, that's a good shot. You can't blame Kuldeep there. He's been very close to getting the wicket of Randeep Singh died. He's been there about all the time. He's been unlucky. He's missed the stumps. So he's pushed one right in, Yorker length. This time it's been connected over his head. And then he's lost his line a little bit there, going down the leg. Another chance to bowl.
Yeah,
Had him an extra delivery.
That's the wide, but you know the damage has been done for Fante, and Kuldeep started it off, and it was Karadeep Singh that took that very, very important catch off the second ball of the innings. Last ball of this over, and this is hit hard and it's hit high. It's going to carry the fielder again. That's another Maximo. So Fate getting some revenge on Kuldeep. He's gone 6s and wickets all day, hasn't he, Kuldeep? So he's a little bit expensive in the end, but still Gracia well in control, and up to 7 overs it's 62 for 7.
Yeah, some nice shots there. 2 6s off that over, and it's quite funny, isn't it? We've said this before, when teams and batsmen have struggled at the top of the order, and then the tail starts to wag and comes in and plays some shot. We're asking the question, well, where were they earlier? Or would it have made a difference if you know, and maybe that was the strategy that Men in Blue deployed. You know, they didn't do so well with the bat and thought, well, okay, this guy can hit a few balls big, let's send him up the order, and it worked for him. So we have a change here, and it is Mukhtar Singh. He didn't have the best of days with the bat, coming on to bowl.
Nice chance for him to get into the game at this stage with very little pressure. You say he's sometimes underutilised with the ball, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that he is. He offers a lot of variation. He's a talented cricketer. I'm just wondering if it was the right call. I mean, it may be irrelevant if it was the right call. I mean, he didn't play the first game. He's obviously come straight from work. Now, he probably was perhaps not mentally prepared to go in and open the batting. But anyway, he won't worry. He's getting a chance here. He's very much a team man. If his teams win, he'll be happy.
Yeah, that's a sign of a good player. Well, this one's pitched up, and it's got what it takes. It's going to go all the way down to the boundary for 6.
For 6, yeah.
That is what we call a Maximo.
A Maximo. I mean, he did go for the slow. You saw the variation there. The first ball, bit of zippy. That one, he slowed it right up. But well, it was well picked and well hit. So both these batsmen doing pretty well at the moment, putting on a partnership together.
Counted them out of it, but maybe they've got some other ideas. They cleared the boundary. That run rate just under 14 and over. So normally my my PONR, if you've been watching the YouTube chat, the point of no return, I normally set that about 16. Though with this many wickets down, I feel like it's probably about 15. And the point of no return is where Mr. Maximo thinks if it goes above that rate, then it ain't coming back. So I think with the way these guys are going, maybe 16 is the point of no return. Could be a wide, yeah, signalled. And Mukhtar, they put him on for the 8th over, potentially could bowl the 10th. Do you think that they are thinking about using him at the back end of the innings as a kind of depth bowling specialist?
I don't know. I think maybe the situation that this match is in, that they're giving them this try like there. There are the bowlers there as well, aren't they?
Well, it's a pretty good Yorker, and that's the kind of skills that the bowlers at the end of the innings are normally trying to execute, trying to get the ball up in the block hole, and it's difficult for the batsman there to get any elevation on the ball.
I think also there's that fear, isn't there, when the bowlers come in on late on in this sort of game situation. You try things that you probably wouldn't usually try in a tighter game.
Next ball's driven down. We haven't seen one go through the legs for a while, have we? That shows the difference between ECS in 2020 and 2021. A lot of these players worked very hard on their fielding. And Mark Lovell just letting us know in the chat, Day 4 preview is fresh off the press. If you head to EuropeanCricket.com, you will find it as next ball is down to long on for a single. Yeah, some great previews. I helped prepare all the information which goes into those daily previews. Goes into an article which has details about all 5 games. Tomorrow, of course, we'll see Group B in action again here on Thursday in Barcelona. And if you are playing fantasy cricket, it's an invaluable resource. It's a must read, so make sure you head to the website EuropeanCricket.com. You can also find all the scorecards and fixtures there to keep up to date with what's happening in the European Cricket Series.
The end of another over there. So 73 for 7, 8 gone, 2 overs to come. Well, that rate now is at 16, so this over is a massively important over.
And looking forward to the last game of the day here, match 15, and it's Bengali. Well, aren't they cock-a-hoop after winning their first 3 matches? And they are going to take on Fateh, who are playing, of course, in this game. So it's a quick turnaround for Fateh, and I can tell you Bengali, one toss elected to bat first, which means Fateh will have another chase on their hands, and hopefully they can go a bit better than they have in this game. But Bengali, Omar Ali and Musharraf Hussain, key players for them. Omar Ali, I think he could make some runs. The confidence of winning that game for his team could seep through in his bowling. Of course, Fateh, they'll be looking at their top 3 again to do most of the batting and providing some more runs than they did in this game. Back to live action now. This one's hit down the ground, just the single. So 73 for 7 the score after 8. Moving on to 74 now.
Good one, Thaka, the bowler. I've been impressed with his bowling. Cool one. Doesn't give too many loose ones. It's bowls very side on, gets the ball in the right areas.
And he comes again. This is short. Doesn't really get up though, but the placement looks good. Just to the right of the fielder down there on the boundary was Mukhtar Singh, who's gone down to do the fielding at long on. And you look at it in the end, Fateh, after being in all sorts, looks like they'll post something probably in the 80s, perhaps even high 80s. Shows that they weren't that far away. And this one, I think this might have the legs. It flirts with the field, but it carries it in the end all the way through the flags. That is a Maximo.
Yeah, what a lovely camera shot that was there. You see the end of it, Mukhtar doing like the star shape pattern on the ground in between the European Cricket Network flags. Lovely to see that, but a good shot. And you know what, Vinny? This is not over yet. We're talking as if Fateh have lost this game. Well, they're still alive.
Well, he's not going to be able to hit this one out of the ground. They'll get a single. I don't think they'll get another one. Yeah, the equation, 23 off 8. So I suppose, yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. But the only way you're going to do it is some big hitting. And look, you could do it in 4 balls, really, couldn't you? You need 23 runs to win. We've seen just a bit of hitting here. Ranip Singh Dade, in particular, being pretty destructive. Tries this is going to help, though, with dot ball.
Yeah.
But looking ahead to that next match, I think Fateh carry some confidence in the back end of this innings that they've had some of the players step up, but there's too much damage done early. Got some more comments there. Smiley Sunshine says, great weather in Barcelona with a nice breeze to cool the players down. Well, I don't know where you're watching from, Smiley, but it's currently 16 degrees where I come from. You don't need to be cooled down. You're cool enough. But anyway, here comes cool one. Just hit nicely on the offside. I think he's picked out the sweeper on the boundary. Though a bit of a fumble there on the boundary. And tell you what, you're always entertained, aren't you, in the European Cricket Series? So much happening. It's the end of an over, and after 9, it's 83 for 7. So 10 off that one. We got a last over. They need 22. Well, we've seen almost everything today, haven't we? Will we see 22 off and over? I tell you what, with Ranip Singh, the way he's going, he's been pretty impressive. He's got 23 off 10, so if he can get on strike and get a couple out of the screws, anything's possible. It's Mukhtar
And
Looked a bit rusty, Mukhtar, I think, with the ball in the first over.
Yeah, I mean, he was hit for Maximo himself. So, well, I mean, he's got to keep his nerve. He's not going to bowl any extras as well. He bowled a few wides as well. So it's got to be a nice, tidy over here.
Well, I think I need to get one away early and get it down below 20. Otherwise, any faint flicker of hope that Fateh have of pulling off the most unlikely of victories will be extinguished. Well, he's gone close here. It's gone up. It's in the air. Oh, and it's a nice bit of fielding in the end. And it was the hark. And lucky the guns are so thick because he was able to get down. And I'm not even sure they took a run there in the end.
Well, I think Huckman there for 1 minute. I thought he was going to commit a sin and go into the... I would have thought he was going to just stay back, let it bounce and take it. He did initially go for the catch. And that's just your instincts. And he's just holding his elbow a little bit. He obviously fell quite heavily on it. But what he did manage to do is stop the ball going under him. That was the most important thing, stop the boundary.
Yeah, that's right. And they did take a single off that first ball, so that's given a wide. And they need 20 runs off 5 balls now. So they need boundaries, and only boundaries to stay in this game. Oh, that's very close. Umpire walking away, not interested. But you'd have to say 19 off 4. Need 3 sixes basically. Or basically, if you're not going to hit 3 sixes, every ball needs to find the boundary from here. Mukhtar, slow ball, just rolling his fingers over that in a leg-cutting fashion. And make sure you stay with us here. In about 20 minutes, we'll be back with the start of the 5th and final match of the day. This is a wild swing, and you'd have to say it's game, set, match. But again, Rico, in a game that you said was looking very, very one-sided, when we look at the scorecard of this, when this is all said and done, they're going to go down by less than 20 runs. It just shows you the margin of errors, and losing all those wickets, you wonder what might have been possible if one of their batsmen had stuck around.
Yeah, Vinny, let's not forget, at the end of the power play, 3 overs, there were 18 for 5. You know, so that goes to tell you what sort of recovery that's been made here. And I think what Fateh need to do, they're right back on here. They ain't got a lot of time. They need to have a look at that scorecard, and maybe Majinder Singh Lovely and Happy Singh, maybe they need to come down the order a little bit, save those big shots for the middle of the order, and let somebody like these 2 guys come out there and carry on for what they're doing.
Well, that'll be the end of proceedings for Randip Singh Dade there, as he did his best, and it was just going to be a little bit too difficult for him in the end. And he can be very proud of his efforts though in compiling 23 off 12 balls, and he batted them really inside. The victory was on the horizon, but it was always a little bit out of reach, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But they're be disappointed then, especially after their first 2 matches were washed out. They're going to lose this one, and they have to quick turnaround, of course. They will be fielding first in game 5 of the day against Bengali, and I'm just going to make a little bit of a tip here. This is going to, you say this is crazy, this is one of Mr. Maximo's crazy ones. You got Fateh that haven't won a game, and you got Bengali that haven't lost a game.
Yeah.
So it's very obvious who the favourites are. I think Fateh will beat Bengali in the last game of the day.
You do you?
Yeah, that's a little hot tip from the inside.
Well, I just want to remind viewers that Vinny has not been right on anything as yet. So
you
can take that as you wish. But I can't see it on this performance unless they change things around.
Well, we'll see about it. This is the last ball innings, 87 for 8, unless it's a wide, and it is. So we'll have all the 8s. 8, 8, 8. 3 fat ladies, 88 off 8. But the reason, I used to call this, my coach used to call this a banana peel game, right? They call it banana peel game because you're cruising, you're doing great, you think, oh, this team hasn't won a game, and you can slip up, and now we're going to get the last ball of the innings. And I don't know if they'll take a run. Yeah, they'll just walk through for 1. So they will finish on 89 for 8. So that's it for match 14 of the fan code ECS Spain. And we saw a victory for Gracia, 104 to 89, 15-run margin of victory. So Fateh, they'll be disappointed, but they were in touching distance of Gracia there. They'll have to come back against Bengali, and like we said, Bengali, look, they've got every right to start favourites, but Fateh, they'll have to pick themselves up off the ground and bring their best cricket if they're going to challenge Bengali. But I have a feeling they just might do that in match 5 today. Rico, take us through some of the action from the 4th game today in Barcelona.
Yeah, it was a nice start there. from Gracia once again. They're relying on Kuldeep Lal. And there was that run out there. And that again, that was important because Kuldeep did go on to make 46 runs. And well, the sacrifice paid off for his team. And how important was that in a match like this? But he played some lovely shots that Kuldeep. Diving effort there from Happy Singh, just seeing. And this was where the change in the field did the job. There was a couple of chances that went there. They saw the ball going in the air. Jinder Singh lovely saw what was going on, made a change, and that was a great catch. The croc catch, as I called it.
It was a croc catch, wasn't it? It was an interesting game of ebbs and flows, wasn't it? Just had a few occasions where you thought one team was getting away, and this is a fantastic bit of fielding there, the direct hit. And
the celebration was great
as well. This is one of the best. He's down low.
Go on, give it up.
He knows he's got the camera and right in. Thank you very much. And of course, you can be happy with his efforts there. This was an interesting bit of cricket. Saw Mark Hogan sitting and admiring the shot. You can do that in golf, but in cricket, you have to run after it. And we saw Gracia. Ultimately, they did finish the innings, breaking the ton in the end. A few thrills and spills in the last over. The umpire Salim said, that's it. And let's get the action going in the second innings. And it was Kuldeep that did the damage early. Yeah. After going for a Maximo first ball, he picked up 2 quick wickets. And it was the fielding of this man here, Karandeep Singh, taking a memorable catch.
Yeah, he got a good hug there and a balle from his co-fielder. That was a great catch.
Well, that might have been their one warning for not social distancing, but they couldn't help themselves on that occasion. Of course, the protocols are in play for this tournament. Then there was the Trilochan Singh show as he attacked the stumps, and wasn't he happy about it? Up and away. He took 4 wickets and took 4 for 10 in a game-breaking performance brought into the game by Kuldeep at a crucial moment, and he didn't disappoint. And there he goes again. That good, accurate bowling. Batsmen just losing their head. The run rate was getting out of hand for Fateh. But then there was a bit of a rearguard action with 7 wickets down. The Fateh team trying hard to get close to the runs required, but you see they end up at 89. There's another score in the 80s, Rico. And as we look ahead to match 15, which will be coming up shortly, join us in about 15 minutes. We'll bring you back into match 15 in Barcelona. It's Bengali taking on Fateh. Now, I did make the prediction at the end of the game before that, at the end of that game, that Fateh will beat Bengali. Now, I'm adjusting my prediction slightly. I'm going to say Fateh might beat Bengali. Is there subtlety?
No,
I don't expect
No, you can't go there. Don't even go there.
I feel like the subtlety might be lost on you a little bit, but I think that Fateh, look, this is not a foregone conclusion, this game, is what I'm going to say about that. So you can see that Fateh, they'll actually be 0-1, of course, now that that game's complete against Bengali, who are 3-0. Of course, Fateh do have 2 points from their washouts on Monday, and Bengali, Omar Ali, well, he's due for some runs, and he looked very promising in that last game, Rico. Do you think this is the game that he might be able to go on with it?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. You know what? And going back to your prediction, the only reason that I'm dead certain it won't go that way is because of the captain, Rais Howlander. Now, this guy is Mr. Perfection. He wants 100% from not just himself, but also from his team. He knows the situation. If they can get this win, 4 out of 4, the points, they're going to be sitting very, very happy and handsome at the top of that table. They're not going to mess it up on this game. Yeah,
and I'll be interested to see if they send someone, Fateh, like Randeep Singh, Dayed, up to the top of the order, or somewhere in the top 3, because he's the batter in form, and sometimes I think that can carry through to the next game. We saw him just lose his wicket in the last over there, but I think especially they've got nothing to lose there, Fateh, especially they don't want the things getting away from them in this group. It's only the second day of group action, but of course only the top team out of the 6 teams in every group are going to qualify for the next stage. So I wouldn't mind seeing Randeep up the top of the order. He scored 23 off 12 balls, he hit 3 Maximos, and perhaps he could be someone they could try in the power play.
I'm absolutely with you there. I mean, if you look at their scorecard, the first 6 did nothing, but then you got Tajinder Singh, he made 16 of 10. Rajiv Singh, not out in the end there, 19 of 19 balls, and then Randeep Singh there towards the end, 23 of 12. Get a couple of them in at the top, give you a good start, lay the foundation, and then get the big hitters come in to take you to a match-winning total.
That's right, and we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Make sure if you are watching on YouTube, you can join our live chat. If you've got any questions or comments, we'll get to them when we can during the last match of the day. We'll be back in a little bit over 10 minutes to bring you into match 5 of the day. It's match 15 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Barcelona. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. You are watching the European Cricket Network.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network, and we are almost ready for the final match of the day. It's match 15 between Bengali and Fateh, and the match referee is with the two captains.
Heads is the call and tail is it. Bengali won the toss. What would you like to do?
We decided batting first.
Bengali won the toss and elected to bat first.
So there you go. You got Bengali captain Riyaj Howlatter winning the toss, electing to bat. Of course, they had a very, very dramatic finish to their last game as Omar Ali was able to sneak the ball inside the wide line on the last ball. So they got home by 2 runs, and they'll be looking for another big performance from Omar. But I'd like to see him make some runs. He's disappointed a little bit with the bat. He had some good signs in his last innings, but I think he could be up for a big score. Well, Fateh, they have been okay as well in their first game. They had their first day, of course, ruined by rain, but I particularly think their top 3 batsmen have to get the job done. I also thought that their bowling was a little loose at times, but they did have a happy knack of picking up wickets in that last game. Okay, over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for the last one of the day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vinny. Match number 15, Fateh CC versus Bengali CC. And yeah, Bengali, you're going to have a bat. And well, we said before from previous matches that they've had that it's probably not been their strength with the bat, but certainly have got their act together. They look like a very, very good unit. That doesn't surprise us because of their captain, Riyaj Howlatter. He's top man, leads by example. Just seeing there the fantasy dashboard come up, and I agree with Vinny. I think it's a good opportunity here for the likes of Omar Ali to buckle down. He always seems to me, and maybe this will be down to age as well, very inexperienced, always seems to be in a hurry, maybe sometimes just gets the shot selection wrong, but when it is right, it's fantastic. Shafiq Rahman, he's the man in great form, scoring runs well. Then you've got the likes of the captain himself, Howlatter, Bapari. They're all very strong. So, well, Fateh, they're going to need the best out of their bowlers. I don't think they did a very bad job against Gracia in the field. I think they were good. There was a few lapses from them, but I think the bowling in general was well disciplined. The only disappointment, of course, with the bat, but like the conversation myself and Mr. Maximo were having, maybe change things around a little bit when they're chasing, and who knows what may bring. So just a quick shout out to our partners, obviously Fan Code, the title partner of this Fan Code European Cricket Series here in Spain, Barcelona. Thanks to our ball partner Kookaburra, Bizaway Travel partner, getting us the European cricket team, the men in blue, to wherever we need to be, and the trophy partner Local Lifestyles, and of course the production partner Spring Productions. Thank you all, guys. And speaking of production, and I'm sure you're enjoying the cricket you're seeing on your screens, many thanks to Almaz, Alvera and Martin for doing such a good job here on site at the ground. So we're just getting ready. The umpires for this match, Tanveer Iqbal and Aman Nadeem. Get proceedings ready. Omar Ali is taking guard, and well, Bengali unbeaten, played 3, won 3, and is this the time and the opportunity for Omar Ali to shine? And shine is the word. Beautiful setting here, the sun is shining. You're starting to see some of the fielders putting their hands over their foreheads, those that haven't got caps, to be able to see well. And that's a good thing to remember here. You need a cap. We'll see later on in the afternoon, and we're off. The first ball, well bowled into the body of Omar. Iqbal Wajid starting the bowling. And well, he's gone. Well, it's not to be. Omar Ali goes for a duck, second ball. And this is what we were talking about, what I was talking to you about. He's just got to learn about which balls to attack early on. That's the second ball. I know we're inside the power play, and I know you need to be looking to go over the top. Well, that's a gift of a wicket really. Just needs to get himself in, the young man, get back to ball, rotate the strike a bit, get a few singles. Maybe that's the key for him. Maybe start thinking about a number to get to, whether it's 10 for this short format of the game before you start to try and take on the bowler in that fashion. So, Fateh have made the early breakthrough, and that of course is going to bring Shafakir Rahman to bat. Now, well, we said Omar Ali needed to score runs, and was this going to be his match? Maybe is it going to be the other way around? Shafakir Rahman has been good so far. Is this going to be his blip? Well, Fateh will hope so. That's too wide and wasted. New batsman coming in, you've just got a wicket. See that very wide, and also has to be careful about where he ends up running after he delivers the delivery. That one's better, and that's a delightful shot. And that's what he's so good at. He just picks the line really well. Just look how quickly he got into position, and that was executed to perfection. 4 runs. Non-striker batsman Musharraf Hussain. Get to face the ball. Get an opportunity now. And it's nice to see Fateh supporting the bowler. It's a lot of noise out there. Noise levels are good. Keeping everybody on their toes, motivating each other. Oh, this will be close if it's direct hit. Diving in, the little man. Shafakir Rahman. Well, he was run out in his last innings, in his third innings, the only time he has been out in this Vanguard European Cricket Series so far. And that probably wasn't that far off. 7 for 1. One ball to come. Shafakir Rahman on strike. And there's just some wardrobe adjustments being made. Ready now. Here comes Iqbal Wajid. Good ball, right on the money. And this one just defended out. And that's the end of the first over. So 7 to score, but most importantly, Fateh have got a wicket, and that is of the young Omar Ali. It's cleaned up by Iqbal Wajid for 0. So these two, opportunity for them to build an innings. We all know about Shafakir Rahman. Musharraf Hussain will want to take this opportunity as well. Well, what a contrast this is to the afternoons that we've had on Monday and Tuesday. Luqman Hussain, the bowler, just negotiating that on the legs towards backward square leg and take the single. Beautiful, glorious sunshine, hardly a cloud in the sky. This time yesterday it was quite dark, And in fact, at one point the floodlights had to be deployed. Very good running between these two, putting the pressure on, and almost a mistake there in the field allowed them to come back for two. Hussain and Fateh love to get another wicket here now. That's well bowled. Oh, it's very, very well bowled. Boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra fireball. Stumps all over the place. Another one bites the dust. So, how important was that one? Mushraf Hussain, he's not going to get in the act here. He has to go. And that probably means, normally at this point perhaps, is Howler going to come in, or is there going to be some change here? Well, Fateh, I'm just saying they'd love to get a wicket. They have indeed. Keep the pressure on. Well, Vinny Sandhu has got lost coming back from doing his duties. It's probably yeah, somebody's just commented saying, well, maybe he's looking for another suit or another colour. He's going through, you know, you have those paint charts where you're picking a colour for a room. I think Vinny has one of those for his suits. So what colour will it be tomorrow? Well, there we go. That's something for the chat. So what colour, or should we say, what colour would you like to see Vinny in? And I wouldn't be surprised if he has it as well. Anyway, back to the cricket. It is 9 for 2. Bengali are in trouble. It is the captain who has come out. And well, he's got some work to do with Shafqat Rahman here. Otherwise, Vinny's prediction may come true. Remember, Vinny was saying that this would be a win for Fateh, that they'll come out fighting, and maybe Bengali CC, because they've already got 3 wins under their belt, would be a little bit complacent and a little bit too overconfident. Well, it's looking good at the moment for Vinny. Nicely played. We'll take the single. Asking the question, did he lean too far across? No, says the umpire. We'll see that again on the replay. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's a fair call. I think the ball probably going to go on to miss leg stump. But he has got a habit of putting that foot right across. That is the end of the second over, and at the moment Fateh doing a grand job. It's 11 for 2. This is their strength, and I think what they'll be thinking is if they can try and contain Bengali CC to around 80, I mean anything less would be a bonus, but 80, then they'll be certainly up for it. I'm definitely going down to miss the leg stump. Certainly up for it. Wajid, he's going to bowl himself out to finish the power play. I'm just wondering if Bengali have that in their mind, or they're just playing to survive. Oh, that's an absolute gem of a delivery. The stumps all over the place. Well, Kinni Achi bowling Sigi, right on the money. That's fantastic. Well, they're in real trouble now because Mr. Reliable has to take a long and slow walk back. Well, how about that? about that indeed. Well, Vinny, wherever you are, he's probably got a big smile on his face somewhere. He's predicted this. Mind you, it's about time he got something right, I suppose, you're saying at home. Very quiet out there at the moment, especially at the Bengali dugout. Just look at that scorecard. It's been a while since we've seen that. Omar Ali bowled. Iqbal Wajid 0. Mushraf Hussain bowled. Hussain 1. And once more, the same bowler, Iqbal Wajid to Shafiqia Rahman, bowled for 7. 3 wickets all bowled. So Fateh turning the screw here. So Bapari, the new batsman, is he going to be able to stick around to support his captain? Short and straight away, well, no hesitation. He's going to play his shots. And great effort there. And, well, splendid save, diving, outstretched, stopping the ball going over the ropes. And then, well, to finish it off, the throw, direct hit at the stumps. Look at this. That's brilliant work. That's the way to do it. That's a roll and the tumble and gets the ball in. Well, that's what your captain wants to see. That's what the bowler wants to see. And it's little bits of cricket like that that really do get your team on a high. And Fateh, they're loving this at the moment. Sanjid Bapari. Did like the look of him last time he batted. Try to catch it. Didn't quite time that. They will take the single. So Rise Howard now on strike. Well, he's got to play a captain's innings. If there was ever one required, it is now. Oh, that's a tremendous shot. There is a fielder there, but he won't be able to do too much about that. Picked that up so well. Hit it sweet. That's 4 runs. And both of these men, it's nice to see that even though they're in a spot of bother, 3 wickets down, they're not afraid to play their shots. 18 for 3 at the end of the power play. And Fateh having a conversation. Who's going to come in now? Who's going to do what? Shabash, shabash, shabash. Trying to gee each other up. It's very important for them. Remember, 2 games on day 1 that they had scheduled were rained off. And early on today, losing their first game. So they'd love to end this day 3, match 15 on a high with a win. That certainly will keep this group, Group A, very, very interesting indeed. So it looks like it's Kuldeep Singh is getting ready to bowl. Now they've sent a man back there right on the 3rd man boundary in Cal corner. And he wants to push a man back here straight. Also mid-off area, and well, we're switching fielders. No surprise, it's Happy Singh who's coming to a zone that he's very familiar to. Well, that's short, it's hit hard. Fielder will have to get down. Does do and does it very well. Just 1 run. Ari handing over to his captain. That's one way to do it. Into the ground, over the keeper. 1 run. Very important here that both these batsmen do come together start to build an innings. Oh, it's there for the shot. He didn't quite time it. Head went up in the air. Fielder coming in. Oh, and almost took an absolute brilliant catch. Got his fingers to it, but couldn't quite get the ball into his palms. Well, made a lot of distance. You see this again. Terrific effort from the fielder. He's giving his fingers a shake there, but he did ever so well to get there. Wajid, fielder. That's short down the leg side. I mean, it probably will be a wide ball. But, well, the captain raised how did I would have wanted to latch onto that. There's nobody there behind square leg. Loads of room. But, was hoping to get a boundary there. That's nicely hit, and that's through the gap. 4 runs. That's what they need. Muy bien. Vale, es un partido muy importante. Bengali Cricket Club. De momento jugando 3 partidos y ganando 3. Eso de 4 partidos en este grupo, de grupo A. Y fíjate, de momento no ganar. Here we go. That's a better ball. Didn't give him too much room. Kuldeep Singh. One of those. If you miss, I hit. Oh, that's too wide. Wide ball. And isn't it great to be in this fantastic surroundings? Olympic history, all of us were talking about earlier today, all the things we remember about the 1992 Olympics. It's well bowled. And I must admit, we talked about me talking about the lighting of the Olympic torch as that over comes to an end. 29 for 3 now, 4 overs gone. And one of my best moments was in a race in the 400 meter semi-final. You remember that? Derek Redmond tore his hamstring before he could finish the race. He came to a halt. He was in pain, but before the medics could get there, his father ran onto the track, and the two of them, of course helped by his father, finished the race to a standing ovation. And a great bit of Olympic history that was. Good running here. Talking about Olympics, a bit of Olympic running from these two batsmen. We've got the captain on to bowl now here, Jinder Singh Lovely. Coming on to bowl a little bit earlier than he did in the game against Gracia. He bowled very well. Just bowled the 1 over, the final over. Well bowled, held that one back a bit. Tamjid Rafari just adjusted himself well. Took the single. It's nicely played, well timed shot. There is a fielder there. Not able to split them this time round as he did earlier. Well, I hope you're enjoying the cricket wherever you're watching. Well bowled, it's a very good stop. And a little bit of hop skip Second jump there from the captain as well. He did do well here. Watch this again. Very well. I mean, some would say that's a chance. And then here we go. Gets the ball and a little hop, skip, jump. A sort of delayed reaction as the pain from the ball hitting his hand. Finally went upstairs and said, that hurt. Well played. Not thinking about the twos at the moment, just wondering whether they need to be running the first one just a little bit harder to put the pressure on. At the end of a tidy over there, just 5 runs from it. Captain of the bowling team, Jinder Singh, lovely doing his job. Captain of the batting team at the moment at the non-strikers end. He's got to do a job for his team as well. 34 for 3 at the halfway stage. So they need a couple of magical overs, the batting side. And could this be the start of it, or will it be a catch? Fielder coming in. Oh, well, off balance, and I think as he was about to take the catch, the momentum of his body falling over made the ball pop out. So, well, the catch going down, how important will that be? Batsman also taking 2 runs. Kuldeep Singh. A little bit shorter this time, not giving him any room outside the off stump. So these two building up a nice little partnership, something that team badly needed. This time straight to the fielder. Butler did well, played it well, but straight, too well, you would say. It went straight to the fielder there. A point. Just hit this one harder, but once more, going to find the fielder. Well done, and not gonna criticise Vinny Sandhu too much. Mr. Maximo was starting to wonder where he's gone to, but he's come back with a lovely cup of coffee for me.
Rico.
And I thought,
Mr.
well, okay.
Maximo was crazy, jumping on the Fateh train against the unbeaten Bengali. But then you see 3 early wickets. And I tell you what, that Bengali's still not in the worst position here, are they? But those 3 wickets, you wonder.
Yeah.
And Omar Ali, I had big hopes for him. Unfortunately, saw him for second ball for a duck and still struggling for runs. And just shows that cricket's such a great level. He was the hero of the last game. Still might be the hero of this one, but not with the bat.
This is good in the air. I think it might go all the way. It does indeed. Balle, balle, balle. We had to wait a while for one of those. The first 6 off the innings, and finally it's come. And Vinny, it's you. Go away.
Why do I
Go away.
keep coming in and jinxing my own predictions? Tell you what, I'm lucky in life, unlucky in predictions, I feel like, this week. I mean, it's great to be sitting here in the sunshine in Barcelona. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. Let's distract myself from that. The return to the commentary box. I should probably tell people that after 6 overs, the score is 44 for 3. So a question here from Kush. The question, while setting a target, what kind of approach do you prefer in T10? Steady start, then blast off, or hitting in first 3 overs, then big hitters to follow up?
Got to go for the 2 here, surely. Yeah, good running. That's more like it. A bit more sense of urgency.
Yeah, Kush. Look, it's kind of depends on. My answer is not a simple answer for this one. I think it depends on the sort of players you have. So if you have those explosive players, take like Pakai Care, for example, they've got some very explosive opening batsmen, and I think that, and also they have got good batting depth. You know, so I think it depends about the resources that you have at your disposal. We watch this next ball come through, and Captain Howlada tucking their way for a single. So I think what I find in T10, as opposed to a longer form of the game where there's clear patterns about what the respective scoring rates are at different points in the innings, it can be fairly consistent. So you see in some games you'll see early scoring and then dropping off a little bit later in the innings. Just shaving the off stump there, but survives another ball, Papari. Whereas other games in T10, the opposite happens. So I think it would depend on two factors. The individual players you have at the top of your order. Okay, is it their game to go hard early? Doesn't quite get hold of that one and away for a single. So if you have, you know, these Chris Gale type players, you know, of course they're probably going to go for it. And if they have those kind of players, then that is a license to go early. Also, I think the second relevant factor is what is your batting depth like as a team? So are you relying, like, for example, Men in Blue are a team that really rely heavily on 2 or 3 players at the top of the order. Wow, this one has gone all the way over. Happy Singh's face is not happy. He says that one's gone a long way, and that is a Maximo. And also given a no ball because they had one too many outside the circle and a no ball. So this is a disaster. And I think I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and go back to having my lunch and my coffee, Rico, because that's 7 and it's not even a ball bowled. Just to finish my answer to Kush. So I think it depends. So yeah, great answer from Mr. Maximo, but it depends on those two factors. The kind of players you have at the top of your order and also your batting depth as to how aggressive you should be early. And obviously you want to maximise the amount of runs that you can get in a T10 innings. But Rico, how's it going for me since I came back into the box?
You know what? I think there's the men in green are the only men that are happy at the moment, Bengali CC, because you seem to be their good luck charm.
Tell you what, they scored about 20 runs on 1 over, not even 1 over since I came back. But let me know what you think all around the world, and hopefully that answers your question. Kush, I'd like to hear your thoughts as well. It's not just what I think here on ECN.
Hit up in the air. Remember, this is a free hit, and it's a one bounce 4.
Well, you see the misjudgment there from the fielder. It was Iqbal Wajid there, and this is criminal, isn't it, when the ball did bounce in the field of play, and it was just the wind, I think. Talk about the prevailing wind here in Barcelona is behind that ball. So Wajid, we saw him take a good catch earlier. He has spilled a couple since then, though, and
yeah, that's a conversation there. Happy Singh having with him say, look, what if you're on the line where you should be, that shouldn't happen. That's another good shot. It's going to be more. This time another 1 bounce 4. What an over this is turning out to be.
Wow.
This is exactly what Bengali needed. And, well, I think they're coming this way to tie Vinny Sandhu to the chair so he can't disappear again.
What, they can go through my inbox tonight when they get all the angry messages. I mean, it's not easy to tip an upset, but they must have known I'm up here and everything's happening. Wajid was so solid early in the innings and that one's gone over his head. 1 bounce for 4, and then good stroke making though. You've got to say there, the captain Howlard, he was saying earlier what a natural leader he is of this team and contributing with the bat, ball in the field, and got a bit of tough love as well sometimes from Howlard, isn't there? We saw earlier with Montalab at long off, but in this game, well in the balance, and the run rate's good, isn't it? It's now up to 9 and over because Bengali 63 for 3 after 7 overs, and to 9 and over, so they, after a really shaky start, they could be heading for the order of 90 or 100.
Remember, these two came together and the score was on 11. So what a partnership this has been. And, well, one of the top partnerships of the series so far, I'm sure. But coming at a very crucial stage.
Yeah, for sure. And been impressed with Papari. He just tends to be able to play a variety of roles for Bengali. Around him here. Bit of a away movement there and just beating the bat. No, but Papari's impressed me because he seems to be able to read the situation of the game. He's got the ability to clear the boundaries if required, but also between then seems to be good at rotating the strike and just doesn't seem too flustered. Tamjid Papari, so great experience for him playing this fan code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I think it's going to drop safe in between the two fielders. Very good running.
Well, that was really good running, wasn't it? It's just what we're talking about, the little things there, Papari. Now we noticed, and it's not easy to get 2s on this ground, but you see there, the fielder hadn't quite even approached the ball. The ball had stopped and plugged in the outfield. And just that few metres that the fielder still had to make to field the ball, they're metres that could be running It gave them enough time to cross back for a second.
This could be a chance. Once again, is it going to drop agonisingly short? It does. Good backing up. Once more, well run.
Yeah, definitely good running there. It's a nice effort. We knew he had the fielder behind him, so wasn't one of those ones that was flat enough to get past him and go for 4. So the fielder made every attempt there to go in and complete the catch. In the end, 2 runs scored, and could we have another cliffhanger finish in the last game of the day? Fate, they'll have to fire a bit more with the bat for that to happen, but they are capable and they do have some good players in their lineup. I'm sure they'll be desperate to register their first victory of this series.
Yeah, and what's good to see here, and I know that some of the people on the chat have been asking the question about what's a good start, etc., etc. And what we've always said is you got to look at who you got. Now, good example here. I mean, disaster for Bengali CC. The first few overs, 7 for 1, 11 for 2, 18 for 3. It was all going wrong, and that's the scores at the end of over 1, 2, and 3. And then what sometimes happens, you get batsmen coming in that situation thinking, we've got to score runs quickly. You know, otherwise we're not going to get to 70, 80, 90, and they start throwing the bat at everything and just getting themselves out. These two haven't done that. They've batted sensibly, taken the singles when they're there, but played the big shots when they're there as well. And talking about big shots, there goes another one. Ginna Sona Shaka. 6 more, and this is very, very good batting indeed. The end of the over, and he doesn't need the lid anymore, he says. I'm seeing it too well.
Yeah, that was an impressive stroke, wasn't it, as he picked that up all the way over the fence, and after 8 overs the score 73 for 3. Let's go back to the YouTube chat and got Terry there. Terry Frunk says hi from Australia. Where are you watching from, Terry? What was life like down there? They handled the pandemic pretty well in Australia for the most part, although we do have the natural advantage of being an island and surrounded by miles and miles of endless ocean. But Terry, love that you're watching and hopefully you're enjoying the telecast. Luke mentioning it must be early morning over in Australia right now. I can tell you it is midnight on the west coast and 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning in the east coast. So I wonder where Terry's watching from. Batsman advances this time. Howlatter can't make any contact with the ball.
Hussain, the new bowler, yeah, it doesn't need to do that. Just need to keep doing what they've been doing. Don't try and get something different in your mind. I know it's the 9th over. Put that behind you. Just play every ball on merit.
Keeper up to the stumps now. Sniffing and stumping. Let's see if Howlatter tries it again. He doesn't. He rocks back instead, but it's a chance. It's up and it's high, and again. Oh, like a baby giraffe, wasn't he? At deep mid-wicket, he came in. Nice bit of fielding in the end to get it in. That might have got the bowler on the end of the finger. And they'll come back. Good running by Papari again, and crossing back for 2, but it's been a struggle out there, hasn't it? With the ball's been hitting the air, teasing that fielder, but Charles crossing another chance.
Yeah, not been his day, but it just goes to show the importance of those earlier games when those catches there have been taken, and what a difference that they've made. And this time they've gone down, and well, we've seen the result of it. This partnership is growing.
Absolutely.
Full of ball. Oh, that could have been nasty. It was hit at a height, and I thought for a moment the bowler was going to duck into that.
Well, there was a fair bit of power behind this stroke, wasn't there? We'll have a look at this one on the replay, thanks to our friends at Spring Productions. It was pitched up, it was drilled at him, and it was the old prayer time special, down on the knees almost, sticking the hands up and hope him.
Oh, and is that going to race away to the boundary? I think it is, you know. Well, after the first 3 overs, ever since then, everything going wrong. That's 4 byes. We've seen catches go down, a few misfields, overthrows, and now that one's gone all the way through for byes. And well, I suppose that's can't be too cruel on the wicketkeeper, but that's one of the difficulties when the keeper decides he's going to come and stand up.
Yeah, and it's difficult. And what you need to do, Rico, you need to stay down with the ball. I would say have rubber knees. Okay, so you need your knees to be super kind of flexible and have the elasticity in your lower legs to spring up if you need to. But staying down is the hardest thing. You're keeping close to the stumps.
Okay, this will be another chance. This time the fielder composes himself, and once more he had time. He got there.
Oh, and the indiscipline there as well. You can understand the frustration there for Iqbal Wajid. He's done his job with the ball, but took a good catch early, didn't he? But the other two, he's just made a meal of them.
Yeah, the bowler looking back at him and saying, "What? Tell me, what was wrong with that?"
No, there's nowhere to hide on these small fields. There's there very small fields, and heard exactly what the bowler had to say about that. Just saying.
Whoa, balle, 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 that is big, that is out of here. The bowler taking out the frustration on the ball, digging it in short and smashed away. This partnership is growing, and now at the moment growing in boundaries.
Wow, now they're 88 for 3 after the completion of the 9th over, so they're in prime position to hit that magical 100. Looked very unlikely at the beginning, didn't it, as we saw Omar Ali go off only the second ball of the innings, and there were 2 more quick wickets to follow, but these two have rescued Bengali, and it just shows you said Riaz Harlada, he said, you know, even though I called this a bit of a banana peel game, you said that he has good control of his team and would have drilled into them the importance of putting in a good performance here in the 5th and final match of the day in Barcelona.
Yeah, what a partnership, 77 runs at the moment. Yeah, absolutely, and that was a conversation we had at the end of the last game, and I just thought, you know, Riaz Harlada, he's not one who's going to be thinking that way, and he's led by example here. And oh, that is beautiful. That's out of the ground. Kinna Badda Shaka. That for me is the best. That's the shot of the day. Absolutely creamed this.
And he held the pose, didn't he? Very happy with his work down there, and he is leading his team towards the 100 mark, up and beyond, taking them to 94 with 5 balls remaining. Let's see if there's more of the same to come.
On the legs, not the best bit of bowling, and well, it does go pretty quickly down there, but a fielder's come across well, comes back.
I'm impressed with the running of these two. They're always pushing hard for the first one. Both, I wouldn't say they're the quickest either, but they just have good judgment, and they know the importance of setting off for the run quickly and every chance to get back for the second. You've got the hot hand, as we say. We're on strike. Riaz Harlada hitting the ball well, and he's not to set this anything full. He's going to go straight.
Yeah, this time, is he going to go over happy? No, it doesn't. Well, safe hands. We said before where his position is, and that's his position. That's where he takes a lot of catches, and well, if it's going to him, it's a dead cert almost.
Yeah, but a good knock there from the captain, and Happy, I tell you what, Happy doesn't look too happy at the moment. If I had to rename him, I don't think he'd be Happy Smurf, he'd be Grumpy Smurf. So we might call him Grumpy Singh at the moment, because he's just watched a fair few go over his head in this innings, but he'll have the job to do with the bat, I'm sure, in the second half of this game. But again, the last over, we don't think about it really at this time, but everything that happens this last over, that could affect what's going to need in the last over of their chase, as we only got a handful of balls remaining.
Well, that wicket brought to an end, partnership worth 85 runs, and how crucial that was. And what they've done is, knowing their strengths, Bengali CC very strong out in the field. It's they've given themselves a score that they know they're more than capable of defending. And Fateh, well, they're going to go in flat from this, aren't they?
Yeah, well, Mohammad Arif Rahman has come to join Papari, but Papari on strike at the moment. This one is hit straight and flat. It'll go down to that man, Happy Singh. A little bit happier after taking that catch, but not much. I think he's already got the second innings on his mind. He'll have a big responsibility along with Manjit Lakvir Singh Vinti. I think we wondered if they might throw someone up the order like Randip Singh, who was very good in the previous match.
No. Good work from the fielder, got down low, made sure it wasn't going to get past him. And that is that. That was the last ball of the innings. And 98. Well, at one point that looked a long way off, and when they were 18 for 3 at the end of the power play, it never looked likely. But we said the captain was key, they needed a partnership, and well, this man, Timid Bapari.
That's an unusual wicket-keeping technique you see there. It's keeping low and putting the feet together, but you saw a flurry of wickets early in the innings for Fate. They had their tails up. They're desperate to get a win on the board here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. That was a close one. I think just heading down the leg side. Howlatter was a bit concerned about it. And then we had another wicket. Look at this, the shape on that ball. And wasn't he happy about it? Looked like Mitchell Stark, they said in the YouTube chat. Why not? They're genuine. Great seam position from the left armour. Nice high, tall action, slinging the ball down at the batsman. But then, Fate, they didn't make him pay for a few chances as they let Papari and Howlatter away with a few. And that was another one. That one stung as well. And in the end, Bengali, although they weren't quite able to crack the ton, they've set Fate 99 for victory. And that sets up a very fascinating run chase in the fifth and final game here on day 3 in Barcelona for the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain match 15. I'm going to ask you though, Rico, because I'm the one making all the predictions so far. 99 for Fate. They got something approaching that in the last game. They weren't quite enough. I think they got something in the high 80s. Now, who's your money on?
You know, I'm going to stay with what I said before the game. I just think even though they didn't show it with the batting and they relied on the captain to do the job, along with Bapari, but I think he's in there now. He's talking to his troops. I think he's going to get them back on the ball. They're on a high, and that's the other thing about this game. It's very much mind over matter. Fate, knowing that they had the team 18 for 3, are back there thinking, how did they get to 98? And they're a bit flat, and they know that that's a tall ask for them. Yeah, they can do it, but you know, I think they're going to be umming and ahhing. Whereas I think Bengali CC know that they can easily defend.
So in a word, you're thinking Bengali CC?
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to go with Fate.
I know that.
I'm going to go with Fate.
Yeah.
We'll see once and for all. All right. Who is the champion of predictions? Forget all the wrong ones. They're all in the past. I predicted a golden ball. I'm pretty sure. Said there'd be one at some stage. But anyway, I'm sure that you've enjoyed the day's action. Hopefully you have as much as we have wherever you're watching around the world. And Rocky Khan saying in the chat, who will win? Well, that is the question. That question will be answered when we rejoin you in about 10 minutes time for the second innings of this match 15 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. This is Vinny Sando, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. You're watching ECN. We'll see you in about 10 minutes for the resumption of play. Yes, and welcome back here to the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, Spain, for the conclusion of the final match of day 3. It's match 15 here of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. The first half of this match we saw Bengali, after winning the toss, making their way to 98 for the loss of 4 wickets. They lost 3 very early ones, but a good partnership between the captain Riaz Halada and Tamjid Bapari saw them get up to that score, nudging 100. Fateh, well, after a disastrous run chase in their previous match, they would love to chase these runs down and make their way into the win column for this series. And Rico Full joining me in the commentary box. I think we set up for a very interesting run chase to conclude today's play.
Yeah, I think we definitely are. And as I suspected, Bengali CC are making no changes. Riaz Halada, their captain, is going to open up the bowling. It's good to see him looking fit. I did say that he seemed to have a few niggles in day 1 of this Fan Code European Cricket Series. He was having trouble with his bat, but no signs of that today. And of course, his epic partnership, 85 runs with Bapari, have got his team in a pretty good position. So 99 needed by Fateh. Fateh, well, they've sort of listened to a little bit of what we were talking about. Happy Singh is still up there. He's opening the batting, but the Randeep Singh Dade is at the other end. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, and we called it, didn't they? I'm not sure if they're listening to our advice, the Fateh management, but Randeep is in form, and if he can get them away to a fly, especially with the field up, I think it could set them on the way to this total of 99 they'd require, and Fateh would be desperate for a victory. Bengali, well, if they could pull off another win here, they'd be 4 out of 4 and handsomely on the top of the group. But here's the live action starting now. It's the captain, Halada.
Yeah, that was an easy loosener for him, wasn't it? I think it was played down for a single. I think if he stepped inside that, he could quite easily have seen that go past the leg side and taken a wide. But it's always nice, I think, for a batsman early on to get off the mark.
Yes, and that'll bring, I'll call him almost a pinch hitter, isn't he? Randeep Singh Dade up the order. Let's see his approach.
Interesting shot, playing that, whereas you'd be thinking and expecting a batsman to play it out on the offside, getting his bat right the way around that to play it on the leg.
It was a risky shot, wasn't it, really?
Very.
It was a fairly straight ball, and going with a horizontal bat, and he's lucky he got something on it. Otherwise, he'd be prime candidate for LBW, but he'll be relieved to get off the mark without incident. And Fateh, they just lost wickets at regular intervals during that previous run chase. When this one's put down, it was short and pulled away behind square leg, and the fielder not able to pounce on. That would have been a huge wicket. Happy Singh was saying wasn't looking so happy so far today, and he would have been very unhappy had his innings ended prematurely there after only scoring 1 run. And Halada, well, he'll be upset, but he'll be supportive of his teammates. Did save a boundary at least, and Fateh, a close call early.
In the air, oh, just over the diving fielder there inside the ring. It's the right shot to play inside the power play, I suppose. A bit close for comfort. He's also stepping away from it, so it took a lot of the power out of the shot, but still managed to get just enough over the top. 4 runs.
Yes, Enrico Full, you said it there. It's the way to go in the power play, but he just got the elevation to get it over that offside ring. Halada has the right of reply.
Oh, too short, and that, well, you're going to bowl that. It's going to be put away every time, and it's gone all the way for 6 runs.
Well, and that was just a loose delivery from Halada. He doesn't bowl too many, but it was too short, and it sat up asking to be hit, and the batsman obliged, sending it high and away over the square leg boundary. 6 to the total, and a great start for Fateh. They are 13 with a ball remaining in the first.
Sensible batting, and that's what we've been talking about. Just because you've hit a couple of shots, hit a ball for 6 doesn't mean you've got to try and do the same with the next one. Great start for Fateh.
14 for no loss after 1. Randeep Singh Dade getting 12 of those off 4 deliveries, so you can see already the benefits of setting up to the top of the order. Player in form, player with a bit of confidence. Now Rico, We looked up the last time these teams met in the interval, didn't we? And wasn't there an interesting result last time Bengali took on Fateh in the European Cricket Series?
Oh, wasn't there? What a game that was. And it happened on day one as well. Day one, it was the last match, both of these teams playing. Fateh were the team chasing, as they are now. And if memory serves me right, 95 was the score that Bengali CC posted. So needing 96 to win. And they tied, went to the golden ball.
We did go to the golden ball, didn't it? And we've already had one today. Surely we can't finish with another. Now this is Mohammad Arifur Rahman, who's playing his first game of the tournament. He's left arm around the wicket. Orthodox spin, a nice start beating the bat of Randip Singh Dade. And it's not a bad tactic to open the bowling with a spinner. Often the players at the top of the order, they want the pace coming onto the bat. And field up though, if he gets it wrong, he could go the distance. Mohammad Arifur Rahman.
It's good bowling.
Huge swing there. Missed by everybody in the end through Shafiqur Rahman.
I'm just thinking to that to the line he's bowling. I mean, would you have the two men straight? I know we're in the power play, only two allowed out, two straight, because that's the only plays they're looking to hit at the moment.
Yeah, see, I think I prefer having the long off back. At the moment they have the deep mid wicket, deep long on, but trying to encourage the batsman to hit across the line and perhaps force me to a mistake. I think if I'm batting here against Mohammad Arifur Rahman, I'm trying to go over mid off.
Yeah.
Playing a fairly correct vertical bat stroke. If you toss it anywhere above the eyes, down hitting it nice and high, but this is short, outside leg stump, and a poor delivery. The chase is on. Batsman perhaps didn't get all of it. And some good fielding down there. And those are the kind of things, Rico, that can make all the difference. Having a kind of pass score on the board, Bengali and Fateh, they're the kinds of things that they need to punish those short balls outside leg stump.
Yeah, we've left the viewers hanging too long. So that golden ball, it was won by Fateh.
And memorably as well, back on the 12th of October, I do remember that first day of the tournament. First time we had an ECS here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. It's a wonderful place to play cricket, wonderful facility. It'll be great once a few spectators are allowed in as well, because they've got the grandstand facilities here as well. And yeah, beautiful ground, beautiful view, of course, being elevated here. I'm not sure what the altitude is exactly, but you can see how some of the batsmen are sucking in the big ones after running these twos, as this next ball is short and pulled away all the way through square leg. And again, too short from Rahman, and he pays the price as he's hit for another boundary out through square leg.
Yeah, the answer to your question, 185 metres.
Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
See, I knew that you'd know that.
Yeah, well, you see, some of us do homework.
Well, I was a bit too puffed walking up the hill to do my homework, but 185 metres, is that right?
Yeah, yeah. Too puffed walking up the hill, or you're too busy polishing your shoes?
Yeah, that's true as well, but can't trust your judgment at this altitude, can you? Rico Full certainly enjoyed commentating next to you this week so far in Barcelona.
Got to get the throw in quick. Good cricket.
Yeah, Omar Ali, you wonder if he'll play a part with the ball. He was a hero in their previous match, wasn't he, for Bengali, as they required just a couple of runs off the last ball, and he snuck that ball just inside the offside wide line, and it shows you it's a game of inches, isn't it? So that is the end of the second over. Fateh 22 for no loss.
Yeah, going well. We're keeping it under the 10. That's what they've got to keep in their mind at the moment. These two doing what Fateh, well, weren't able to do until around 6 wickets down last time. They're building a partnership together. The only thing that you will notice about Happy Singh, and he's done it all the way through. He was doing it in the European Cricket Series 1 in Barcelona as well. He's got this shuffle. If you watch when he's batting, watch what he does with his feet. He goes right across, steps right across his stumps and likes to hit straight, and that's what will encourage a bowler, trying to get the ball through and get him in right in front. There he goes. Start taking the single. And one thing we noticed, that he was really wasn't liking what was happening in the field. He was pumped up, very serious, even when he took that catch, no smiles. And well, if he's taken that frame of mind and attitude with him out there with the bat, he's determined to help his team get this win.
Yeah, he's got runs on his mind, doesn't he? Happy seeing this time, just gets a bit of bat on it, enough to push away for a single. And yeah, it's a crucial game for Fateh. Even though they've got those points from the rain out, they'd love to have a win on the board. And Bengali, well, after winning only one of their 7 matches in the October series, they're off to a fairy tale start. Of course, that memorable win off the Tigers, who are highly fancied here in Group A on Monday morning in a very exciting match. And Aludin Siddiqui in for them now. Again, I'm not sure if there's any bat on that, perhaps just a bit of an inside edge all the way down to fine leg, but not enough to run across the outfield for 4. And Rico was out actually in the middle checking out the pitch, because I often see it at the start of the day, and I thought I'd have a look at the end, and it was slightly you can tell at the start of the day there's a bit of moisture on the pitch. It's just a bit of dew, and you find the ball skidding through a bit, but completely dried out at this stage. But a little bit scuffed up, of course, from the bowling and players running it all day. So a few pockets of uneven bounce, I think, as well. But you would think Fateh, they can just keep this 10 and over pace up. They're on their way to their first victory, but no bat on ball there. Yeah, so let's talk about the strategy, I suppose, from Fateh. And it's very simple from their point of view. They need basically 10 and over. They need 99 for victory, so they should be benchmarking 10 runs and over. They'd love to be 30 at the end of this over. Nice fielding there again. Look, Rico, I've said it before, I'll say it again, the fielding in this series has been a marked improvement on the previous series. It's nice to see the players working hard on this part of their game. After 3 overs, is 26 for no loss.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and obviously I was here in October and November. So yeah, you're spot on. And the interesting thing is, of course, the teams have improved, but let's face it, they haven't had the opportunity to be netting and playing together. So I think it's all the mindset they've been able to do, using Zoom, using the old social media to stay in touch with each other, giving each other tips on their fitness, and all that is very, very important. Interesting here, I'm noticing a big change in the bowlers being used here by Bengali CC. That's got to be close. I'm sure he's gone right across. Oh yes, he has. You got to do the aeroplane to that. Yes, that's the Bizaway aeroplane. Bizaway travel while partner there. He's on his way. No doubts here.
Yeah, I think this was fairly adjacent. You see, it's pitched up, hitting him in line, trying to hit across the line. And I think even the batsman knew he was in some serious trouble. So Hassan bin Hakim coming on. You've seen him take the pace off the ball, pleading for that wicket. And isn't he happy, wearing the famous number 75 for the Bengali team? He is thrilled to take a wicket with his first delivery. And Fateh are 26 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I mean, obviously the captain, Howlader, has seen something, or he's done some homework on Fateh, and he wants to keep the pace off the ball. Hence, he's using the slower bowlers quite early. And, well, he's got the wicket they wanted. The other one, the man standing at the other end. They're going to target Happy Singh, no doubt.
Yeah, and Rico, I think with Randeep being sent up the order, they might have noticed the game before. He really was quite destructive against the medium paces. So I think it was concerted tactic and clever work from Riyaj Howlader, the Bengali captain, to take the pace off and just test out Randeep against spin. And you can see there, ultimately, sometimes you have too much time as a batsman, and it led to his downfall.
Straight that one on the leg. But the other thing, I mean, as we've seen, I mean, Randeep Singh, yes, brought up the order, but Tajinder Singh, he's in there now. They've done the same thing there.
Yeah, look, I think, yeah, it's interesting that they're just going with players that were in form last game. Perhaps not trusting their top 3, but thinking, how can we most effectively use these resources? If these guys can go out and score some early runs and get ahead of the rate, then even if they get out, we've got the kind of batsmen like the captain Manjinder Singh, and of course Lakvir Singh as well, who can come and finish the game. So it's a slightly different approach. But I think Fateh probably needed a change in approach after their first chase went horribly wrong. You can see, nice bit of fielding, pretty tight call. They come back for the second.
Okay, the wicketkeeper hasn't seen it. He's seen it too late, I think, and, well, I could see that happening. That would have to be the keeper's, but he had no idea where it had gone.
Now look, this isn't the keeper's fault. I'm going to go into bat for him here, because under the helmet, he would have no idea where this has gone. You see, he's obscured by the batsman's body, so he's looking where he thinks it is. So even though most things are a keeper's catch, this is one for the other fielders to recognise that. And you can see that he's done his best. And to be honest, the keeper there, Shafiqur Rahman, trying to recover as the next ball is edged down. There'll just be one. But yeah, I've been in that situation when you're keeping under the helmet and the ball's gone straight up, and ordinarily you'd go, well, it's your ball because you've got the gloves. But I tell you what, Rico, you can't catch what you can't see.
No,
right?
no.
And you've got no reference point for where the ball's going. So it was a tough one. And Shafiqur Rahman, it was probably one of the times that you almost got in the way then, didn't he, when he tried to recover, but he had no idea where that ball was going to land.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you there. No fault of the keeper. You can see from the replay, he's actually looking to see where the ball would have gone. No idea where it was, but in that case, there was no call on it. One of those fielders running in, should have put a call on it and made an effort, at least to get hands onto the ball. Yeah,
it's not easy to try and communicate with your teammates when you're all looking at the ball as well. And that's the end of another over. After 4 overs, it's 32 for 1. So you can see Fateh just sliding behind the rate slightly. That's what taking wickets will do to Jinder. I'm sure he'd be very keen to get amongst the runs. He's been trusted to stay in the number 3 position. And it's been doing the trick for Bengali, actually. We've seen the faster bowlers doing it for them earlier in the day, but we've got Aladdin Siddiqui here to continue.
Oh, set off very early, did Tajinder Singh. He's keen. Some good nicks, scored some good runs in that first game, no down in the order. I mean, what an improvement for Fateh already, though. I mean, at this stage before, they were on 29, but had lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, they lost way too many wickets, but they've got good quality of batsmen left in the shed, so these two can't be too defensive. They just get up to that rate again. This is shorter, pushed away on the offside. They'll push for 1. Slight fumble, but doesn't cost Bengali anything. Yeah, look, this is the thing we talked about, you know, these kind of mini targets within a target, and you don't want to be obsessed with them, like I said, Rico. To an extent, you've got to take what the bowlers and the fielders give you, but they would want to be around 50 at the halfway mark. Fateh to be in the box seat. They're a little bit behind that at the moment.
Interesting also, Vinny, to see as the sun now is starting to come down, these shadows along the ground, and you can see there almost half off the pitch itself at the striker's end in shadow.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it, when you've got shadows on the pitch and the natural structures here, the floodlights here at the Montreal Olympic Stadium. So just got to try extra hard to watch that ball, get enough bat on it to keep scoring. Not too much bat on this one. It's getting away, and big shy at the stumps from Shafiqur Rahman, but ultimately the result is 1 run to Fateh.
What they've done very well here, Vinny, especially to Happy Singh, they know where his strength is. They haven't put anything in that zone for him. Everything's outside the off stump. That's very good tactics.
Batsman's down the wicket this time. It's going to come all the way down to Omar Ali at long on, who does well to field on the bounce. Not easy with the sun a factor now. He was saying before, said he was blaming the sun even though the sun wasn't out. He said, no, I was just holding up my hand to apologise to my teammates. So he's a good team man, Omar Ali.
Yeah. Thank you, Martin. Martin there, just showing us a view of outside the ground. Remember, we're quite high up. You can see that from that view, from the cameraman, and seeing that sun is causing these shadows.
Just short and punched away on the offside. Just a single. Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen the sun be a factor late in the day here in Barcelona. Of course, we saw the first day washed out. Matches 3, 4 and 5. Yesterday was a bit of cloud cover. Now there is the halfway point of the innings, and right there, 38 for 1 after 5 overs. Rico just possibly about 10 runs behind where they'd like to be at this stage, but of course they do have the batsmen to make it up. But they better make their move quick, Rico, otherwise this game could slip away from their grasp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't forget, you've got Manjinder Singh Lovely. He's just sitting there waiting. And this is what we talked about before. It's good to know that you've got the calibre of batsman like that, that when you need the run rate just to be upped a bit, You can take the chances there. If you're out, somebody like that is coming in to take over and hopefully place the big shots and win you the game. Now, here's a question for you. Knowing what we're seeing now, knowing that hopefully the weather will be similar to this, do you think this will be a decisive factor in the toss when it comes to those final games?
Well, that's a very good point, actually. It's probably a bit easier to be fielding at this point, although the sun can cause problems in the field as well. We'll probably see that come into play at some point as well, but something that causes a few hassles for both sides out there at the moment. But I'm just happy the sun's out and we're able to get a full day's cricket in again, and we know so many people are enjoying the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Wherever you're watching around the world, it's great to be with you. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo here, along with Rico Full. This is one of the 124 matches we bring to you from Barcelona. This has gone all the way along the carpet in the end, into the leg side, and 124 matches in Barcelona, but then we're off to Italy actually for 5 weeks. We're going to take a bit of a tour through Italy, 5 different destinations, 5 one-week series, and plenty more destinations and cricket on the European Cricket Network. Plan to bring you over 1,000 games of T10 cricket this year. An amazing amount of cricket entertainment for you. Next ball, another valuable dot.
Yeah, well bowled that, wasn't it? Right, not giving him any room. I mean, I can just sense it into Tajir Singh. He wants to get after this. He knows who he's got sitting on the bench. He knows that they've got to play a few shots, but he's not being given anything here.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Rico. Mosaraf Hussain doing the bowling, and he's had his moments, but he's been fairly reliable for Bengali this series.
It's up in the air, it should be taken, and it's absolutely beautifully held. Had to make some adjustments right at the end there, the fielder. What a great catch that is, and that is Bapari. What a game he's having. He's done the job with the bat and then taken the catch.
Yeah, early candidate for man of the match, Bapari. This wasn't an easy catch. We're blinded with the sun in the background. It was a factor. It was up there for an eternity. And Fateh, well, they lose their second wicket, but perhaps that's something that they'll be able to handle considering the calibre of batsmen they have left on the bench. But what a catch by Bapari. Hasn't been easy. We've seen plenty go down today, but it's another example of improved fielding in this Spanish series. I'm enjoying watching it, and I hope you're enjoying watching it wherever you are around the world. Who's your money on at the moment? Do you think Fateh, is the game slipping away, or do they still have a chance to chase down this total? The required rate, well, it's up over 13 now, so heading towards that. I'd call 16 the point of no return. The PONR, we're already definitely in the bogey, the point of getting interesting. We passed that miles ago, so that's a good wicket for Hussain, being brought on to do a job, forcing the batsman into an error. Bapari holding onto the catch. Yes, and definitely 2 in 2. The batsman getting too far across, and the ball shooting down low. You see here, you take a risk when you do this. The batsman putting the pads in front of the stumps, and that was going to knock them all over. No appeal from the keeper. He was that confident. He didn't even bother going up, but there was no doubt about that for mine. So 2 wickets in 2 balls, and Fateh, well, they've just kept losing wickets today, haven't they? Now they find themselves in some dire trouble at 39 for 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Happy Singh, that's his trigger movement. And then the ball's outside the off stump. He's not doing it so much. He's rocking back and trying to just guide that towards third man backward point. But anything straight, that's what he does. So he's always going to be a candidate for LBW. And when he's got his eye in, he hits it straight and big. He gets right under it. And, well, the bowler gets very frustrated thinking, how on earth did he manage to get bat onto that? But when you're out of form, out of nick, that's what happens. LBW, he's gone. And that's very, very important there, because Majinder Singh Lovely had just come on. The two of them together could have turned this game because they're both big hitters, but now somebody else has got to take that role up.
That's right. Well, I don't know if you watch too much ice hockey, Rico, but in ice hockey they tend to do things called a shift change. So you get everyone out and then a whole new bunch of people come onto the ice. And that's kind of what's happened here for Fateh. They've got 2 fresh faces at the crease. Neither have faced a ball. Now the first ball that is faced by Iqbal Wajid, it's down past his legs for a wide. And look, the thing is, Rico, these new batsmen, sometimes they take a little bit of time to adjust, but you did feel that the other batsmen at the crease, they weren't really getting too much going, so maybe it's not the worst thing for Fateh. They've still got plenty of wickets in hand, just over 4 overs remaining, and 7 wickets in hand. Oh, and that was very close to the off stump, wasn't it? And really, you see now almost 6 overs gone. not even at the 40 mark. So for all my predictions of Fateh knocking off Bengali, they've had their moments, but you just wonder if the batsmen that are new to the crease can keep up with the rate required. It's spiralling out of control. It's over 14 now.
Ooh, this good ball right in the block. He had to get bat on that, otherwise his middle stump was going to be knocked over.
And I think that one's right off the top of the shoe. Bit of bat on top of the shoe. Yeah, there's not much padding on top of the shoes. But, yeah, Mosharraf Hussain has been a fairly reliable bowler for Fateh. That's the end of the 6th over. The score is 41 for 3.
Yeah, and, well, Majinder Singh Lovely has to take a very slow, anguished walk back to the bowler's end. Still not to face a ball. He has to watch from the other end. Maybe he had a quiet word in the ear of Iqbal Wajid to say, look, just get bat onto ball, give me the strike, because, well, if I can get hold of it, I can maybe change the concept of the game, because we're now at around 14 and a half required. Number of overs gone, 6, 4 to come. So a lot of work to do here. They cannot afford to have overs where they're going now at 12. I mean, even if they go at 10 and over, that run rate is going to get to a point where it's going to take something very special. Well, we've seen it happen. We've seen games where 3, 4 sixes have been hit on the trot, but you don't want to leave it to that. You've got to get going now. That's high. I think that's going to be a no ball, and not only is it a no ball, it's been smashed away as well. There's some discussion going on here. Not quite sure. We'll just wait to see the umpires confirm what's happening. They're getting together and having a chat. Yeah, it's a no ball and 6 runs, so that's 7 of them.
Well, that's a worst case scenario, isn't it? And it's the hero from the last game, Umar Ali. He's having a game from hell here in this game. He's gone for a duck, and then he's conceded 7 without bowling a legal delivery. So Umar Ali, surely he can't go from hero to villain after winning the last game single-handedly. Now he's at 8 without a ball going down.
3 hits still remains. Yeah, it's I was going to say it's a tough call from the captain, but it was a tough call to give him the last over in the last game, and he bowled brilliantly. And this is what he bowled then. After bowling with a long run up and around the wicket, he went over and he bowled a pretty good over. But that's more like it. That's where he has to be. He knows what the batsmen are going to try and do, and he's got to put his thinking cap on here for a minute, try and take some of that pressure away, clear his mind and say, right, go back to basics. Just going to take me whatever steps it is, 5, 6 steps, get the arm right up and get the ball in the right area and let the fielders do the rest.
Yes, well, he says extras making all the difference. And then a bit of sloppy work by the fielder there. It gives him a chance to come back for 2. They're obsessed with not letting it get past him, and that's probably not a bad thing, but the way he fielded the ball, losing his footing, the batsmen were quick to capitalise, get a second run. Every run is crucial, and we saw last game Fateh seemed out of it, but getting pretty close.
What a better bowled. Strikes the batsman on the pads. Will take the leg by, and Majinder Singh Lovely finally at the end where he'd rather be. Now, well, let's put it this way, I don't think he's going to block this.
No, I think he knows what he has to do. We saw him hit a big maximum off the first ball of the innings. Omar Ali just tripping over his own feet on the way in. And look, I tell you what, the highs and lows of this Fan Code European Cricket Series in today's play. Omar Ali, just a couple of hours ago, he was the hero. Right now, he's just trying to help Bengali hold on to this match. Well struck down the ground just for a single.
What was nice to see there, Bapari covering a lot of ground, just backing up the fielder just in case, keeping on his toes, and that's how important it is to him after his performance in this game so far.
Well, that's the kind of strokes undisciplined, if you ask me. It was outside off stump, and the captain there just motioning to his partner, the Iqbal Wajid. Just do enough, get me back on there, I can get these runs. And Wajid, no slouch with the bat, but it's important that he keeps ticking it over. Not too many balls left. Up, it's in the air, but just be one. No chance for a second. So that's the end of the over. Fante 54 for 3, and Rico, we're set up for another blockbuster finish here. We mentioned that last time these two teams met, back on the 12th of October, the first ever day of European Cricket Series action in Barcelona. It was 95-95, a tie, went to a golden ball, and as this game starts to draw to its conclusion, what will your memories be of day 3? I know I've certainly got a few of my own. Of course, leading that one, of course, with the golden ball finish that we saw as Men in Blue snatched the game from Gracia.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a golden ball is something special. And you just see this Hakeem bowling. He's bowled very well up until now.
Yeah, he's been hard to get away, hasn't he? And Fate at the point now, hitting 15 and over, so 45 off the last 3 overs. That's 2.5 a ball. So every time they get 2 or less, that rate's just going to creep up a little bit. They need some boundaries. They need them soon. He's going to try as hard. This is Sun's an issue here, but a nice Peter fielding on the mid-wicket boundary. I tell you what, there's Aladdin Sadiq out there, and he had the sun right in his eyes, and it might have looked easy on TV, but I tell you what, he's saved 3 crucial runs for his team there. And this one is so high, it's going to bring rain, and it's the bowler under it, Bin Hakeem, and he spills it. It was a very difficult chance. It went very, very high in the air. He looked around, there was no one in the circle on the leg side, so he had to take it himself, and he had that look of why me. He made good position, got his hands on it, and again couldn't quite judge it. And again, you think that one more wicket now that'll put the game beyond all doubt for Bengali, but Bin Hakeem, he couldn't get the job done.
No real damage really. I mean, in the end, just a single was taken.
This one's big. Does it have the elevation? It's well placed. Straight down the ground. 1 bounce and 4. So boundaries required. Boundaries delivered. As the captain, Manjinder Singh Lovely, taken upon himself to get Fateh to this total of 99 required to win the final match of the day. And this is just all hands, hand-eye coordination. Got it through the ball nice and straight. We know that he's powerful and can clear the boundary. What can Bin Hakeem come back with? He tries again this time. It might go all the way again. It does. It bisects the 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. So 4 more. And Manjinder Singh Lovely, well, is he going to make Bengali pay for that mistake?
Well, yeah, I mean, is this going to be the game of 2 captains? We saw Ray's Halada, his innings and his partnership, how important that was. Well, Manjinder Singh Lovely out there at the moment trying to win this for his team. Got to play a few more shots like that, though.
Last ball of the over, 65 to score. He tries again. This looks like it'll be just a single, and it is, but Manjinder won't mind that because he'll keep the strike. And at the end of 8 overs, with 2 to come, Fateh are 66 for 3. They require another 33 off the final 2 overs of this match. And Rico with Manjinder there, anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, we're now into the 9th over. Now, this is where I would probably be looking at myself being the captain, a game changer to come on. He's still got the 1 over. He bowled the first. Try and come on here and put the game out of doubt. And this conversation's happening. Not sure what the decision is here.
Yes, as we draw towards the conclusion of today's play, just a reminder, we have 5 more matches tomorrow. In fact, we have 5 games every Monday to Friday this week, and 4 weeks coming after this is 5-week tournament in Barcelona for the first FanCode European Cricket Series of the year. Spain is a lovely place to play cricket, and the fact you can play cricket in February is wonderful, and we love bringing you all the action here on the European Cricket Network. So make sure you join us tomorrow from 7:30 GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. And don't forget to go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, for all the latest, and our Day 4 preview, which is up right now. This is Musharraf Hussain, and he delivers. So, Manjinder, he was the last great hope you felt for Fateh. And Musharraf Hussain, well, he can do it with the bat, he can do it with the ball. And Manjinder just not having a look at Musharraf, trying to hit this one into outer space. But the only explosion was behind him as the stumps went down, and look how happy Musharraf is there. Has he delivered the ball, which puts it beyond doubt that Bengali will be 4 for 4 and be top of Group A by some comfortable margin come the end of their second day of play, this day 3 in Barcelona.
Yeah, I mean, the captain had to go for it. 33 required, and running out of balls, and well, trying to launch it out all the way into the Olympic Stadium, missed it, and he's on his way. It will be a single.
Yeah, just a single, and yeah, it's a bit disappointing there for Manjinder.
I mean, you were asking me about favourite moments today. I mean, we've got to go back all the way to game 1 as well. I think that effort from the men in blue to win that game was fantastic. Only scored 63 all out of the last ball, but managed to defend it, keeping the Stars to 52 for 7.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance, wasn't it? A different ball game now as it was in the morning. This one swung away, but there's protection on the leg side. It'll just be the single again. With 3 a ball required, you're going to need to see something pretty special from these two, Iqbal Wajid and Kuldeep Singh, if they're going to get anywhere near this total. And again, they look somewhere on target for a total in the 80s, and that does seem to be the path for me, Rico. Around the high 80s perhaps. I've seen a couple of scores above, a couple of scores below, but not easy batting conditions. It's a big swing and a miss from Fateh. But we had the first game, yeah, we've almost forgotten about the first game at this point, but it was a great performance. Men in blue, they just believed, didn't they, after only scoring 63, that if they could have a good start to the innings, that 63 would play a lot bigger, and ultimately that proved to be the case as they held 11 Stars in their ECS debut to only 52. Well, this looks like a wide down the leg side, and the batsman will come through for an extra. But there, games 2 and 3, of course. The finishes we saw, the golden ball finish, and we almost had another golden ball, didn't we? The game after, back-to-back golden balls. Well, I'll tell you what, I could live to be 100. You might never see golden balls back-to-back, but you never know. And huge for the ECS to have a golden ball, of course. This next one, well, it's gone out, sliced away over points. I'm not sure it'll go all the way. The batsman will come back for 2 runs. Yeah, the golden ball innovation, definitely something unique and special about the Fancode European Cricket Series. And a lot of people were saying early, because the batsmen had a good record, but I think that the bowlers and the fielders, they're working out some tactics. And you saw Borika today attacking the stumps and winning the game for his team. And what a moment. It's like all that action compressed, and the intensity compressed into one ball. What a result that was. Next one is a nice Yorker from Mosaraf. It's been a good over, and you do think now that game is beyond reach. And Mosaraf Hussain, 3 for 10 off his 2 overs. What a good result for him. And if you are playing some Dream 11 cricket, he is someone you would want in your team. Also more than handy at the top of the order for Bengali. But after 9 overs, it's 73 for 4.
Yeah, there's work to be done here. I mean, it's not impossible, as we know. You know what can be scored off and over, and you know, with the odd no ball and wide ball here, and well, discussion going on. Omar Ali really wants it, and the skip is saying, "Are you sure, young man?" Because he knows that he does have the tendency to spray the odd one wide and too high, but he delivered when his captain needed it in the previous game. And the captain's got to have faith, doesn't he? He's got to have faith in his bowlers. I mean, he could quite easily take up the bowl it himself. He still has an overlap, but it's going to be Omar Ali.
Yeah,
setting his field.
Luke Belgium just reminding everyone there's 5 games tomorrow, of course, starting at 7:30 GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India, right here on the European Cricket Network. And stick around after this game. We'll do a quick recap of this game, but then also the other games today, and then give you the fixtures for tomorrow, day 4. Omar Ali, well, this is right on the money. He started with a rank loosener the first over he bowled, but the young man, he'd be a bit disappointed, of course, not to be scoring more runs than he is, but there's plenty more opportunities for him during this tournament. And Bengali, wow, 98 on the board. Looks like they have done enough to secure their 4th victory out of 4 attempts at the Fancode European Cricket Series. This is a slower slower half bouncer outside off stump, and then the batsman goading the keeper to throw. He does. And outfoxed as the ball hits the stumps and bounces away for an extra. And look, and that was good alertness from the non-striker there to get through for an extra, but really barring some kind of no ball +6 like we saw last time, you'd think this game is out of reach now. He'd hit 5 consecutive boundaries and 3 of them going over.
Yeah, I have to also give Gracia a mention. I think when you lose a game like that on the golden ball, your heads can go down, you can go flat. But they came back and performed and won their second game. So well done to Gracia as well.
Yeah, Gracia, just what they needed. And the next ball is swung away on the leg side for a single. What have you enjoyed, guys, today in the Fancode European Cricket Series? It's great that we've had so many viewers, of course, not only on YouTube, but also Fancode in India. So many people interested in the Fancode European Cricket Series, wherever you're watching around the world, of course. It is something like nothing else in the world of cricket. This is well bowled. You see, that's the movement that Omar Ali gets. That looked to be going for a wide, but just kind of curves in inside the line, and it's not an easy one to get away, and it was very similar to the ball which he won the match for Bengali on earlier today, just sneaking inside the wide line. The batsman thought it was going to be a wide, but just sneaking inside there. He does it again. This time it is just a little bit too wide, and so that will be an extra. Omar Ali, he's just done a job here, hasn't he? The first one went for 7 before he'd even bowled a legal ball, but you can see here he's none for 16 with 3 balls to go. So he's played his part. It could have been a disaster for him after conceding 7 off his first delivery. There has been a few too many extras. That's probably what I'd say about Omar Ali, and I noticed it on Monday as well, is he does get a lot of movement. He can't always control what he's doing. He's almost got too many tricks, doesn't he, Omar Ali? He can swing the ball in prodigiously, but then when he can't control it, you're just giving extra runs away. Here he comes again. Well, this is up and it's high. The fielder thinks he's got a chance, but he's going to have to pick it out of the opposition dugout, and that is a Maximo.
Well, you saw the fielder there is actually the captain. And if you watch this again, he's taken his cap off, and I thought, you can't do that. I thought he was going to jump over his cap and just scoop the ball in the air. But
well, he needed all the help he could get, couldn't he? And what a game he's had, Riyaj Halada for Bengali. As Omar Ali comes in here. Well, this is up and it's high, but it looks like it's going to go straight down Bapari's throat, and he takes it.
Well, you talk about gate games. Well, yep. Howlada down the other end has had a great game, and the man taking that catch, and I think that's his second catch that he's taken, and what an excellent game that he's had today as well. What an excellent day, I would say.
Yes, and another wicket falls, but I'd just like to say quickly before the last ball of today, I just want to say hi and thanks for all of our ECN subscribers on the YouTube channel. It's now grown to over 160,000 subscribers. We're growing every day by about 2,000. So it's fantastic that more and more people are finding out about the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It's also a great place to go for highlights videos. We'll also have man of the match videos, and every week I do a bit of a live show showing you where the series is coming from this week. And it's wonderful that you have joined us, and welcome to our family, the European Cricket family, and we invite everyone to be a part of what we're doing here in European Cricket. Thank you for all your support, and I would say if you do have anyone else in your family or friendship group that is interested in cricket, tell them about the European Cricket Network, because it's more fun with others at a time when sometimes people can't get so close together. You know, why not join the chat and get your friends in the chat as well, and you can see what's happening in the ECS as we see the last ball of the day, and it's hit down the ground, and they're not even going to bother to run Fateh, so they're disappointed. But Bengali, well, after a shaky start, you can't take it away from them. They've ended up winning this game 98-84 here in match 15. And Fateh needed 15 off that ball, so the final margin is 14 runs. What a day's cricket we've had, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely amazing. You can just see how delighted they are, how pumped up they are. You'd think they'd won the final. They're cheering and supporting each other. Some of the players have gone to the ground. They've worked so hard. Well done to them. And what a start they're having to this Fancode European Cricket Series here in Barcelona.
Well, keeping with your feet, I don't think that's a trend that's going to catch on. unlike a few other things which go viral. But I tell you what was viral today was the stumps getting knocked out of the ground. That was the big shout. And we saw Bengali, early trouble, but Tamjid Bapari and the captain Riaz Halada, they were able to get them up to a score which proved to be enough runs in the end. But this is what I loved about the cricket today. The fielders throwing themselves around, trying desperately to stop every single run that they could. But then we did see a few fumbles as well. Wajid, well, he took a good one early, but he wasn't able to hold on. Now that was too hot to handle as well. And ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't touch that oven, it is hot. And we saw another one here, and this was just a misjudgment, bouncing just inside. You see there the emotion of these players, and watch out, you might lose your head. Bengali, well, they were 3 wins from 3, and this was not an easy one. They were made to work all the way. Happy Singh, well, he wasn't happy much of the time here in match 15. You saw some loose bowling from Bengali as well, but Hassan bin Hakim, well, he's been good. He's been consistent all the way through, and you see there wearing the 75, a very famous number if you're a fan of Bangladesh cricket. Now, no one knew where this one was, and then they formed not a Bermuda triangle, that's a Bermuda square all around the ball, and it fell right in the middle. But Bapari, well, he had a good game, not only with the bat, wasn't he happy with that as well? He's putting his hand on his heart, and it's all about the team for him. Now this was plumb in front, and even though Shafiqur Rahman didn't care too much, it was given out by the umpire, and it was a good decision. You see here a late flurry from Manjinder, and he looked like he might take the game away, but ultimately he fell at a crucial moment, and Mosharraf Hussain icing the game in the 9th over, and Omar Ali, the hero of the earlier match, he was thrilled to come away with a win. And we see here the scorecard for this game, and 98 to 84. Bengali just shows you that there's a lot of cricket to be played in a 20-over game, and even though Bengali were behind the running early, Rico, they were able to recover, and it just shows you if you're patient, if you read the game situation, then you can change the game and let it go in your favour.
Yeah, absolutely. We said that about the first game, the low-scoring game, as we said, where the men in blue held their nerve, only scored 63, but they never gave up belief, and that's the same here. Bengali as well, they were really under the cosh. They had lost wickets, the big guns had gone, but the captain and Bapari there, they did the job and got them to a respectable score, and they know that if they can restrict the team to the 80s, okay, or if they can get to the 80s, they know they can restrict the team to getting that. They have the firepower, and as you saw there, they're very, very strong and good in the field.
That's right, and the hero with the ball for me, Mosharraf Hussain, 3 for 10 off his 2 overs, and they were crucial when he bowled his overs as well. He bowled the 9th, and that was when he was able to pick up that key wicket of Manjinder Singh Lovely, and that was just enough to keep Bengali's nose ahead in the game. But this 10-over format, for such a short game, there's so many twists and turns, and you've ridden the roller coaster with us here at ECN today, and what a day of action it's been too. And it seems like so long ago, doesn't it, that we were down here at the ground. It was pre-dawn, wasn't it, as we see the sun going down behind the mountains here in Barcelona. And one thing I've noticed as the covers go on the pitch tonight is how long the day is, and we're making every possible use of the sunlight. And just after dawn, we saw the first match. It was match 11, and Men in Blue, after only making 63, Sandra Pandian was their best, scoring 27 off 15. And Abhishek Borika and Shaka Kalagatla both picking up 2 wickets and conceding hardly any runs, only 5 and 6 respectively off their 2 overs. Also Atul Kesa, he's been very tight so far. He only went for 7 off his 2 overs. And the 11 stars, well, only Amir Hamza could get to double figures, and they staggered in their first game, scoring only 52. So Men in Blue winning that game by 11 runs, and it was the best defence I think that we've ever seen in European Cricket Series history. And it wasn't long before match 12 came in, and who will forget this one, Rico? 107 at the end of regulation, and it was the Men in Blue, and in particular Abhishek Borika, who had to bowl the golden ball. And poor Vicky Sondi, well, he batted very well for Gracia and ended ultimately scoring 42 off 27, but he fell on the golden ball, and it was unfortunate that's how that match ended for him, but you have to hand it to him. Harpreet Singh was sent up the order in that game as well, ended up winning the Man of the Match award for his contribution of 38 off 27 balls, but who will forget that golden ball for a long time to come?
Yeah, what a fantastic game it was. I mean, we mentioned Abhishek Boroka's bowling. It was fantastic, but he also took a world-class catch on the boundary, and that also made a massive difference to that game.
Yeah, it was huge, wasn't it? Then who could forget, if that wasn't enough excitement, match 13 as Bengali, they went to 3-0 as they accounted for the 11 Stars by only 2 runs, 104 to 102. Now in that game, really the 11 Stars seemed like they had it all under control. Bengali win their 3rd straight last ball finish. So what a roller coaster ride that they have had here in the ECS. Shafiqur Rahman, well, he's been very consistent in this series. He was run out eventually for 31 off 19 balls. Tamjid Bapari, again, he's been very consistent as well. Now for the 11 Stars, Tabish Kakus, well, he made it to 50 but lost his head at a crucial time in the chase with about 20 runs left, and it was Tabish Kakus who fell at that time, and ultimately 11 Stars needed 2 to tie off the last ball, but it was Omar Ali that snuck it inside the line to take them to a memorable victory by only 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, what a great game that was. And the thing is, all the games as we go on to match 14 were absolutely fantastic. So much to watch, and, well, it just, there's so much flood of information, a flood of highlights in your brain that it's going to keep me up all night again.
There's a lot going on here anyway, wasn't there? And it was Gracia then who came back, and they had a chance for some revenge, of course, after going down in that golden ball in match 12, and they came out and hit 104, and Kuldeep Lal, well, he looked very dangerous. He looked like he could get 100 on his own at one stage, but he fell at a crucial time as well. He ended up scoring 46 and top scoring for the match, but then it was Trilochan Singh, just when you thought that Kuldeep Lal had the man of the match sewn up, especially after taking 2 wickets in his first over. He brought on Trilochan Singh, who took 4 for 10 in a man of the match performance. Fateh, although they rallied late with Randeep and Rajiv Singh scoring 23 and 19 respectively, they fell 15 runs short, so that game went to Gracia 104 to 89. And of course, in the last game that we saw just then, we had another tight finish, but Fateh, they weren't able to get over the line, and Bengali made it 4 wins straight. Well, why don't we have a look at the standings of Group A?
I mean, just going back to that Trilochan Singh, I think that underlines for me what this day has been about. For me, this day is, no matter what the situation is, never give up, because, you know, if you keep your head up, anything can happen. And Trilochan Singh, his very first ball was smashed away for 6 runs, and then after that, well, you've seen what he came back and did. Took 4 wickets. It's absolutely incredible stuff. And it's just been a great day, and you can see there, and we're looking at the ground staff, they're working hard. And one of the great things that they do here is they make sure every morning they're out there, they're doing a terrific job. And let's give them a shout. I mean, Roberto is the man who looks after them, does a wonderful job. And then you've got the likes of Devinder Singh Kaur. He's always there, working hard. Wherever you go, he's there. Kushveer Singh Kaur is another man, does a brilliant job. And then, of course, Ranjit Singh. And all of these guys are here right from the beginning of the day and working hard all the way through. It's absolutely brilliant to see. And the Federation of Cricket Espana as well, they are always there doing a wonderful job. And we've got to give a shout out to the president, Sheikh Amar Saeed, worked so hard, Sabir Ghulam, Nadeem Ahman, and also our man, Mohammed Amagan Khan, the director of cricket now in Espana.
Yeah, I love the Big Mac. And just mentioning the standings there, you can see Bengali now, they've raced to the top of Group A with 4 wins in 4 matches. They have 8 points. Men in blue with a couple of good performances today, a couple of narrow victories. They have moved into 2nd place on the table with 2 wins, as well as that 1 point from a washout on Monday. Gracia sit in 3rd place with 3 points, then Fateh with 2. Well, their only points came from their rainouts. They weren't able to get over the line. Nothing in the wins column there for them. Catalonia Tigers, well, we didn't see them today, but we will see them on Friday, and they're highly fancied. They might be 5th at the moment, but they have 2 games in hand of the teams at the top of the table, so they will be keen for some revenge after going down to Bengali in an upset on Monday. And down the bottom, 11 Stars, well, Rico, was the first time we've seen them in ECS action, and although they threatened to win both games, really, they couldn't quite ice it, but I'm sure it'll be a good experience for those guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at that view. It's absolutely beautiful. And look at that. There's a garden right up there on the top of hotel. Can't see what the hotel is, but what a wonderful picture is. Beautiful place to be in. Barcelona. How we love it. How we love being here, and how we love the cricket, and how we love the passion that we do have for cricket as well.
Okay, moving along to tomorrow's action. Don't forget, join us again from 7:30 GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Don't miss a ball of the action here on ECN. We've got more Group B action coming your way, starting with the City Lions. Well, another new team, and we saw them play yesterday. They'll be taking on Barcelona in Game 1, then Barcelona back up in Game 2. So they'll play back-to-back the first 2 games of the day. And Barna Royals will be their opponents in that game starting 3 p.m. Indian time. Then Pakai Care, well, we saw how powerful they were with Mohammad Ihsan and Mohammad Yassin at the top of the order. Also, Mohammad Jaffrey was yet to fire with the bat, but he is a very powerful member of their batting unit. They take on the City Lions in the 3rd match of the day. Then the Ripoll Warriors, well, I was quite impressed with them. They have a lot of young talent and some good seam bowling options. Ripoll Warriors take on the Barna Royals in Game 4. We're going to finish with Pakai Care again against the Ripoll Warriors. That, for me, Rico, is the match of the day tomorrow night. It'll be the 5th game of the day, match 20 between Pakai Care and Ripoll Warriors. And we had some great action from Group B yesterday. I'm sure we'll see plenty more good games tomorrow on the 4th day of action here in Spain.
Yeah, I mean, Vinny, it's been a great day of cricket. It's been fantastic. And you know what? It's going to be a great evening for Rico Full as well, because Vinny Sandhu, after getting all his predictions wrong again today, is buying all the drinks.
Well, I tell you what, I'm working for free at the moment because I haven't got anything right, have I, Fate? Well, they look to be the goods, but I should never have come back from my lunch. I was enjoying a coffee, just enjoying my life, and then came back, and of course they must have seen me back in the box, because then it all fell off. The wheels fell off the wagon for Fate in the 5th match of the day. But Rico, it's been a pleasure being next to you today, and I'm sure I will see you in the morning for day 4 here in Barcelona. So wherever you are around the world, thanks again to all of our over 160,000 subscribers on YouTube. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. Make sure you tell your family and friends about the ECN, because you're going to get cricket action like never before. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, saying good night. Thanks for your company, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain.